Grace and peace, everyone. Happy Wednesday to you. We're middle of the week. We made it. Hump day. Happy middle of the week day to y'all. You saw the thumbnail. You saw the title. You know what we're about to do. So today we have another episode of The Real DAs of Fulton County on deck. They're actually supposed to start early today for some reason. I don't know why. So that's why we started the stream a little bit earlier than usual. But Real DAs of Fulton County is supposed to be kicking off season 4 of As the Peach Rots, however you want to call it. The young and the ruthless, the lawless, whatever you want to call it. I mean, there's been a lot of craziness going on, but I appreciate y'all so much for stopping in. Go ahead and hit the like button. Go ahead and jump into the best live chat on the planet. I didn't change my lights behind me because they're not changing colors back there. There we go. Now we good. How's this look? Oh, I like that. It's a little sinister today. I like it. Grace and peace, everyone. Thank you so much. All of you already jumped in the chat. Live chat is looking amazing as usual. I love it to see everybody tapping in, saying good morning. Man, drop a flag for where you are from. An afternoon? Wow. In the UK. I say this a lot. I mean it even more. The fact that people be tapping into this channel from all abroad, not just here in Georgia, not just here in the United States, but all around, is amazing to me. And I do not take it for granted that Ani is saying good afternoon from the UK. Good afternoon to you. I haven't seen any of my Aussies in a while, but I know that they're around here somewhere. I love it. So yeah, tap in, give us a flag, tell us where you're from. I appreciate that. Good to see lots of my favorites, lots of them. This might be your first day or you've been in day one. I don't care. Good to see all of you. Shannon, always good to see you. It's cold in South Carolina. It's a little cool outdoors here in Georgia as well, but it'll be hot this afternoon. Good to see you, Charvi. Good to see you. There we go, Marie. Good morning to you, love. Good morning. Ray's in the building. Love it, Ray. Thanks so much. Always tapping in with some great chats. I appreciate you, Sue, as well. There we go, expose. Hey to you. Now, I'm glad to see you as well. Latrice, good morning to you. I love the fact that she calls it a family. I like that. Good morning. Big James Trucking LLC out there grinding it out. Hopefully you're staying safe on those roads. I think we got another brother, Antonio, who's also a trucker. That's so amazing to me. So much gets done because of these men and women that are on these trucks. So shout out to y'all for sure. Good morning again to you, Big James Trucking LLC. Yay. Good morning, Miss Lee. Good morning to you. Always good to see you, Lauren. How are you doing? Hopefully you're doing as well as Miss Kim Roberts. Thank you so much. Upstate House to Home. Good to see you. What I think that's a real estate, maybe, or maybe like renovation company. Shout out to you nonetheless. Good morning to you. I love it. Good to have you. And again, good to see you, Ani. Another day of 403. Hopefully today is going to be a little bit better. I'm really hoping that yesterday, though they got a lot done, if you saw my speed run video, I found all the witnesses and I put them in a montage. And this is a quick video. Hopefully Judge Whitaker is a little bit perturbed by that. What was the purpose of that? Okay, fine. Yeah, I understand that you had to have this witness for foundation purposes, which again, I got some questions about that. But just to have somebody on there for 4 minutes to tell you that, yes, I took pictures of, was it defects in the wall and in the car, and then they leave. What was the purpose of that? What was the real purpose of that? And this was a person who was speaking on a matter that we've already heard on. So it wasn't like a brand new, like, hey, this is a brand new situation. Nobody's heard about this event that happened way over here on Pryor Street. Nobody knew about it. I'm coming in to give you first dibs on it. That wasn't it. So what was the purpose of that? I'm saying it because I really just didn't get it. So hopefully Judge Whitaker is a little bit perturbed by that. Maybe she'll say, hey, y'all can't do that no more. No. But on the other note, she is hamstrung that she doesn't want it to be the situation where she didn't allow the state to give their case as they wanted to give it. So she's in a catch-22 for sure. What do you think about it, Anita Matthews? Good morning to you as well. Tamika's in the house. Good to see you. Happy halfway through the weekday. I love it. I love it as well. The Wonder Nurse. Another day. Speed dating. I hope not, but it was kind of funny yesterday. I mean, at least it made the day go by fast, I guess, maybe. No, it was terrible. Don't even try to play it around, Jason. It was terrible. It was horrible. You right, Shay? It was horrible. Shay agrees with me. Absolutely. Jay, good to see you. Jay Sneed, I see you there. The best mama bear, good to see you, and good morning to you. There she is. There's my sister from another. Good to see you, Amethyst Angel. Hopefully work is going well for you. All right. Raise 10 toes down. I love it, man. Sometimes those toes be on the side of that river. I see you out there fishing, Ray. Ray is an angler. He's an angler out there. I like it. Dixie Doodles, good morning. DWC into the chat. Miss B says, good morning from Fort Bragg, now known as Fort Liberty, North Carolina. Kentucky's in the house. Good to see you. Jolena, good to see you. Norway. See, that's what I'm talking about. Norway? That's amazing. Kevin, good to see you, sir. Thank you so much. And Marie is in the great nation, state, continent of New Zealand. I love it. I hope that that was New Zealand, right? Yeah, that's a New Zealand flag. I do remember my flags from teaching. I do remember those. Well, Shonda Perkins say good morning, DWC. Good morning to the chat from Mississippi. I'm gonna butcher that. Escatawah, Mississippi. Escatawah, Mississippi. Really? Well, there we go. Good to have you. Thanks so much. Mo's in the building. Happy hump day to everybody. I see you, Key. She's checking in. She says she's here. President accounted for. Doing attendance over here at the preschool, the pre-law school, pre-K law school lecture hall. We're doing attendance over here. I'm just trying to see why they haven't turned on the cameras yet. Let me just check one more time. That's going to be a big old negative, Jason. They have not turned on these old cameras. Interesting. One more time. All right. Angela says, good morning over there. I like that. Good morning to you, love. MCAS, always from New St. Louis, Missouri in the building. For some reason or other, I want to say, I had another word in my mind. North Carolina's in the house, always. Good to see you. Shari's here. Good to see you. Good morning from Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm telling y'all, I'm not going to go back on my story about Las Vegas because I've never been to Vegas. And I've always had this preconceived about Vegas that all it is the strip until I met somebody who was like, yeah, I live in Las Vegas. And I said, wait, what? And they were a teacher. Yeah, I think they were a teacher or their wife was a teacher. And they mentioned that they live and work in Vegas. Oh, wait, there's schools in Vegas. I was very embarrassed the fact that I needed to be told. I was a whole grown man. I needed to be told that actual people live in Vegas and there's actual communities and there's actual schools. I never thought of that. I only thought about the Vegas Strip. I've never been though. It looks beautiful though. Shout out to you. Look, wait, from Barcelona. This is amazing. Amazing. Good morning. Metalcore is in Barcelona. I went to Barcelona 4 years ago. That was a great trip too, man. Beautiful place. Good to see you, Mississippi. Tammy's in the building. Oh, Wisconsin. Now, y'all might have snow up there by now. Oh, there you go. A balmy 27 degrees. I knew it. What's going on, Q? Happy Friday Eve. That's how you know you're living for the weekend right there. That's how you know you're living for the weekend. She done gave Friday Eve a title. I absolutely love it. It's 42 in Mississippi. St. Louis, y'all can keep all that. Don't bring any of that stuff here. Georgia is closed to that foolishness. Yeah, what am I talking about? It's 45 degrees here. Thank you, Shuri. I did drive and drop my daughter off at school and came straight home. So I actually technically have not been outside. I was in the car and then I was back in the garage. I guess it is kind of, I didn't realize how cold it was. Wow, it's 45 here. That's crazy to me. Good morning, DWC. 20 years trucking myself. What's going on, Doe? My man. I might have to do an over-the-road episode and just have over-the-road truckers call in and just hear their stories. 'Cause I love to hear, like, I'm always intrigued by how people land in certain positions. Like, how did you end up doing this? Like, is there a backstory? Was your dad always a trucker? Was your family in farming? How did you ever get into this? So maybe one day we'll do that. That might be fun. Because I already see three of y'all in the chat already. We add Antonio, we got a whole posse. And we're on Broadway. Okay, that was bad. That was really bad. Insert the hi-hat, Jason. All right, good to see my people's in the building. Miss Rankin says, let's go. Yeah, let me double check. I don't know why I tell you, man. Now, I am expecting, I did not expect the speed date yesterday. I remember Doug Weinstein joked about it. I didn't expect it to be like that, but okay, they did start. Let's get popping. Hold on. They just popped up while I was running my mouth. Let's go. Your nephew is up here, everybody's favorite nephew, Mr. Atkins. Let's back it up just a little taste. Where in the world? Maybe they've been going for a while. You know what it was? They didn't turn the cameras on, but they were on. Let's get out of the way, Jason. What in the chat when you can hear?
Thanks.
Okay, so everybody can hear. I'm going to speed it up a little bit so we can catch up. All right, so Judge Whitaker's dropped the audio. I'm going to speed it up just a little smidgen, just so we can keep up with it because we're a couple minutes behind. Let's go here.
Can you tell us what exactly the state would want to present?
Yes, Your Honor. Before the court, Your Honor, I was speaking with defense counsel. My intent is to ask Investigator Griffin about speaking with.
I'm sorry, Mr. Atkins.
That one's out. Just so you know. Thank you, so with the first two interviews that are September 26th and September 29th, I believe, I'm going to ask Investigator Griffin, did he go down to the hospital? Did he speak with Mr. Stillwell? Did he, and later on in the direct examination, ask him about speaking with him September 29th? In terms of what I'm going to ask him, something that Mr. Stillwell said is going to be in that November interview. And my intent is to be very general in terms of, I'm not playing any of the statement or video. I have no intent of playing video or audio recording, but I'm going to ask him, what did he say happened in terms of the events leading up to it, where they go to the gas station, he goes inside, who he's with, they're driving down the street, and then he hears the gunfire. And then in terms of who he identifies, I'm not intending on introducing any photographic lineups. I am intending on asking Investigator Griffin, and I was talking with Mr. Shard and read what he provided to court in the state about when he's asking him to identify individuals. Earlier in the interview, he asked him, who did you see or recognize at the gas station? And that conversation kind of, goes along. And so I'm not going to, my intent is to elicit who he identified, like names. And I'm going to ask Investigator Griffin,
As people seen at the gas station.
and I'm going to try to ask Investigator Griffin in terms of, when you asked him that, were you, was it clear in the questioning whether, to let it known it's not for certain he's saying, I saw them in the car versus at the gas station. So I'm going to ask him, when.
Well, he clearly says with regard to when immediately before the shooting, I saw the same red car. I could tell by the lights, but he doesn't say anything about who's in it. And we know it's at least a half an hour after.
Yes,
at least a half an hour afterwards.
I'm not going to be asking, for example, who did he identify as the shooters or something like that. And when Investigator Griffin's on the stand, I'm going to ask him if he took out arrest warrants. And I'm going to ask him who he took arrest warrants out on. And so my intent with that line of questioning is to get out the names that he saw, whether it's at the gas station, in that car. And I'm not going to be asking, but just a few questions about his interview in a relatively speaking general sense. That's not the state's intent. And I also, Your Honor, and any other defense counsel, I have the crime scene photographs. We removed the photograph, which was labeled as 4, that showed Ms. Jones. There is a map where Investigator Griffin did a drive test from the gas station to the shooting location that's in his police report. So I have a Google Maps of that shows some relevant addresses and streets. And there are also addresses and streets that have came up in testimony this week in terms of to orient where this occurred. And then I have some social media that Investigator Griffin pulled and is in his police report. There's 2 photographs to include some of the individuals that he took arrest warrants out on. And then I have, and this is what I was talking about the most with Mr. Sharp, and I won't speak for him, but there's in November 17th of 2018, Investigator Griffin is aware of this. His police report that he wrote gets leaked on social media. I have removed all of the comments, and there's a lot of commentary or comments. This is after discovery has gone out in that case. And so I have a single post that has the Instagram handle, which is YFNBC_nutlife, the date, November 17, 2018, and then it has a picture of the discovery packet that this is Investigator Griffin's report. You can see his name actually in this police report. And I removed any comments or commentary on it. And so other than the crime scene photos, which I'm only going to publish a few. There's a total of 24, but I'm not publishing all of them. And these 2 Instagram posts, this map and the discovery packet leak, those are the exhibits that I will be tendering through Investigator Griffin.
And are you going to ask anything about a later recantation or established through him who ultimately got convicted or anything like that? Or is that the entirety?
So, Your Honor, I was talking with Mr. Sharp. I am not going to ask him about the recantation or insinuate because of the lack of clarity on that, that because of this leaked, that I'm not going to go down that line of questioning.
Okay.
I am going to ask him that one of the arrest warrants he took out was for the nickname Kelvin Watts. Kelvin Watts was not indicted on the case. Investigator Griffin is aware of that. So I'm simply going to ask him at the very end of his questioning, did you take out arrest warrants on who? Did you ever come to learn if one of the individuals you took out an arrest warrant on was not indicted? But I'm not going to ask him about convictions or
All right.
trial.
Okay. Mr. Sharp.
I am satisfied with the plan as enunciated by Mr. Atkins. I appreciate him talking to me earlier. I do have a couple questions
All right.
that I just want clarity on. Am I correct that we still don't have the original letter that was written on his pad, on Investigator Griffin's pad?
So I have not seen one on Investigator Griffin's pad. I've seen that, I think it was Gwinnett County notarized letter. That's all I've seen.
Right. Okay. So then that's the alleged recantation.
Right.
And I'm not. If they don't have it, they don't have it. I get it. I'm just
Are you
asking.
talking about like the earlier apology letter or
Right.
whatever, which, I mean, presumably it got sent to the family if that was the purpose of it, but y'all aren't using that. We're
Right.
talking about that anyway.
Right. I was
Okay.
just asking for clarity. Now the other question. I'm a little confused about the social media post with the discovery on it because and there's no evidence one way or another about whether my client has ever seen it before the discovery in this case. But I'm not sure if the state's planning on introducing that. What I remember seeing quickly when I was speaking to Mr. Atkins was everything was removed. I don't know what import that has. I get not having the
That
comments.
it's posted by somebody whose handle is YFN Nutlife, possibly? I don't know. Mr. Atkins, I think there might be a relevance objection.
So, Your Honor, it's multiple relevance points. For one, that is significant in terms of, and some of there's other posts, some of which are handles that the state believes were involved in this incident. But I'm including just one. And number two, what has repeatedly came out in the trial and the state has asked questions about paperwork, snitching, how that gets out. And this is just a clear example of someone literally screenshotting a discovery packet and putting it to the public. Obviously, the commentary is removed, but it's not favorably received, I should say that, in terms of why it's significant for a number of reasons, given the testimony of witnesses in this case, in terms of what people say from the state position to police and what people say kind of repeatedly in court or things of that nature. So it has a multiple relevance point from the state's perspective. Primarily, the first one in terms of the handle of, again, so it's part of that line of that's the state's intent. We're back and forth.
I get it. I guess what I'm asking is that a post where your graphics team, in an effort to work with me, removed like emojis and things from the.
That's the.
Okay. I understand now. There's other versions of this that have
Commentary.
like the hawk or the bird and death to rats or basically taunting my client. And I wasn't sure if what they're introducing was on its own a separate post or they had redacted the threatening stuff.
Okay. Are
Okay,
you
so-
satisfied now?
Well, yeah, if this is what it was to begin with, then it is what it is, and I agree that the commentary on the side should be redacted. I just wasn't sure if we redacted the actual post.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for working together to make
Yeah, thank
this
you.
less complicated.
You're welcome, Your Honor. And I'd like to also pass out to the court and defense counsel an exhibit list
Okay.
for Investigator Griffin.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
out of an abundance of caution, there's no, in the entire statement, the November one, there's no one else on trial or Bruton issues but I think out of prudence, because it is, I'm asking about what happened that night and who he identified, but a limited instruction that, that statement can only be, it's not a confession of a crime. So, but out of abundance of caution, I just wanted to think through if a limited instruction is needed to just anything that is said, would be attributed to only defendant Stillwell. There's nothing in what I'm asking Investigator Griffin that I think is on its face and incriminating, but I just wanted to express that with the court. I was thinking through it myself of what the
Right, because you're not just having the well, are you not, is it correct that you're not just having the investigator say, Mr. Stillwell identified two people who he thought, or who he saw at the JJ's Chicken, in the red car? You're having him say, the investigator say, and it was these two people, or these three people? I don't know.
He will at least say that he ended up taking out arrest warrants, and some of those people are the same. And so,
Okay, but is who gets identified going to be, who Shannon identified going to be elicited from the investigator?
yes, in terms of when you interviewed him on November, who did he
Say he saw at the JJ's in the red car.
correct, Your Honor?
And he will say these names.
Correct.
Your Honor, I hate to do this. I'm looking at this proposed exhibit 28DD-DP.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a problem with the state eliciting from Investigator Griffin that there were social media posts with the discovery identifying Shannon Stillwell as a witness, and people were saying horrible things, or whatever the state wants to elicit. The problem I have with this exhibit is that it has a narrative at the bottom that kind of it testifies to.
I haven't seen it.
It's okay. Matt, yes.
Yep. All right.
So the issue is in. The problem I have with it is when it gets into, when asked why he did not provide me with this information first interview Shannon, Jackson advised he was concerned about retaliation against his family, particularly his grandmother. That gets to, inadvertently, we're now introducing a picture from discovery, and that's testimonial. And the problem is, I'm arguing for myself, but I actually think probably the other co-defendants have a stronger argument because it's not their statement, and it affects them as well.
Yeah, I agree.
Your Honor, if I redacted the words, so it just has and I can ask Investigator Griffin, to elicit that in this post was contained, I'm not going to have, the jury won't see or read what's actually written. It'll be a photograph, and it says Shannon Jackson, injured rear passenger, and then it has Investigator Griffin's, name, the case number, but that paragraph on the bottom, I can redact that.
I think that's probably needed.
Yes,
if
Your
you want to use that.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Now, with regard to everybody else, there's a Crawford issue. So I'll hear what anybody else has to say about that.
We are objecting on behalf of Mr. Williams to the admission. I've spoke also with Mr. Atkins before the Honorable Court began. He'll correct me if I'm wrong. He agrees with that too. So Mr. Atkins stated that he's going to request a limiting instruction. I have not done a limiting instruction. If you want me to do it, I will try to do it, but I don't know what a limiting instruction would say. It gets very complicated because of the way that the case is charged with all the overt acts. This is not an overt act, so it's better than like the statement of Mr. Kendrick, let's say, with a guilty plea of Mr. Kendrick or Mr. Ryan, but
it's still
very hard to imagine somebody.
I mean, yes, if we need to come up with some kind of a limiting, if this evidence is going to come in the way that it's been discussed, I think we need to come up with a limiting instruction that is appropriate to give. And we need to, if Griffin's our first witness, we need to do it in the next 10 minutes.
He's our second witness, Your Honor.
Okay, well, still, we're going to be, I don't know that anybody's going to have the luxury of being able to focus on a limiting instruction once we start the trial for the day. So if somebody can come up with something now, that would be wonderful.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Hugh and the rest, I think, probably speak for the rest of the defendants. We join in that request as well.
Well, Your Honor, we join in the objection, and we don't think that a limiting instruction is going to be able to fix the issue. So I just want to make sure, for the record, we object to this.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, I will work on crafting a limiting instruction that I think for the sake of both defense and state should be brief, because what he's stating, if that limiting, because he's not directly stating anything against any defendant in the courtroom, he's discussing people who are not in this courtroom that the state believes are not friends or a part of in any way, shape, or form any defendant in this case. I I don't know what exactly would be gleaned against another defendant from what I'll be asking.
Okay, well, I mean, you, the state, must be presenting it for some reason to try to establish your story of why these defendants are guilty of the crimes with which they're charged, or you wouldn't be presenting it. So,
Yes, Your Honor.
I mean, that being the case, and I think it is to show your theory of the back and forth between the whomever rival gangs.
Correct, Your Honor.
And so that concept, this tends to further develop and further establish that concept. And so if there isn't a limiter, then it gets considered against everybody. So there definitely needs to be some kind of a limiting instruction. And if it's not sufficient to let the jurors know what to do and not do, then, I mean, it has to be. Otherwise, we can't let the evidence come in this way.
Yes, Your Honor. I will work on finding a
Okay.
limiting
So
instruction.
how
to provide
long is
some-
our first witness going to take?
Your Honor, I believe that first witness should be 45 minutes to an hour
Okay.
at least is my
Okay.
prediction.
Okay. Well, then I guess we'll take that witness and then take an early break and figure out the limiting instruction. Okay. Are we ready for the jury? And is there going to be any objection to the, I guess it's what, 20 you said, photos on the wreck itself? Now that that one has been taken out? That was the only one that there was objection to, I guess.
No, no objection.
All right. Okay. All right, let's get the jury. You have your witness?
Hang on, and this is the.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. The ATF person? Okay.
They already starting off with looking up to heaven. Man, they already looking up. Man, they already starting. What's going on, Mika Scott? Make sure you email me, please, if you could. They already looking up to the heavens. Oh my goodness. Here, ladies and gentlemen, you see the lights. We're using 400-watt LED bulbs that save exactly 27.3% power consumption, but yet puts out 800 extra lumens to light up the room, that you might be able to see that we don't know what we're doing here. We have no idea, but at least you can see it. Thank you so much. Let's all rise for the jury. All right, so this is a witness that can't be seen on camera. All right, let's get back to it. Let's go. Hey, while we're waiting for everybody to get in, thank you to everybody
Excuse
that's
me, Your
tapped
Honor.
in. Make sure you shout out the mods.
We
Put
received
mods in the
some
chat.
photos intended to be used as exhibits a few minutes ago from the state. I'm sorry. We received some photos this state intends to use as exhibits. I think with this witness, is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you intend to publish all of those photos?
Is this that 1 through 31 unknown?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe it should be publishing about 16 or 17 photos of those. Not-
Okay, so for example, there's several that have, there's 4 or 5 with the same firearm. There's another 3 or 4 with the same firearm. Are you going to just publish one of those?
Your Honor, we will publish not all of them. I cannot say right off the top of my head that it should be just 1 or 2 angles of the same.
What is this even about?
I have no idea.
You have no idea
In terms
what
of what
it's
the
about?
Well,
You have no idea what the photos are about, what this guy's
I do
going
know
to
what the photos
testify
are
to?
about. I don't know what the request is about.
Okay,
I understand the request. Tell
Yes.
me what he's going to be testifying to. What is this about? What are the photos
The
of?
photos are photos of the crime scene or the crime
Which crime scene?
the
There are
crime
all
scene
crime
located.
scenes in this case.
I was going to say it, Your Honor. is located at Confederate Avenue and Boulevard Avenue.
Okay,
South.
and 17 is still a lot. Is this actually one of the overt acts, or is this?
This is an
just-
overt act.
Okay. And if you are doing several pictures from different angles, is there some reason that the different angles are needed?
Yes, because in some of the photos, some of the items that we were discussing are not captured, and so the angle will capture it in some pictures and not in some things in photos are
I'll
instantly
just
there.
try to do it, without belaboring
And-
anything, please.
And let me also clarify, Your Honor, I'm not only objecting to the publication.
Or, because you started out clarifying, so is there an objection?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, Your Honor.
Sorry, that's my fault. I thought you started out clarifying. Are you now objecting?
I am objecting to the admission as well as the publication of multiple images of the same firearm over,
Okay,
repeatedly.
why don't you get with him and show him which ones you plan to, the publication of or the
Both.
admission of?
Both,
Okay.
Your Honor, they're cumulative.
Okay, this should have been done before now.
Well, they just
Go
came.
get with, yes, no, I'm not
Okay.
criticizing you. This should have been done before now. Get with the defense and show them the photos, and I don't know if I need to, then you let me know which ones you object to. Sorry about this. You can stay and hang out, or you can walk back over there. Let me know before you do, so we can move the camera. We got told we were ready, but turns out we're not.
Am I allowed to sit down, Your
Yeah.
Okay, so apparently there's some pictures. If you're just jumping in, thank you so much for tapping in, hitting that like button, saying what's up to the best live chat on the internet. I do want to say this. I hear this from a lot of different places out here in the interweb. This is the best live chat on the internet. I don't know if I spoke it into existence, which I don't believe I did. I do believe that you all just represent the best of the live chat. So apparently, Mr. Brown, Lawyer Brown, is going to show some pictures that Doug doesn't want to be shown. And apparently they're showing like the same picture from multiple different angles. And Doug wants them to, like, you don't need to show 4 pictures of the same room with the same bullet hole. That don't make no sense. So I think that's what I'm understanding him wanting to do, like whittle it down to just 1 or 2 versus multiple of the same angles. It does, I mean, the same room or same scene. It doesn't make sense. And because I think, and Judge Whitaker kind of alluded to it, there's a lot of crime scenes here. And I think what's happening is people are starting to get confused. That's my thought, in my opinion. I think people are starting to get confused on what is actually, I'm going to mute that for a hot second, what is actually going on, because there's so many crime scenes that they're using, and they're using them multiple times. Because we saw that yesterday. There were people addressing the same crime scene different ways and different angles. And I think that's causing it to be a little bit confusing and convoluted. So we'll see what ends up happening. We'll see how they shake it out, all that kind of good jazz. We'll see what happens. But that's what I think they're discussing. Doug is writing them down. Those are the, and of course, he's going to probably go back to his computer and look at it and make sure he's ready to talk about those and add his commentary on those particular pictures. But Brown, Lawyer Brown, is going to be addressing I think it's an ATF agent who can't be on camera. All right, let's get back. Okay, they still talking. Okay, now they've muted it. Okay, now since they've muted it, I will continue to give my my morning monologue. I do think it's interesting. I'm not saying that there's any nefariousness. We saw love there yesterday, but have you noticed now they're not there as much since the infamous letter from Germany? Shout out to whoever's in Germany. That's interesting because they're not starting the morning off, and I'm noticing every morning they've been stumbling. It's kind of interesting. I don't know. Maybe there's something to it. I don't know. I'm looking to make sure somebody didn't comment to me specifically. Okay. All right. I didn't mute it. They've muted it and they have not turned it back on. Here we go.
Okay, all right, so that's it. So did they know that Ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you? Okay.
Okay. So I have gone over with the state the photos they plan on publishing.
Okay.
And I could read those specific ones, but I don't, we've narrowed down the ones that they plan on publishing. So I
Okay.
have no objections to the ones that
Okay.
the state has shown me that they plan on publishing. Excuse me. The other ones that they do not plan on publishing include many photos that are cumulative, they're redundant to others.
Okay.
So any of the ones that they do not plan on publishing that we haven't gone over, I object to the admission of those.
All right, well, you're going to have to be a little more specific.
Okay, then let's. we can-
If they still want to have admitted the ones they're not going to publish.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, well, then I need to know
Okay, then,
what those are.
then I would object to 1, 2, 3,
Mhm.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 22, 24, 25, 28, 30, 31, and they went through 33, correct?
No, it was 31.
31.
All of these are not, these are not.
Okay, and so what they are going to publish then is
I could,
12, 19, 21, 23, 26, 27, and 29.
that's my understanding, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, that would not be correct. Based on
Okay, which ones are you going to publish?
state intends to publish 2, 31, 3.
Oh, my God. So could you do them in order, please? 2, 3, 5.
Your Honor, the reason why they're like that is because they are organized by how they will be published, but I can go through.
What are they going to be? 2, 3, 5, 31, what else?
Sure, there are 2, 3, 5, 31, 9, 10, 21, 29, 12, 27, 26,
It's crazy.
19, and 23.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me put those in an actual order that makes sense. Give me a second
Did she just say horrible?
to rule on.
I think she just said horrible. Oh my gosh. It's too early in the morning for this. Her huffing and puffing is crazy. I think she just said this is horrible.
And you shouldn't.
I think she did. Yo, this
Okay,
is
and
wild.
so 1,
Yo.
So, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
so
Then,
you would object to whichever ones they're not publishing?
Oh,
yes,
is that
Your
what she
Honor.
said?
Okay. As cumulative or what?
As either cumulative or not relevant. I mean, I need to sit down and look at the actual photos they sent this morning to be more specific on those. My concern is that there are multiple pictures of the guns, and I do not want the multiple cumulative pictures
Can
of those
somebody
guns
pull them all
going
up on
back.
the screen so we can all look at them at the same time? So what does 1 show? Why is 1 needed?
State does,
Microphone, sir, microphone.
the version of the intent. Yeah, thank you. The state doesn't intend to publish one, excuse me, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, stop. My understanding, I just wrote down I know that.
Correct.
Because I got which one, but you intend to tender them. And so and there is an objection. And so I have to rule on whether I'm going to admit them.
Understood.
Okay, so I'm only going to be asking you about the ones that you intend to tender but not publish, because there's not an objection to the ones that you intend to publish. So tell me why the ones that I'm going to ask you about are both relevant and not cumulative, why you need them.
As to the state's exhibit number 1 that the court asked about, this is a crime scene photo that shows another yet angle of that particular area where they stopped. It could be helpful to the jury if it becomes an issue about where in fact the cars were positioned.
Okay, I don't know what this crime is about. So, and this is the very first picture that I am seeing of it. So what happened? What was the crime?
No problem, Your Honor. This crime scene was started off as a traffic stop because of a traffic violation.
Okay.
That the officers observed a failure to signal. After which the officers then went to pull over the car after activating their emergency lights. They in fact did so. And upon stopping, the persons contained inside the vehicle, who were later identified as Mr. Martinez Arnold and Diamante Kendrick, then stopped their vehicle for a brief moment, did some fidgeting, then took off at a high rate of speed in the area going on to the 20 eastbound.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can the witness be excused while we go through
Yes.
this? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
All right, so if y'all can avert that camera, thank you. Okay, so there's a chase and then there's a crash,
There's a chase, then there's a crash after. the
and then
chase.
they run out of the car.
Run in separate directions, and those photos could become necessary if there's a disagreement or confusion about which directions in which they.
Okay, and so it's the black car that was the car they were in,
Black Monte Carlo.
and that's where it lands, is up against that guardrail?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, well, 1 and 4 honestly look like the same picture.
And, Your Honor, as I'm looking at it, if the court wants me to remove 4, I can do that. I do not have a problem doing that.
It is not what the court wants or doesn't want, although the court does want attorneys who know how to try a case. But my rulings are based on the rules of evidence, okay? So is that the same photo?
It is not the same photo.
Is it almost the same photo?
In my estimation, no, Your Honor, because it's a closer view and it gives more perspective as to what is in that photo.
Which one do you want?
The state would be fine with having photograph number 1.
Okay, so 4 is out. Are you withdrawing 4 or am I ruling 4 out?
State can remove 4.
Okay. I'm gonna let 1 in, so then the next one would be 6, which is you can see the license plate fine in 5. You don't need 6. You can withdraw it or I'll rule it out.
State can remove 6.
Okay. 7. What does 7 show that the ones you already have don't?
7 gives a better perspective as to the wooded area because it's a little dark, as you can see, Your Honor. It shows better view of the vehicle and some of the portion to the left of it where you see the door open, that eventually becomes much clearer once the crime scene takes the interior, the inside of that driver's side of the vehicle.
Yeah, I disagree with the characterization of what's in the photo, but the court can see for themselves.
You don't need 7. Cumulative. All right, 8.
8 gives a perspective of the passenger side vehicle, a closer view, as will be shown in the next exhibit, a closer view that you can see. Much clearer.
Okay, wait, the next exhibit, meaning what?
Exhibit 9, it kind of is the same type of profile. For the,
All right, 9 is the driver's side of the car.
yes.
And
I'll
so,
I'll withdraw my objection to 8, Your
Okay.
Honor.
So 8 is fine. Okay, what does 11 show that 9 and 10 and 12 do not?
11 shows, Your Honor, the inside door of the vehicle. You can see inside the side panel where the pocket is, whereas in 10, you don't have that opportunity.
And is there anything significant in the side pocket?
Just the things that are in there, that we expect that the officer can say that he saw multiple items in plain view.
Anything of significance?
I would say no, if you don't want, the state can do without 11.
All righty, you're withdrawing 11. 13.
13. This shows that the car is on, because as you can see in 13, the radio is there, the keys are still in the ignition. It provides context as to the fact that this vehicle was in fact still left running.
That's all in 12 as well, Your Honor.
Seems to be.
It's not clear, as clear as it would be in 13, Your Honor. That is the reason for that publication, purpose for that being a part of this.
Then do you want 13 instead of 12?
No, 12 is more important than 13 because.
All right, I'll let 13 in. Then we have 14. What's the point of 14?
14 is a closer view of the keys being in ignition. We can withdraw it.
All right. 15.
The state is in this photograph. It's a direct photo of the firearm that was located within the car. If in fact this is to be admitted, Your Honor, it could show a better perspective of this firearm, which.
Is it not pretty well shown in 12? The entirety of it is shown in 12.
Okay, that's fine. We can withdraw 14.
All righty. That was 15.
Excuse me, 15. As is the case for 16.
All right, thank you. And then 17?
17, we can withdraw it.
All right, 18 shows the back seat.
Yes, I believe we already agreed to withdraw that.
Okay.
From publication, so that is
All right.
not necessary.
Withdrawing it from, are you not going to tender it for
We will
admission?
Excuse me, we will not be seeking to admit that.
Okay. All right, and then
19 is
19, there's no objection to 19. So 20, you're actually able to see who
yes. that's
who it's
fine.
of. So I would think that one is fine. 22.
20.
Where did that come? Oh, that's just a close-up of what's
Yes.
in 21?
It is a closer view in this photograph, Your Honor. You can see a little bit better the serial number as well as the make and model of that fire.
Then I would suggest they should use 22 instead of 21. They don't need both, Your Honor.
Well, you can't tell where it is if it's just 22. 22 is fine. 24 is the trunk.
Yes.
Why?
This had within it just a few items that were found. They're not really pertinent, but they were part of the crime scene photos. We can withdraw.
All right. 25.
25, Your Honor. This shows the black glove that was mentioned in the report. It focuses in on that particular portion inside the middle
All
console.
right. That looks like a gray glove to me, but okay. Is
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
in 26, it looks black.
Yeah, I don't see the black glove in 25.
I don't either. It's probably just because it's a bright flash or something. And so why do you need 25?
Because without that perspective, you may not know that that's the center console. And that is why we in fact use a both, because you need the perspective to know.
All right. And then 28
28.
shows the serial number of that long gun.
Yes.
All right, that's fine. And 30, where's 30? So is this a third gun?
So state's 30 is not that, we can withdraw that. That is a better, the other one was a little blurry. But
Okay.
this is, another photo's coming in with this handgun, so we
Okay.
can withdraw it.
And I think that's all of them.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Thank y'all. That should have been done before now. We wasted 20 minutes of the jury's time. Let's get the witness back in. Let's make sure we move that up. Thank you. And is this agent only going to be identified by last name?
Yes. First initial and last name.
All right.
For my record, I have your first name. I'm sorry. For my record, I have your first name.
Just Jay, or do you want the full name?
Full name.
Okay, James.
Yeah, we're ready this time. Thank you. All right, if you can swear our next witness.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
State spell the first and last name, of course.
Your first initial's fine.
All right. First initial J, last name Dougherty, Doughgerty.
Good morning, Mr. Dougherty. Are you employed?
Yes, sir.
And where are you employed?
I am currently employed with the federal government Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And what do you do in your current status as an employee of the federal government?
I'm a federal agent tasked with criminal investigations.
Okay, and how long have you worked in that capacity?
I've been there with the Bureau for about almost 3 years.
And were you employed prior to your employment with the the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearm Explosives Department?
Yes, I was.
And what was your employment?
I was employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department.
And in what capacity did you work for the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I was a sworn officer.
Okay, and if you could just talk into that mic, everything is being transposed.
Is that better?
Important thing. And how many years in total were you employed with the Atlanta Police Department?
I was employed with the Atlanta Police Department for approximately 12 years.
And when did you begin with the Atlanta Police Department?
I began in 2010.
And when did you end?
I ended about 2022.
And were you post-certified during your entire time with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, I was post-certified.
What was your official title prior to leaving?
Prior to leaving, I retired out as a sergeant.
And did you often work with a partner while at the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, I did for some of my career.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who that partner was.
My partner typically was a C. Munson.
And how often would you work with him?
I probably worked with him approximately 5 years on and off between different units on the department.
And I want to direct your attention to the date of Tuesday, October 1st, 2015. Do you remember working that day?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what shift were you working around about that
On that given night, I believe we were working a shift, which is like late evening into early morning. So we were working probably approximately 6 p.m. to about 2 a.m. in the morning.
And
Real quick, everybody, I'm dropping the link to that video in the chat if you want to check it out. You hear her saying it.
Yes, I
It's
do.
pretty clear.
And can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you recall about patrolling on that day?
On that given night, we were patrolling Confederate Avenue coming up to Boulevard, and we witnessed a vehicle make a traffic infraction in front of us.
And what was the traffic infraction to your recollection?
To my recollection, they were in the left-hand turn lane of Confederate Avenue, and they proceeded into the right-hand turn lane to turn right. So they made a right-hand turn from that lane without signaling to proceed north on Boulevard.
And at this time, when you're observing this traffic infraction, are you in a marked patrol vehicle?
Yes.
And are you also in uniform?
Yes, we're in clearly marked Atlanta police uniform.
And when you saw this traffic infraction, what, if anything, did you do? Well, let me ask this question. Who's driving?
My partner Munson would have been driving that night.
And when you did see this traffic infraction, what, if anything, did you do at that time?
We would have illuminated the emergency equipment on our vehicle to initiate a traffic stop on the vehicle.
And did you initiate a traffic stop on that vehicle with your partner that day?
Yes, we did. We initiated a traffic stop.
And did you get out of the vehicle at the time of that traffic stop when you initially stopped it?
No, we didn't get out of the vehicle initially. Typically what we did is when we did initiate a traffic stop, me and my partner, because it is dark at night, we would take the spotlight and illuminate the interior of the vehicle from the back to be able to see the individuals inside and kind of assess what they're doing. On that given night, we observed the two individuals inside the vehicle begin to shift around a lot and turn around and continually look at us. Typically when that happens, we kind of hesitate to get out because one, it could mean either someone.
Speculation.
Overruled.
One, typically it could signal that maybe they're looking to ambush the officers walking up.
Sustained.
Without saying, I'll ask you a different question. When you did not get out of the vehicle, did anything happen after that?
Yes.
What happened in that particular incident when you stopped and didn't get out?
So they shifted around. We're looking back. We decided not to get out because usually people fled at that point, and that is indeed what they did.
And when the vehicle, and what kind of vehicle did you stop?
We stopped a black Chevy Monte Carlo.
And do you recall where, in proximity to where you initially noticed them, that you stopped that black Monte Carlo?
I don't know the exact distance. I know we initially saw them at Confederate and Boulevard, if you're familiar with the area. And then the stop was actually conducted at not Moreland, I'm sorry, I misspoke, Boulevard and Glenwood.
Okay. And how many people were inside the black Monte Carlo?
Inside of the black Monte Carlo, we could see two people when we illuminated it.
And when you observed the vehicle take off after you stopped it initially, can you describe whether it moved fast or slow?
I do not remember the exact rapid or how fast it took off. I just know that it left the traffic stop.
Okay. Did you follow after the vehicle when it left the spot where it initially was stopped?
Yes, we did.
And did you continue to have activated your emergency equipment, being lights and the siren?
Yes, we would have left all the lights, sirens, everything on to, notify the public also.
And prior to leaving, in what direction did the vehicle travel when it left from the stop that you initially made of the vehicle?
It initially continued north on Boulevard towards I-20, where it made a right-hand turn onto I-20 eastbound. and picked up speed to get onto the freeway.
And as the vehicle is taking this path, are you able to observe any movement or anything inside the vehicle?
Yes, a black glove, or what appeared to be a black glove, went flying out the passenger window. It was merging onto the freeway.
During traffic stops, do you typically speak with dispatch?
Typically, yes, we would speak with dispatch during a traffic stop.
And did you radio dispatch at all during this incident, this stop?
I did radio dispatch.
And what did you communicate with dispatch?
I would have communicated with dispatch the stop and that we had one fleeing from us. Typically, they ask for traffic conditions, reason for the stop, things of that nature, conditions of the road, stuff like that.
During the time that you were speaking with dispatch, were you ever contacted by Unit 2697?
I would have been contacted by a supervisor. I'm not sure 100% which supervisor it was.
Okay. And what, if anything, were you advised during the course of your pursuit?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Effect on the listener, Your Honor.
Can you ask it a different way that doesn't call for hearsay?
I really can't, right? At this point, but I'll move on. Was there ever a time during the course of your pursuit of the Monte Carlo that you stopped pursuing it?
Yes, there was.
And what, if anything, occurred at that time when you stopped pursuing the Monte Carlo?
When we stopped pursuing the Monte Carlo, it had it basically wrecked out. It had wrecked into a guardrail. When you exit I-20 eastbound on Flat Shoals there's a guardrail and a stop sign. It had ran through the stop sign and came to a stop at the guardrail.
Right. And when it stopped at this guardrail, did the occupants remain inside or did they do anything else?
At that point, the occupants jumped out of the vehicle and began to flee on foot.
In which directions did the occupants of the vehicle go?
The driver fled northbound on Flat Shoals and the passenger fled southbound on Flat Shoals.
And did you and your partner pursue?
Yes, we did pursue.
Did you pursue by car?
We both pursued on foot.
And did you have a description? Did you ever get a description of those individuals, the passenger and the driver?
I'm sure we would have gotten a description by looking at them. I don't recall that exact description that night at this point.
Would looking at a copy of the report associated with this matter refresh your recollection?
It may, yes.
All right. Now approaching the witness with State's Exhibit 32 MM, which has already been provided in discovery. Take a moment to review that, and when you had a chance to have your memory refreshed, you can look back up at me, and then I'll continue asking you questions. All right, has your memory been refreshed?
Yes, sir.
What was the description of the passengers that you obtained from that, from this incident?
The occupants of the vehicle were both wearing black clothing.
And do you have any other descriptors about them?
I believe the passenger was wearing a black shirt and black pants, and the driver was described as wearing a black hoodie and black pants.
What was the race?
Both were black males.
What was their, what is their gender?
Black males.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I missed that part. And did you later come to obtain an identity for these individuals?
Yes, we did.
And what was the identity of the driver?
The driver was Mr. Diamante Kendricks.
And what was the identity of the passenger?
The passenger was Mr. Martinez Arnold.
And as these passengers, as Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Arnold are fleeing on foot, did you ever give any verbal commands to them?
Yes, I was chasing behind Mr. Arnold, and I did give him verbal commands to stop.
Did they stop?
No.
And I should say, did they stop at your command?
No, they did not stop at my command.
And as you gave chase to Martinez Arnold, can you describe where he went during this chase? Is there any location that you followed him to?
When he fled south on Flat Shoals, he dipped in behind the houses to the left, went behind one of the properties there, one of the houses, chased him to about a fence. He hopped the fence. At that time, when he jumped over the fence, he stumbled and fell. Me with all my gear on, it takes us a little longer to get over a fence. Couldn't see his hands, so I used my city issued taser to try and stop him. The first time I fired it, it's ineffective. It didn't make good connection. The second time I fired it, it did make good connection, basically making him immobilized and giving me time to get over the fence to apprehend him.
And after, during the course of that interaction, was he injured in any way to your recollection?
To my recollection, I do not know of him being injured, no.
Would you please pull that mic a little closer to your mouth?
I'm sorry.
Mr. Brown?
After detaining and apprehending Mr. Arnold, did you remain where you were behind that fence in Wood area?
No, after apprehending Mr. Arnold, I would have walked back to the car.
Did you walk alone or did you take him with you?
I would have taken him with me.
And do you recall the address associated with the home to which he fled behind?
I don't recall the address, no.
Would that have been noted in the report?
It may have been.
You want to take a moment to look at it?
I'll check.
What was the address?
The address was 1909 Flat Shoals Road.
Okay. And was Mr. Arnold searched incident to arrest?
Yes.
Was he searched by you?
Yes.
And what did he find? What did you find, if anything?
I don't remember right now the exact things I found. I'm gonna have to refer to my report.
For your report, look at it if you don't need to. Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes, sir. All right. When I searched him, I found in his front pocket would have been approximately 6.6 grams of suspected marijuana, and his right front change pocket of his pants was a small round pill with the markings 230 on it, which was suspected oxycodone. And then in his, I guess in the rest of his pants or his person, we also located $45.40 and a cell phone and a cell phone charger.
After returning to the space where you initially stopped, where vehicles stopped, did you ever see your partner again?
When I returned to the car, my partner was not there. He was still chasing.
Did he ever apprehend the driver, Mr. Kendrick?
Yes, he did.
And do you know force was used to apprehend him?
I believe he did use his taser to apprehend him.
And was he injured as a result of the chase and pursuit? That being Mr. Kendrick?
I do not know if he was injured or not.
Do you know Mr. Kendrick was searched incident to his arrest?
Objection, Your Honor, counsel speculation.
Let me know. I don't know if you.
Overruled.
I don't know whether he has personal knowledge.
I mean, when it says, do you know, personal knowledge, please.
Do you have personal knowledge of Mr. Kendrick was searched incident to arrest?
I did not search him. It would have been my partner.
And was there any other, do you recall if, when seeing Mr. Kendrick, him having any kind of garments around his neck?
I can't say that I remember. No,
Would you have detailed that, would that have been detailed in the report?
it may have been.
Would you please take a moment to look at it and then look back up at me when you remember?
That in the report, it's good cause hearsay.
No, Your Honor, that would be hearsay.
Opinion with the outside, his personal knowledge. You already testified, you can see it.
Your Honor, he was personally at the scene.
Overruled.
All right, you may ask the question.
In the report, it details that while he was being treated by Grady EMS, he had a black and red bandana around his neck, Mr. Kendricks.
After returning back to the location where the car had run into the guardrail, did you have an opportunity to look around or about it?
Yes,
Did you also have an opportunity to look inside?
yes.
And after you had the opportunity to look inside of the vehicle, did you see anything of evidentiary value to you?
Yes, we did.
What did you see at the time that you looked inside?
There were 2 firearms in plain view in the vehicle, and we ended up calling crime scene photo technician out to take photos of the vehicle.
Was there anything else of importance inside of the vehicle that you took note of?
Not before searching it. I mean, we wouldn't know.
Were the firearms loaded or not loaded?
Both firearms were loaded with 1 round in the chamber.
And what type of firearms were located inside?
There was a 40 caliber Smith & Wesson pistol, sorry, and there was a 7.62 AK style rifle in the front seat also.
In your training and experience, are you taught to run checks on firearms?
Yes, we are.
And did you do that?
It would have either been me or my partner Munson. Yes.
Okay. And what were the results of any check, if any, of the firearms?
That
Hearsay.
Sustained.
Right. Not going to approach you with what has been previously identified as state's exhibits 1 mm, 2, 3,
And Doug is a collaborator.
5, 8, 9, 10, 12 mm, 13 mm, 19 mm, 20 mm, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 31, all under the phonetic subset of MM. Alphuric subset MM. Would you take a second? Well, let me ask you this. Have you had a chance to review those exhibits prior to coming to court today?
Yes, I did.
And what do you recognize those exhibits to be?
They look to be photos from the crime scene there that the crime scene tech took of them.
And do those photos that you have in your hand now that have been previously identified reflect the crime scene and the things that you testified to earlier as you remember it to be?
Yes, they do.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the crime scene as you remember it to be?
Yes.
Have those photos been changed or altered in any way?
No.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit the previously identified exhibits into evidence and subject to your ruling, request permission to publish.
Those are admitted and you may publish.
All right. Sorry about that. Good work. While that's being prepared, I want to ask you a few extra questions. And want to ask you, when you were at the crime scene, did you in fact call for the crime scene ID tech?
I don't remember who called for them. I know we called for them though.
And why was Grady called out to the scene?
Again, I don't remember them being injured, but if we had Grady on scene, according to the report, it's because they complained of injury and we would render medical attention to them.
Okay, and excuse me. And as they were being rendered medical attention, did they continue to remain in custody?
Yes, they'd have been in custody the whole time.
All right, all right. Now I'm showing you, it's going to populate on the screen. Now showing you brief indulgence. Okay. And as the scene of the crime was being processed, did you continue to, by the ID tech, did you continue to remain present?
Yes, we'd have been on scene the whole time.
Okay, and the vehicle, you indicated it was taken, there were photos taken, but did you personally conduct the search of the vehicle, or was that done by another person?
I don't recall who actually searched the vehicle.
All right, so now showing you, and I'm gonna reclaim these and you can look at the screen as the photos come up. Starting with State's Exhibit 1MM. And by when the crime scene photos are being taken, are you the person or the other, or your partner being the person to direct where the photos are, or are you doing other things?
I mean, usually the crime scene techs would kind of know they do their own thing, but we would direct them like, hey, we need photos of inside the vehicle or the firearms, things of that nature that were found.
All right. The in front of you is State's Exhibit 1MM. And can you see that clearly on that screen?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And going to publish this. Right, I'm gonna enlarge it for you to see. And as I am doing this, I would like to ask you if, with this particular exhibit, you recognize the vehicle that is on the screen with the blue lights.
Yes, I do.
All right, and do you recognize the vehicle that is beside it, that is in all black?
Yes, I do.
Is that the Monte Carlo that you described earlier in your testimony?
Yes, it is.
And what roadway are these two vehicles situated on?
That is going to be Flat Shoals.
All right, and now showing you states 2 mm. What
Is bitter
direction
in?
is the view of the camera facing on Flat Shoals, cardinal direction wise?
That would be a view of southbound.
Do you see anybody that resembles yourself in this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
Do you see anybody that resembles your partner in this exhibit?
I do.
I'm going to try to zoom in, see if it is, and there should be a wooden pointer behind you. I'm going to ask you to reposition with the court's permission to point out yourself and to point out your partner.
That would be me at the back of the car, and that would be my partner right there.
Showing you states exhibit 3 mm, and the vehicle is this the guardrail that you were describing that the vehicle made impact with on that day?
Yes.
All right. Can you read off the driver's license driver's plate number associated, license plate number associated with this vehicle?
Yes, it's a Georgia license plate BXF 3832.
And that is states exhibit 5 mm. Showing you states 8 mm. Is this the side of the vehicle that you described Mr. Arnold exiting from when he ran and fled from the scene?
Yes.
Right. Showing you now 9 mm. And this side of the vehicle, can you describe the condition of the front driver's side tire?
The tire appears to be flat.
Was it flat when the vehicle was being operated by Mr. Kendrick?
No.
Is it flat as a result of impacting with the after the impact?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Showing you now states 10 mm. What is being depicted? What is shown in this exhibit here?
In this exhibit here, I draw your attention to the floorboard under the steering wheel. You can see a silver object with black. That is going to be the .40 caliber Smith & Wesson pistol. And there's also a what appears to be a Fanta bottle with a yellow label and a purple drink inside of it.
I'm a purple drink.
I would suspect that to be
Sustained.
Without saying suspicion, do you see a yellow bottle with a purple liquid inside?
Yes, I do.
Do you see anything seated on the driver's seat?
Yes.
What do you see?
There's a cell phone with what appears to be an identification card on it.
All right, now show you states.
Holy cow!
Please describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you see here.
In this photo here, I see the AK style rifle propped up against the middle console and a backpack on the passenger floorboard.
All right. Do you know if that backpack was searched at all?
I cannot recall if it was or not.
Okay. And from this photograph that you are looking at, now publishing states 13 mm. From this photograph, can you tell, looking at the radio or the steering wheel console, if they're still be on?
It appears to still be on.
All right. showing you states 19 MM.
Yikes.
Is this the cell phone that you were describing that you saw earlier with the identification card, just with clear picture?
Yes, it's just a closer view.
All right. Showing you states 20 MM, excuse me. And can
Dude, you giving out his
20
address, you
MM,
giving out all his
ladies
deeds?
and gentlemen of the jury, the name on the identification card and for that.
The name is Diamante Kendricks.
Showing you states 21 MM. Do you see a firearm in this photo?
Yes.
Is this one firearm that you that was collected that evening?
Yes, it is.
Showing you states 22 MM, and I'm going to zoom in. Can you from the zoom tell what the make and model of that firearm is?
It's a Smith & Wesson, and looks to be a model 4013 TSW.
Okay. And from this image, can you tell what the serial number is associated with this firearm?
It's a little hard to read. It appears to be VJJ 9116, possibly.
Now showing you state 23 MM. Do you see a piece of clothing behind the driver with a seat in this photo?
Yes.
Is that piece of clothing the black hoodie that was recovered from that vehicle that evening?
I don't recall if it was recovered or not, but it appears to be a black hoodie.
Is that the same black hoodie that was detailed in the report?
I can't say to that. I don't know.
All right. Now showing you states 25. Do you see any gloves in the center console?
Yes.
And what color are the gloves that you see?
The glove appears to be black.
All right.
Objection. It's gray.
Showing you states 26 MM. Is that still the same glove with better color perspective?
Yes, and it looks like there's another glove behind it.
Showing you states 27 MM.
Woo!
Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is depicted here?
Depiction here is suspected marijuana.
Showing you states exhibit 28 MM. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen, is this a closer view of the serial number associated with the rifle style firearm that was located in the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
And what is the make and model of this firearm?
Looks like the picture's cut off a little bit. It's a 75 Sporter, caliber 7.62. I can't see it's cut off. I can't see
What's the serial number?
The serial number is going to be the A0-1820-82-RO.
Okay. Publishing for you. Excellent. I'm going to forego that. Okay. A few more questions for you. Would like to ask you,
Brooke is.
after the two occupants of the vehicle were taken into custody, where were they transported?
They would have been transported to the Fulton County Jail.
Are you sure about that?
I mean, we did have Grady EMS out
Objection
there.
asked and answered.
Overruled.
We had Grady EMS on the scene, so as long as they're cleared by Grady, they would be transported to Fulton County Jail. If they deemed that they needed more medical attention, they would go to the hospital.
And the items, what was done with the vehicle, to your recollection, that was driven by them that evening?
The vehicle had been sent to impound.
And the items that were recovered from inside the vehicle, and what was done with those?
They would be transported by myself and Officer Munson to the city annex to be put into evidence.
with incidents that happen at the APD, that APD responds to, are they given an APD case number?
Yes.
And do you know the APD case number associated with this incident?
Yeah, it'd be right here on the report in front of me.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the APD case number is.
Is it okay if I read it right from there?
You can look at it or
Okay.
call it.
All right.
Okay, what is that?
152740150.
And as it stands for this case, with respect to your involvement, did that conclude your involvement with this matter?
Yes.
State has no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, are there defense questions for this witness? Okay.
Good morning. Is it Agent Dougherty?
Agent Dougherty, yes.
Agent Dougherty. Good morning, Agent Dougherty. My name is Doug Weinstein. I'm the attorney for Diamante Kendrick. So I have a few questions. You were, as you testified, that you are the person that apprehended Mr. Arnold, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you tased Mr. Arnold in order to apprehend him, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you knee Mr. Arnold in the back?
I don't recall that.
Did you spit on him?
No.
Would that have been appropriate to do?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Would it have been appropriate if your partner kneed and spit on Mr. Kendrick after tasing him?
I'm not objecting the same grounds, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay. After this arrest, were you ever called to testify? And I'm speaking specifically regarding my client, Mr. Kendrick. After this arrest, were you ever called to testify at any hearing, trial, or sentencing for Mr. Kendrick?
I don't recall if I was or not.
Are you aware of Mr. Kendrick being sentenced for his possession of a firearm and serving time with regard to this incident?
No, I'm not.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, are there other defense attorneys with questions for this witness? All right, is there any redirect?
State has no redirect for this.
All right, Agent, thank you for your time, and you are excused. And we're going to take a quick break right now, and we'll have y'all back in a few minutes.
Okay, it might be me, but that quick break seems weird because it's only 10 o'clock. They've only been in here an hour. Why are they taking a break? Why do they need to take a break? And the way she said it seems kind of just odd, not trying to read too much into it. But by the way, if you want to, on my channel, I put the link to, I put the clip of her hot mic moment.
Hey, everybody, thank you so much for watching our coverage of the
we're
Young
not
Thug
doing this
trial.
today.
Now,
We're
I
not
want to
doing
take
this
a
today.
quick
Be
sip.
quiet. All right. So I put our little hot take from this morning on there. So check it out. Make sure you comment what you think about it. She does say some things. She says some things. So bless her heart. That was interesting. I'm gonna go back and say this again. I don't think a lot of those questions needed to happen. Like, for example, was the tire flat? What does it matter that the tire was flat on the car? Most people realize that cars, if you've ever been in an accident, weird things happen to cars, right? Radio gets popped on, a mirror, side mirror gets kicked into another county, tires get flat. That's not weird. What's the purpose of that? He asked the guy, is the radio on? For what reason? Who cares? And then again, that just didn't make any sense to me. But we're going to see what Lady Page has got going on. Let's see what they're doing something in there. Let's go. Little quick break, they said.
Actually, I see one alteration that already needs to be put. You are to consider, I think it would read better, you are to consider those statements only against Mr. Stillwell and only for the offenses for which he is charged.
It looks like she's giving some instructions. Let me see if I can back it up. I don't think I can.
So thoughts? Comments?
I believe that that proposed jury instruction may be a bit overbroad as it applies to Mr. Stillwell, because I don't believe if there's any relevance at all. I mean, I kind of feel like there's no relevance, any of this against Mr. Stillwell, period. But I understand we need to distinguish the co-defendants from Mr. Stillwell because Mr. Stillwell's words. But I would say to count one, Mr. Stillwell to count one, if you deem it
Okay.
appropriate.
All right.
Count one.
All right. Let me make that alteration.
So it seemed like she was giving some instruction pertaining to this most recent witness. This is gonna slow down the day now. We ain't gonna be able to get 19 page if we keep slowing down like this. We gotta get cranking. Come on now. Gotta get cranking now if you want us to get to 19 today. Vegas is betting page. You're gonna get to 19 and the low end is 16. And come on. The average is 12. We gotta get at it. Let's go. Thank you, everybody who's already tapped in. 640 y'all are tapped in, man. That means a lot. Thank you so much. Somebody said she's extra fluorescent today. She does look bright. I do. Like, the lighting is weird in there today. And somebody's asked, I don't know what the purpose of all of this follow the rotating DA thing. I don't know what that is. I mean, everybody's getting a bite at the apple this week. I don't know what the problem is. I mean, now granted, if Adrian Love had been up there, that police officer would probably be getting arrested right now. So we know that to be true as well. So we got 6 in one hand, half dozen in the other. We don't want more people in jail because, or she's going to fill out warrants on people. They're catching it when they get out. They think they're getting a parking ticket. They end up getting a RICO charge. They over on
Is admitted against some parties and not others, and for some counts and not others. When this happens, that evidence may be considered by you, the jury, only as to the party against whom it is offered, and only for the count for which it is offered, and not against any other defendant or for any other count or purpose. During the testimony of the next witness, you are going to hear about statements made by defendant Stillwell, also known as Jackson. You are to consider those statements only against Mr. Stillwell and only as to count one. You may not consider those statements in any way in determining the guilt or innocence of any other defendant in this case besides Mr. Stillwell. And I can add again any other count if you'd like that said again.
Well,
statements. You may not consider those statements as to any other count. And you may not consider those statements in any way in determining the guilt or innocence of any other defendant in this case besides Mr. Stewart. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Person. Your Honor, may I approach with a matter?
Yes.
It has nothing to do with the case. But
Yes, and everybody can go ahead and use the restroom.
Your Honor, may I just make sure that we maintain, on behalf of Mr. Nichols, that we maintain our objection to the admissibility of this evidence?
At
regardless?
all.
Yes, thank you. And also, I think I speak on behalf of everyone else that they maintain their objection on the admissibility of the evidence.
Does everybody else?
Yes.
Okay, sure. Okay, yes.
Okay, so it looks like they're about to go to take a restroom break. Sound like they got to duke it out about these admissibility of these. I'm sorry about this instructions that she wants to give. And it seems like yesterday might have been a fluke. That's what I'm getting. Yesterday might have been a fluke. It seems like we're back to slow dragging, trying to get in the harbor, moving slow. We ain't at full speed, full wind out there in the world. Let's see what we got. All right. So what do y'all think? What do y'all think about this thing? Here, let's real quick. Let's check this out. All right, I'm gonna pull this in just so we can. I think this has been the highlight of the morning so far. So we at least gotta run with what we got. You know what I'm saying? Let's pull this in. I don't know. I see somebody asking, is Ashley and Duke coming in today? I mean, it could be. I mean, it's possible. Let's hear what they got going on.
To rule on.
7. They're organized by how they will be published, but I can go through.
What are they going to be? 2, 3, 5, 31. What else?
Sure. There are 2, 3, 5, 31, 9, 10, 21, 29, 12, 27, 26,
It's crazy.
19, and 23.
Okay. Let me put those in an actual order that makes sense. Give me a second.
Did she just say horrible?
To rule on.
I think she just said horrible. Oh my gosh. It's too early in the morning for this. All right. I gotta take my hat off so y'all know who's who. Okay. So she says, oh my OMG, this is crazy. This is horrible. Now look, let me be honest. I'm not mad at her because I agree. I would say, oh my goat too. Oh my goodness. This is crazy. This is horrible. I agree with you, Paige. The problem is you could stop this. You could literally stop this slow moving train wreck. Just like that. You could stop this. You could literally tell them to stop with all these shenanigans. Stop with the 9,500 million witnesses. 13 questions only. You could literally limit the damage and wreckage that this is causing. And you could still get it to the finish line. That's the thing. I know Paige wants to get this to the finish line, or so I think. I feel like that's it. And I can put my hat back on because my head is cold. And y'all can see I didn't shave my head today. Look at that. Got like a little afro. All right. So she could stop this. She could literally say, no. That's all she has to do. If you're a parent, and there's some instances when you just tell your children, no. I'm not saying Paige is our parent. What I am saying, however, is that you just say, no, you cannot do that. You're not going to be able to bring that witness in here. We've seen this person 3 times. We don't need to see them again. We don't need to see Darth Gaither ever again. Well, actually, we never even saw her. So we don't even need to see her now. So just stop it. All right. Somebody said, play it back. You want me to run it again? All right. Let me see. Because I closed it out. Sorry about that. I was talking too fast. I closed it out. Okay, we're going to share it. Why is it not sharing? Okay, there it is. All right. I'm going to pull it. I'm going to put my hat on backwards so we at least know who's who. Because this meta commentary thing is crazy to me. That thing drives me wild. All right, let's see if we can do this right. Bring this up. There we go. And with no further ado, let's go.
To rule on.
7. They're organized by how they will be published, but I can go through.
What are they going to be? 2, 3, 5, 31. What else?
Sure. There are 2, 3, 5, 31, 9, 10, 21, 29, 12,
My God,
26,
it's crazy.
19, and 23.
Okay, let me put those in an actual order that makes sense. Give me a second
Did she just say horrible?
to rule on.
I think she just said horrible. Oh my gosh. It is too early in the morning for this. All right. So, yeah, so you heard it. So you heard her say it. And again, she could change this. She could literally, and she doesn't have to go mistrial. I'm not trying to even say mistrial, not even say throw it out, but just tell them to stop. You just say no. It's very hard. It's hard, but it's easy. Once you get used to it, it becomes second nature. No. Just say it with me, everybody. No. No, you can't do that. No, you can't. That's it. I've spoken on it. I've directed it. I've said it. No. No. That's all she has to do. She doesn't have to allow them to do all these shenanigans. She can literally say no. And that's it. Just no. I hate that I'm like trying to make it funny, but it just seems like, why are we a whole grown adult and you just don't realize no is an option that you can tell a coworker, somebody that works under you, somebody in your place, like, no. Is it just no? Is it too much? No, is it too much? Okay. Well, clearly, if you don't say no, they're going to do too much. So there's that. Either you do too much by saying no, or you let them do too much by just running amok. That's all I'm saying. It's crazy. Now, again, I agree with her. This isn't an arduous process. I agree. It is probably fair to say that it's crazy, that it's horrible, that it's all those things that she probably wanted to say that didn't say. Thank God she didn't say them. Can you imagine she was cussing on? Oh my gosh. If she was, oh, that would be crazy. I agree. Like, just say no. It's that easy. I mean, really. And her whispers was like, is the whispers heard around the world. You know, shout out to her. I understand. We let her, you know what? We would let her on here. We would quickly correct her, Donna, and say, we don't say OMG. You can say, oh my goodness, oh my goat, you know, oh my gelato, whatever. Okay, but let's, oh, mango gelato. There you go. Oh, mango gelato. There you go. Like, let's just not do that. But even worse than that, why doesn't she just stop this though? She could just stop this. These hijinks and shenanigans don't actually have to happen. That's the part I'm just not getting. And maybe I feel like maybe I'm oversimplifying it. Let me make sure this comes in correctly. Okay. I feel like I'm oversimplifying it. You just tell them to stop. You see, she was getting at my guy. She was getting at Brown about the ordering of the pictures in the first place. You see how you did that? See how you got real up, up in a tizzy? Just do that again. Just do that again. No. You can raise your voice if you need to. You can be nice if you need to, whatever. But just say no. That's it. No. And actually mean it. And say, no, this is what's going to be. And that's what it is. There you go. I don't know why that's difficult. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, mango gelato. There you go. That's how we fix it. Oh, I'm positive that Mr. Brown has heard far worse things. And I mean, good, bad, or indifferent, whether he's a capable attorney. Look, I'm not an attorney, so I ain't gonna try to judge the man. I think he doing far more than what I'm doing. So that's just reality. I think, you know what, this is a probably difficult because you're it seems like they're just throwing them in there. I don't know if they're really getting prepared. Like, I would love to know, like, what is the prep time? What is the what is the prep time for this? How are they getting prepared for these interviews? I would love to know, like, what are they doing? Because it just seems to me, I might be, envisioning it wrong, but it seems like they're not getting a lot of prep time. So it just seems like they're just, oh, you judging them? Okay, throw them under the bus. Uncle Willie Earl. Remember that lady yesterday? What did Simone Hill say? You had a friend over. Did you have a friend? What was your friend's name? That was hilarious. And I don't even see Simone there today. Yeah, just say no. Just say no to them. David, lawyers are supposed to prepare. You're supposed to talk to their witnesses. Matter of fact, you heard a couple of them yesterday mention that they talked to the lawyer a day before or 2 days before. So I think witness prep is a real thing. Do they do a good job at it? I don't know what the prep actually entails. I don't know if there's like a standard, like this is what you should be prepping them on. I don't know. They already know the questions. I don't know. However, what I do realize is it doesn't seem like some of these people that are getting called up are getting enough time to properly prepare. I hope that made sense. I don't know why my mess with my camera. Make sure my camera is right. I feel like I was trying to clean up some of the cables under my desk yesterday, hence why I kicked that cable out yesterday and turned off the computer. But I feel like my camera's too close today. I'm not gonna, but I will not move anything now. Don't worry about it. Have no fear. I'm not moving nothing now. I'll move it after the show is over. Still messing with it. I need to stop, right? You said no prep. Man, y'all ain't gonna give them none. No prep at all? Man. I feel you though. I feel you. I'm not trying to, I told you I always err on the side of trying to be gracious to people. All right. Let's see. They are not back from whatever break they're on. But I want to hear how this goes. What does Matthew say? Just got in here today, but yesterday after the cowboy hat guy got off the stand, Witt said, that's disgusting about the way the state treated him. Really? Bruh, I'm sorry. We might need a Witt hot mic montage. Really? I'm almost, I can't say I disagree because I highly doubt that you're lying. I doubt like that you're lying, Matthew. Do you remember the clip though, the time frame? Because I can look it up. But the cowboy guy. But there have been some moments where it seems like Judge Whitaker is truly surprised. If you go back to the Max Shard saying that Darth Gaither was saying horrible, she sounds truly shocked. Like, horrible? What? She sounds like truly taken aback. Now, I don't know how much of that is real because I'm like, I don't believe you couldn't hear her because it was pretty clear what Darth Gaither was saying. But I do think there's some instances where she's taken aback about just how unprofessional these people are. So if you have that link, dearwokec@gmail.com. Oh, we might need a Witt hot mic montage. Because we could always go back to Judge Glanville. He didn't even need a hot mic. He was just giving it to him. So there's some good yelling from, I won't say good, but there's definitely some spicy moments with Glanville. So no, that was wild. All right. What is going on with no one paying attention to the mic? That's the right in front of their faces. Could be live. Someone should do a video clip of everyone's hot mic moment. Oh my gosh. That would be kind of wild. We'll see what happens. And I think she's taken aback. I have One Nation. I think she's taken aback by just how unprofessional these people are. It just like, yo, I thought y'all was better than this. Oh, we're back. Let's see what they got.
Somebody for everybody. Yep. Yes. All right. Is the jury ready? All right. Y'all have your next witness?
Yes.
All right, you want me to do the limiting instruction, I guess, before we call him?
You can, Your Honor. That's going to come up towards the end of my delay.
Okay.
It's up to the court.
Mr. Sharp, do you want, and everybody, defense, do y'all want me to do the instruction before the witness starts testifying or just right before he gets to that part of his testimony?
I'm fine with it before he says.
I can't hear you. What?
Go ahead, Mr.
Your Honor, would you do it with the state signal to the court and you do
Sure.
it right
Yeah.
before the targeted testimony?
Yeah. So, Mr. Atkins, just give me a signal when you're getting to that part.
Mr. Brown, make sure you give me your exhibits. Okay.
Thank you. All right, you can call your next witness to the stand.
State called Investigator Griffin to the stand.
And his investigator, Griffin, already testified in this case.
No, Your Honor, he has not.
All right.
So he should be sworn in.
Yes, I do. First, last name, and spell it for the court. Yes, sir. Good morning. My first name is Howard, spelled Howard. Last name is Griffin. That's Griffin, and I am a junior.
Good morning, Investigator Griffin. How are you doing, sir?
Good morning.
Can you tell the jury where did you come in from to testify?
I flew in from the Dallas-Fort Worth area in Texas.
What do you do in that area?
I'm actually a detective for a small agency. The city is called Plano, and I'm currently a detective for that agency.
What kind of cases do you work for the Plano Police Department in Texas?
For Plano Police Department, I'm assigned to a unit called the Capers Unit, and what that simply means is any crime against a person, so it could be a misdemeanor or a felony. I'd be a detective that would investigate that kind of crime.
How long have you been with that department?
I've been with Plano since April of 2000.
Now, did you ever work for any other agencies before then?
I did. I started my law enforcement career with the city of Atlanta, Atlanta Police Department. I got hired in April of 2008, and I left the city November 2019.
Now, when you left the department, what were you working? What kind of cases?
At that particular time, I was assigned to the homicide unit, and I was in that unit in that role for just under 5 years.
What year did you start with the homicide unit of the Atlanta Police Department?
In March of 2015.
And before working for homicide, what was your role right before then?
Before I was assigned to the homicide unit, I was assigned to the Atlanta Police Special Victims Unit as a detective and as a police officer, and I investigated crimes against children.
Now, I wanted to ask you, were you the lead detective on the murder of T.R. Jones?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell the jury how you came to work that case?
Yes. The City of Atlanta Police Department at the time, we had a homicide rotation. It just so happened that I was the top of that rotation. So anytime somebody lost their life, they would call a detective to respond, and it was my turn to actually respond.
What day did you respond?
I believe the date was September 26, 2015.
And when you, where did you go to? Where was the crime scene?
I was initially told to go to the intersection of Hank Aaron and Milton. And when I got to that intersection, of course, I saw an accident. And I think the address that I noted in the police report was 40 Milton Avenue.
Now, what part of Atlanta are those addresses that you responded to?
I think at the time it was the Zone 3 district of Atlanta. So that would be more like southeast of the city.
Now, when you got on scene, how many victims were there?
At that location, there was only one victim. That was actually a deceased young lady by the name of Tiara Jones. And it was brought to my attention that there were 2 more victims and they were taken to Grady Hospital.
Who were those 2 other victims?
The 2 other victims, female front passenger, her name was Shakoya Duncan. And the back passenger was Shannon Jackson.
Now, Detective Griffin, I want to approach you with what's been marked as 1 Triple Delta Papa through 24 Triple Delta Papa. And Investigator Griffin, before you were on the stand, did you have an opportunity to look through those photographs?
Yes, I did.
And what are they?
These are crime scene photographs taken by the crime scene tech who responded at my request.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the crime scene photographs for this incident?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 1 through 3 Triple Delta Papa and 5 through 24 Triple Delta Papa.
They're admitted.
Now, Investigator Griffin, it's going to come up on the screen before you. I'm going to publish and walk through a few of these exhibits.
Okay.
You also got a couple options behind you. You got a big board there and one behind you. So whichever one works best for you. Thank you. Yes. So I'm going to publish 1 Triple Delta Papa.
Okay, just in case you're wondering, it is Papa. He should be saying
Now,
Papa, not
Investigator Griffin,
Papa. Just saying.
is this the street that you were mentioning, Hank Aaron and Milton Avenue?
That's correct. That's the intersection that I was assigned to go to.
I'm going to publish the next exhibit. Can you describe for the jury what we see in this exhibit?
This is an overturned vehicle operated by the decedent, Ms. Tiara Jones. I forget the year, but it was a green in color. I think it was a Mountaineer, Mercury Mountaineer.
Now, when you first responded, did you know any of the facts and circumstances behind what happened?
No. So as it was initially described to me, they thought it was just an accident. As a result, the hit and run unit came and they responded. So they initially processed the crime scene. And then some officers took note of some defects in the rear lift gate, which they thought it might have been from a projectile. And as a result, they started looking for shell casings, which they found. And because they found that, that's when they called me and asked that I respond.
I'm going to publish the next exhibit. Where were some of the shell casings in relation to the vehicle that was overturned?
So again, if you have the intersection of Hank Aaron and Milton, maybe 50 yards, which is where the accident is. So in between that distance, that's where the shell cases were lined in the street.
I'm going to publish the next exhibit. Now, what type of shell casings were on scene?
I believe we located 12 spent casings. I think the caliber was a 7.62.
And do you have familiarity as a homicide detective with shell casings and guns that fire them?
Yes, I know enough to know that that came from an assault rifle or an assault rifle pistol, something of that caliber, but it's an assault rifle.
Now, what did you do? I'm going to publish the next exhibit, but ask you a question. What did you do with the shell casings you collected?
Actually, the crime scene technician that responded, she's the one that actually collected them, and then she gave them to me. And what I did was brought them to Atlanta Police, put a barcode on them, and placed them in the property. as evidence.
I'm going to publish the next exhibit. Is this a close-up of one of the 7.62 shell cartridges that you collected?
That's correct.
And this is 12 triple delta papa. Publishing the next exhibit. This is 15 triple delta papa. And going to publish 17 triple delta papa. 19 triple delta papa. 22 triple delta papa. And 24 triple delta papa. Now, Investigator Griffin, with the defects you had mentioned in the vehicle, where were they on the car? The front, the side, the back?
From what I noted, they were in the back near the lift gate.
And were there any firearms that you found on scene?
Yes, I think it was Officer Clayton. He was the first to respond, and he actually found a semi-automatic handgun. I think the caliber was a .45 caliber Springfield.
Where was that .45 caliber Springfield in relation to the vehicle?
As he noted in his report, it was feet away from the vehicle.
Now, after you cleared this scene, did you have any initial leads, or what were your next steps?
No, so only lead that I had is we had 2 surviving victims, and they were taken to Grady Hospital. So what I did was, after I left this crime scene, I went to the hospital to hopefully try to speak to the 2 that were alive.
Were you able to go to Grady's? Is that where you went to Grady?
I went to Grady Hospital, that's correct.
When you got to Grady, what did you encounter? Who did you encounter?
I spoke to the front passenger, Shakoya Duncan, and the rear passenger, Shannon Jackson.
What kind of condition were they in when you met them that day?
Shakoya Duncan, she had a severely injured leg. I think at one point they were talking about it may have had to get amputated, but I'm not sure if that actually happened. So she was in the process of going to have surgery. And Shannon Jackson had, if I'm not mistaken, a lung and a rib injury.
Were you able to speak with them about what happened?
I spoke with both of them briefly, again, given their condition. I didn't want to have a detailed interview, so I spoke with them briefly.
Now, after speaking with them, what did you do next?
The next thing I did was, of course, try to do some research on the individuals that were inside the vehicle. We call it just a generic search to see if I can find anything about what happened and possibly who done it. And what I was able to find out is that the young man in the backseat, Shannon Jackson.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes.
Uh-oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay, so a couple quick things. If you want to email management, management's email is right there on the screen right now, dearwokec@gmail.com. I do want to ask that Doug, shout out to Doug, if you would please make sure you email me. I'd appreciate it. And back to this, brother man is living in Texas now, Plano, Texas. Shout out to Plano, Texas. I have friends that live in Plano, Texas. Shout out to them. He lives in Plano, Texas now. However, he did used to work in APD, so that's why he's here now. And he was also integral in this case because he was the crime scene, the special victims unit crime scene investigator on this particular incident, which does make sense. Unlike the Infinity guy that they flew in from North Carolina, he was not that important because they could have got somebody right here in, was he in North Carolina? I don't remember where the guy was. He no longer lives in the metro Atlanta area. So this gentleman, he literally was the police officer that processed the crime scene. So that would make sense for him to come in. Okay, back.
Investigator Griffin, when you worked homicides in APD, did you ever consult with the APD gang unit?
The way that our department was worked.
Thank you so much for the $5 super.
Sustained.
Great question.
You said this was September 26, 2015. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever have any consultation with anyone in the Atlanta Police Department gang unit to assist you in this investigation?
I did.
Without saying what they said, when was it that they began assisting you?
Within the first 1 or 2 days of the initial investigation.
And after consulting with them, what investigative steps did you take next?
We went back to the hospital to actually go speak with Shakoya Duncan and Shannon Jackson, and I brought those detectives with me to assist.
Without saying what anyone said on this date, were you able to speak with both of them?
I was.
What other personnel, detectives, were with you when you went to visit them?
With me was Detective Dennis, Detective Gaither, and Detective Edwards.
After that secondary follow-up at Grady, what did you do next in your investigation?
Again, tried to go hand out flyers in the community, just try to elicit any help from anybody. And so again, I spoke to a lot of different people who knew the family of the deceased, and of course knew the surviving victims.
Now, let me ask you this. Were you ever able to establish a location of where that vehicle may have been before where it was found at the crime scene?
Yes, I was.
What was that location?
The address was 1192 Prior. That is it's like a Chevron, JJ's Chicken, and I think there's another restaurant right there.
Now, were you ever able to, or did you try to get any surveillance from that location?
I did. Part of those investigative steps, myself and another detective went to try to find cameras in all those businesses, and we were able to find some cameras in a few of those businesses over there.
Without saying what anyone said, did you have any information or possible directions to go from your conversations at the hospital before getting that surveillance?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Did you have any, without saying what anyone told you, did you have any possible leads for what you would be looking at in that surveillance video when you obtained it?
Yes, a specific vehicle was of interest to me.
Now, when you obtained that surveillance video, did any specific vehicle stand out to you in relation to the vehicle that T.R. Jones was in?
Yes, specifically a red Camaro.
Now, did you do any investigative work on this red Camaro?
I did.
What did you who had that red Camaro?
I found out that the vehicle was actually owned by Enterprise, and it was rented to a young lady by the name of, excuse me if I mispronounce her name, Archillian Bennett.
Sustained.
Now, Detective Griffin, in your investigation, did an Archillian Bennett ever come up?
It did.
And did you ever come to learn where she lived?
Yes, I did.
Where did she reside?
An address off of
Your Honor, I'm not asking what anyone told him. Investigator Griffin, are you familiar with the Trestle Tree Apartments?
I am.
How are you familiar with them as an Atlanta Police Department homicide detective?
Well, specifically with this case, that address popped up and I drove over there a couple of times.
So you physically went to that address?
I did.
What street is that address?
I don't know the address, but the street is Confederate.
And was that street, and specifically Trestle Tree Apartments, of note to you when you were looking into Archillian Bennett?
Yes, it is.
Now, after getting that surveillance video, was there any suspects, or let me ask you this. That red Camaro, what was significant about that car in relation to the vehicle that T.R. Jones was in terms of the people in that vehicle or what they did in relation to the vehicle?
Could you say that one more time?
Yep.
I'm sorry.
What stood out to you about, was there anything suspicious about the people in and around that red Camaro that stood out to you?
The people did. The people stuck out to me. Again, just from looking at the surveillance videos, their interaction with Tiara Jones and Miss Shakoya Duncan.
Now, is there any restaurant at that location?
Yes.
What restaurant is it?
The one specifically that was of note is JJ's Chicken.
And was anyone in the vehicle with Tiara Jones inside that restaurant at any point?
Mr. Shannon Jackson.
And were you ever able to locate any other surveillance video other than at that location?
Other than that location, yes,
And did that assist your investigation?
it did.
Can you explain for the jury how it did?
Well, I got a direction of travel that Tiara Jones went. So what I did was drive that route that was explained to me. And any place that I found cameras, I reached out to the place of business to see if we can try to get surveillance footage.
Your Honor, I'm approaching the witness with what's been marked as 25 Triple Delta Papa. Investigator Griffin, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is a snapshot of a route that I took and I put in my police report.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you created in this investigation?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 25 Triple Delta Papa.
It's admitted.
And Your Honor, publishing that exhibit for the jury.
You may.
Now, Investigator Griffin, I want to see if I can find this old school pointer. And Your Honor, if I may, does the court by chance have the wooden pointer up on the bench?
I don't know what happened to that.
That's all right,
Give
Your
it
Honor.
back to me, so,
I will, oh, I found it.
all right.
So Investigator Griffin, I'm going to hand you this. If you don't mind, you can use this board if it helps you. And so I want to ask you a couple of things first. And I'm going to try to zoom in to the best that I can.
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to orient. Can you show the jury where the crime scene was, where the vehicle was found?
The vehicle was found in this address. This is the address that I put, which is 40 Milton Avenue.
And what is that 1192 prior?
1192 prior, that is where JJ's Chicken is in the Chevron gas station.
Now, what is this blue line that is connecting those two addresses?
This blue line, this is the route that I took from the initial spot where the vehicle was found, meaning the red Camaro. So I drove the route that was explained to me, and I did a dry run to see how long it was going to take me to get from that point all the way to the crime scene.
And what vehicle was Miss Tiara Jones driving?
Miss Tiara Jones was driving the green Mountaineer.
And was the red Camaro at 1192 prior?
Yes, it was.
And I wanted to ask you to orient, do you see a Veneer Avenue on this map?
Yes, I do. It's right here.
Do you see a McDaniel Street?
McDaniel Street, yes, McDaniel Street's going to be over here.
Now, I'm going to scroll up a little bit. Do you see a Hendricks Avenue?
Hendricks Avenue, yes, I do. Right here.
Do you see a Pryor Street Southwest?
Pryor Street is going to be on this side.
Do you see it between I-85 and Hendricks Avenue, a Pryor Street?
Yes. This is going to be Pryor right here.
And do you see at the top, is there a Cooper Street Southwest?
Cooper Street, yes. Cooper Street is right here.
And two to the right of that, what's that street?
Formo.
And what's to the right of Formwell?
Formo, and you have Pryor Street.
And why is it, Investigator Griffin, that, well, let me ask you this. Does this appear to go in a roundabout way?
Yes, it does.
And why is that?
Well, again, if you're familiar with the area,
There's many different ways to get to this location. So from my investigation, I was under the impression that the red Camaro went this direction. And I wanted to again get a picture of how long it would take to get from this side of town to where I believe people of interest may have resided, back over to the crime scene, which is 40 Milton Avenue.
Was there any other vehicles that caught your attention other than the red Camaro?
Yes, there was a black sedan. I don't know the make and model, but there was a black sedan.
Was there anything from reviewing the surveillance that indicated to you those cars, either the people or vehicles, had similar movements?
It appeared they had similar movements. Again, I wasn't able to definitively prove that, but it appeared that they had similar movements.
Now, what was some other steps in your investigation after you did this test drive route?
Again, my goal was to try to speak to anybody that can help me with any type of information. And we started looking into social media accounts of interest.
You can sit back down if you want to.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, Investigator Griffin, was there a specific social media account that became of interest to you?
There was one in particular.
And what was the handle?
I believe it was P92 something. I think it was H, P92H.
Now, in 2015, would Instagram come up in your investigations?
It would.
Or other social media?
It would.
And how would you capture relevant social media investigations you worked?
Twofold. If the account was private, then I would try to obtain some kind of legal process, would be in the form of a search warrant. Or if it was open to the public, I would try to scroll, look at the pictures, look at friends, and just try to capture what I'm seeing by taking screenshots and add them to the case file.
Now, Investigator Griffin, throughout your investigation, did you periodically have either assistance or consultation with either Detective Dennis or Detective Gaither?
Primarily Detective Dennis.
Now, from this social media, were you ever able to identify any suspects that were at 1192 prior that you believe could have been involved in the incident?
Yes, I did.
And did you capture or record those social media?
Yes, I did with the screenshots. Like I mentioned, took a screenshot or a snapshot of it and included it in my police report.
Now, I'm going to approach you with 26 and 27 triple delta papa. That is correct.
Theory.
Investigator Griffin, when you get a chance, just look up at me when you're done.
Okay, I've looked at them.
What are those?
These are some of the photographs that I found in that specific social media account. And again, I took a picture of it and included it in my police report.
And did it have, so is there a fair and accurate depiction of some social media you gathered in this investigation?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state's going to tender into evidence 26 and 27 triple papa.
Triple D.
Or, excuse
Papa.
me,
All right.
triple D papa. Yes, Your Honor.
Those are admitted.
Thank you.
I just can't take this
Now-
anymore.
Investigator Griffin, did you, I'm going to publish first 26 triple delta papa. It should come up on the screen momentarily, and you may need that pointer again if it's nearby.
That almost put me under bitter Lily. I was trying to hold on. What is this? It's Papa. Stop it.
Now I'm going to try to zoom in some on it. And if you can you give me 1 second? Hold on. Okay. There's a slight delay, but it's going to zoom in here in 1 second. So Investigator Griffin, while that's coming up, can you help orient for the jury people of interest in this investigation that are depicted in 26 Triple Delta Papa?
I can, you wanted me to say their names or nicknames?
Yes, you can say both, please.
Okay. This gentleman right here, Jamal Ward. The young lady sitting next to him is Archillian Bennett. This young man right here, I forget how to pronounce his first name, but his first initial is D. Last name was Lewis. This gentleman right here is Bobby Hardy, AKA Smoke. And his nickname, I think, was Murrow. And this young man, I think he had a nickname of Ola Player, something similar to that.
And without saying what anyone said in your investigation, did you ever speak with who you identify with the nickname Smoke?
Yes, I did. People spoke.
And in your investigation, did you ever come to have any information from the surveillance that he was present at that gas station before the vehicle with Shannon Stillwell, T.R. Jones, and Miss Duncan left?
That is correct.
I want to also publish for you what's been admitted as 27 Triple Delta Papa. Okay. While I'm getting this Zoom back up line, I'm going to keep. Okay, just like. Your Honor, this may be a.
All right, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you all a limiting instruction at this point. Sometimes evidence is admitted against some parties and not others, or for some counts and not others. When this happens, that evidence can be considered by you, the jury, only as to the party against whom it is offered, and only for the count for which it is offered, and not against any other defendant or for any other count or purpose. In the next part of this witness's testimony, you're going to hear about statements made by defendant Shannon Stillwell, also known as Shannon Jackson. You are to consider those statements only against Mr. Stillwell and only as to count one. You may not consider those statements as to any other count, and you may not consider those statements in any way in determining the guilt or innocence of any other defendant in this case besides Mr. Stillwell.
Now, Investigator Griffin, did you ever have a third conversation with Shannon Stillwell?
I did.
When was that, time-wise?
I believe it was the 2nd of November, 2015.
And in all your interviews you had with him, in this case, was he a victim, a witness, a suspect? What was he?
No, Shannon Jackson is, matter of fact, a victim in this case.
And when you spoke with him in November, where were you?
In November, I was at Atlanta Police Headquarters. I think the address is 226 Peachtree, if I believe that's correct.
And is that where that interview took place?
That is.
Were you able to get more information in that interview than you were prior?
I was.
Now, do investigators have different interview techniques?
Absolutely.
What is your technique when you're speaking with a witness, a victim, anybody?
Well, I try to be relatable. That's first and foremost. So for the most part, I talk how I would normally talk when I'm not at work. Sometimes I use slang, sometimes I curse, but that's just the way that I speak.
Now, in that interview, can you tell for the jury, did Shannon Stillwell give you any clarity about what happened before they got to 1192 prior?
He did.
Can you describe for the jury how that started? What Shannon Stillwell told you in relation to that?
And specifically what he told me, or
what he said about the events prior to arriving at that location?
It was a pretty organic, meaning he was just going to go pick up his child, and en route to go do so, they wanted to get something to eat.
And were both Miss Duncan and Miss Jones in the vehicle with him?
That's correct. Mrs. Sierra Jones was the driver, and Shakoya Duncan was the front passenger.
And what did he tell you happened when they got to that location?
When they got to that location, he meaning Mr. Jackson, went inside to get his food. He waited inside for his food to get done. And while he was inside waiting for his food, that's when he took note of the red Camaro and the individuals that were inside of that red Camaro.
Now, did you ever ask him, or did he ever say in that interview that he recognized anybody at the gas station location?
At the gas station, he specifically said he recognized Bobby Hardy, which is Smoke, and Jamal Ward, which is Merrill.
Were those two individuals in that Instagram photograph we had displayed a few moments ago?
Yes, they were.
Now, what was he? What did he say in relation to seeing them there?
Again, he noted that they were there, number one, and he noted that Mr. Bobby Hardy actually approached the vehicle and spoke with either Tiara Jones or Shakoya Duncan. Again, he kept making reference to that's where they hang out at. So I got the impression from the interview, he was just aware of them being present.
And did Shannon Stillwell indicate to you that he was friendly, not friendly? Was there any significance to seeing those specific people that day?
Yeah, he was not friendly. Again, I don't want to give the impression that he was like on edge, but he, as he expressed to me, he was just aware of them, and they're not friends, they're not associates. And again, he took note of them, and he brought to my attention another incident that took place.
Now, I want to ask you, what did he say happened once he got? Did he ever get his food and walk outside?
He did. So he got his food and walked back to the vehicle. And at that time, that's when Mr. Shakoya Duncan decided to go into the store that Mr. Jackson had just left.
Okay. And what happened next? What did he say happened once they got in the car?
Once they all finally got back into the car, he said that they drove off. I think the Camaro had left first and went to the left. And when they got into their vehicle, the driver was instructed to turn right, which would be north on Pryor. And they were going back to where he lived.
Now, and Investigator Griffin, got it. Now that the technology's back working, I'm gonna zoom in just a little bit for you. Can you orient the jury? Is this another social media post that you pulled in this investigation?
Yes, it is.
Now, do you recognize that area?
I do.
What neighborhood is it?
That's the Trussell Tree community.
And who in this photograph specifically was someone that you were looking at in this investigation?
Again, this is the owner of the account. That's Mr. Lewis, and that's Mr. Kelvin Watts, aka Shell Kel.
And what does that gentleman on the far right shirt say?
It's an A and a B and a G.
And Investigator Griffin, when you were speaking with Defendant Stillwell, did he ever identify for you other people that he believed were either in that red Camaro or close by at the gas station?
Yes, he did.
Who were the people he identified?
He identified Bobby Hardy, Jamal Ward, and Kelvin Watts.
And when you were speaking with him, did y'all do any type of photo lineup?
Yes, a photo lineup was shown.
And what did he describe about what he remembered while they were driving after leaving the gas station, but before any shooting took place?
What he described was seeing the red Camaro coming down at a fast rate of speed. It was probably coming south on Pryor. And then he said when he turned the corner, he heard a large revving of an engine. And he said he just took note of the headlights, that it looked like the Camaro that he had saw at the gas station.
And did he say he heard a couple, a few, or a lot of shots?
I believe he gave a count of upwards of 20 is what he told me.
Now, after that interview, and was that in November?
That's correct.
What else did you do in your investigation?
Well, I did obtain warrants for the 3 individuals that the victim identified, but the investigation continues. So again, we try to wait for cell phone records so they could be analyzed. And again, just making myself available to anybody that wanted to speak with me as it relates to this investigation.
And Investigator Griffin, did you, after you took out the arrest warrants, did you ever become aware of any of the individuals that an arrest warrant was taken out of that were not indicted?
That is correct.
Who was that individual?
Kelvin Watts,
Now, I want to also ask you and show you something very briefly. I'm going to mark this as 29 triple delta papa, and one brief moment, Your Honor. Now, Investigator Griffin, I'm showing you what's been marked as 29 triple delta papa. What is that?
This is my lead supplement that I submitted to the DA's office.
And I'm going to grab that back from you. Thank you. Is it a fair and accurate depiction of your report in this case?
Yes, it is.
Now, after you took out arrest warrants, did you ever come to learn of any part of your report in 29 triple delta papa that publicly got released?
I was.
How did that come about in terms of what publicly in your report was out there that you saw?
Well, I saw a snapshot of my police report with the picture of the victim in that case, Shannon Jackson.
Now, I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as 28 triple delta papa. Do you recognize that, Investigator Griffin?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
Well, it's a snapshot of my police report that I wrote and submitted to the district attorney's office.
And is it any kind of social media?
Yes, there is a social media account attached with it as well.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the social media account you saw in relation to the release of your report?
I believe so.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is going to tender into evidence 28 triple delta papa.
Admitted.
I'm going to publish this exhibit, Investigator Griffin, and ask you just a couple questions. Now I'm going to zoom in top right. What is the handle associated with this account?
It's going to be YFN. If you can slide it down just a little bit, please.
Can you see it now?
I can. It'll be YFNBC _ Nutlife, NUTLIFE.
And on the left-hand side, who is that a picture of?
That's a picture of the victim, Shannon Jackson.
And is that is this something from what you just referenced, your report of 29 triple delta papa on the left?
Yes, that's the image from my police report.
And without saying what anything said, was there commentary or comments about this?
There was.
And was the general nature of them positive or negative?
I know it doesn't involve the about.
Sustained.
Was this of concern to you when you saw this?
It was for me, yes.
Why?
One, my police report is now being published on social media. And two, again, Mr. Shannon Jackson in this particular case was a victim. So that's concerning because they're insinuating something that I didn't appreciate.
One brief moment. No further questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cross.
May it please the court, Your Honor. Investigator Griffin,
Yes, sir.
good morning. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Good morning.
Good morning. At some point, I may ask you about the interview, the November 2nd interview with my client. Can I
Okay.
bring up a transcript? I don't want you to read it, but if you need to refer to it, I want you to have it.
I
okay?
appreciate that.
Thank you. That approach.
You may.
So,
Investigator Griffin, you spoke to my client 3 times in regards to this incident, correct?
that's correct. I did.
All right. And you viewed him as a victim,
Yes, absolutely he is.
and you still view him as a victim.
I still do.
Okay. And on direct, you said you try to be relatable.
Mhm.
In these interviews that are all recorded, you treated Mr. Stillwell with respect, did you not?
I believe so.
Okay, and I appreciate that. Mr. Stillwell treated you with respect, correct?
Yes, he did.
Okay. You tried to be kind to Mr. Stillwell.
Yes, sir.
I want to talk to you about the facts as you understand them based on your investigation and what Shannon told you in that interview.
Yes, sir.
We're talking about Miss Duncan, Miss Jones, and Shannon Stillwell, who you referred to as Shannon Jackson.
Yes, I apologize if that's not.
No, that's fine. That's fine. In a gray SUV, correct?
I think the color is actually green, but
Green. Okay.
it can be mistaken as gray.
Okay. And what make and model is that car?
It was a Mercury Mountaineer. I don't know the year though.
Okay, that's fine. So they're in a Mercury Mountaineer during this incident.
That's correct.
As you understand it, the lead up to this incident is Mr. Stillwell and Miss Duncan had at that time a 10-month-old daughter together, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And as you understand from your investigation, the plan was for Miss Duncan to come pick up Shannon, and Shannon was to go watch the baby at his grandmother's house, correct?
That is correct.
And his grandmother lives, I don't want to give addresses, but the south of Grant Park.
I don't remember, but if you say that's what it is, I don't
Okay.
remember. I'm sorry.
Couple miles from JJ's Fish.
Yes.
Okay. And so Miss Duncan had asked Miss Jones to drive her to pick up Shannon on Lakewood Avenue.
That is correct.
Okay. And Miss Duncan and Miss Jones are friends or knew each other prior to this incident.
That's also correct.
Okay. And your understanding is Mr. Stillwell did not know Miss Jones prior to this incident.
As he explained it to me, he did not know Mrs. Tiara Jones.
Okay. So Miss Duncan and Miss Jones is driving her green SUV,
That's correct.
and they pick up Shannon at Lakewood, and they decide to stop at JJ's Fish. It was JJ's Chicken and Fish?
I think it's JJ's Chicken and Fish. Is the
JJ's Chicken and Fish at the corner of University and Pryor, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So, and at JJ's Chicken and Fish, you learned from Shannon that he saw Bobby Hardy. I think he referred to him as Smoke.
That's correct.
And I just want to correct you. I think you said Jamal Ward. You meant Jamal Baines, correct?
No. Well,
Oh, it was Jamal Ward.
that's correct.
Also Merle.
Yes.
Okay. At that location,
1192 prior. That's correct.
and he saw them going in and out of a red Camaro.
I think it was in and out of the Chevron, and then back and forth to the car and inside the Chevron.
And he took note of their presence, but he had no interactions with them at all.
That is correct. He did not have any interaction with him.
Okay. And you were able to obtain the surveillance video from the parking lot of the JJ's Chicken and Fish.
That's correct.
And the surveillance video corroborated that information.
That's correct.
Okay. So your understanding, Mr. Stillwell goes into the store, orders food, waits for the food that he's going to take back to his grandmother's house.
That is correct.
Okay. And at some point, the red Camaro leaves, takes a left. Could you do me a favor? Could you put the map up again, please? Thank you, sir. Yeah, no, it's fine. While they're working to help me, on the surveillance video, you also observed a black sedan.
That is correct.
Okay, and it is an older model black sedan.
Mhm.
And this black sedan on the surveillance video, you tell me, was it interacting with the red Camaro?
And interacting in the sense that people got out and going back and forth, I don't recall. I don't think that's what I saw.
Okay. At some point on the surveillance video, and according to the witness statements, that red Camaro, while Mr. Stillwell, Miss Jones, and Miss Duncan are still at the JJ's, takes a left out of the parking lot and goes south on Pryor, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And maybe 20, 30 minutes after that car left, the car driven by Miss Jones, the SUV, the green SUV, takes a right out of the JJ's parking lot to head north on Pryor.
That is correct.
Okay. And this route that's depicted on this map is, what is this outline? What does that depict exactly?
Yes. I'm not sure if you want me to tell you what people told me, but
Well, is that a route that you drove, or is that your understanding of the route that the SUV driven by Miss Jones drove?
no. So this is not the route of the SUV. This would be the route of the red Camaro.
Okay, all right, okay. Thank you for that clarification. So the circuitous route is not the route that the SUV driven by Miss Jones drove?
That is correct. I can
Okay.
show you if you'd like me to, but that is not the route.
Okay. The bottom line is your understanding the SUV was traveling eventually to Mr. Stillwell's grandmother's house?
If I'm not mistaken, I thought it was going to his house. I think they had a disagreement. I could be wrong, but I thought he was going to go to his apartment after they got the food, which is
Okay.
back on the over near Four Seasons. I think that's what I noted in my police report.
Okay. All right. Do you disagree that, and I don't want to talk about specific addresses, but
Okay.
Mr. Jackson gave you, Mr. Stillwell gave you the number of his grandmother,
He did.
and he told you he lived with his grandmother.
If I think on two different occasions, yes, he told me he lived with his grandmother, but another time, he told me he was concerned about getting his house shot up and his grandmother. So I'm not sure if that meant because he lived with his grandmother or if it's two different addresses. But I am of that opinion initially. Yes.
Okay. So your understanding is this SUV is traveling in the direction. Miss Jones is traveling a route that was being dictated to her by Miss Duncan.
That's correct.
Okay. And in this route, suddenly a car speeds up behind this SUV that has Mr. Stillwell in the backseat.
That is correct.
Okay. And the engine's revving.
That's correct.
Okay. And there's high definition lights that led Mr. Stillwell to believe that that was the same car he saw in the parking lot of the JJ's.
That's correct.
Okay. And then immediately, well, almost immediately after speeding up behind, gunshots ring out.
That's also correct.
Okay. And there's about 20 shots fired at the green SUV that Miss Jones, Miss Duncan, and Mr. Stillwell are in from this car that's speeding up behind them.
That is also correct.
That green SUV is hit in the rear. What did you say, the rear lift gate? Is
Like
that-
the rear lift gate. That's correct.
Okay, and also the back windshield was shattered, correct?
That is correct.
And according to Mr. Stillwell, upon being hit, the car starts to roll and flip multiple times.
That's correct.
And of course, sadly, you know through your investigation that the driver of the SUV, Miss Jones, was hit in the face with one of the bullets fired from the car that was speeding up behind them.
That's also correct.
Okay. And she lost control of the car.
She did.
Mr. Stillwell told you when the car finally stopped flipping over multiple times, he couldn't breathe. And Miss Duncan had her injuries, and sadly, Miss Jones was deceased.
That's correct.
Okay. The defects that you observed, you took note of the defects in the car,
I did.
and they were all in the rear.
Yeah, the ones that I took note of, they were all in the rear.
Okay. And that is consistent with the information that Mr. Stillwell gave you.
Yes, it was.
Okay. You collected shell casings,
I think approximately 12.
12 shell casings, and they were all from what kind of gun?
The caliber was a 7.62 caliber.
Okay. And the gun that you found on the scene is not the type of gun that would shoot 7.62 caliber ammunition.
That is correct.
Okay. And there was no other shell casings found on the scene from any other guns.
No other shell casing, just the ones that I mentioned.
There is absolutely no evidence at all that any shots were fired from that green SUV, is there?
No evidence at all.
And you, in fact, not only collected video from the JJ's parking lot, but you also drove the route and looked for, were they city-owned video cameras on the street?
I found out they were owned by the city. That is correct.
Okay, how many different cameras did you find on this?
I'm not certain of the exact number. I might have mentioned it in my police report, but I did take note at that intersection. there was what I thought were security cameras or traffic cameras at that intersection of Milton and Hank Aaron.
Okay, and there's also a traffic light at Milton and Hank Aaron, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so why did you spend your time looking for these surveillance cameras?
Well, again, there was not a lot of people that were willing to tell me what happened or even saw it. So I have to rely on cameras or, of course, the testimony of the witnesses.
Did you view that as an important part of your investigation?
Absolutely.
Did you want to make sure you did collected all video in a timely manner?
Absolutely.
All right, great. Okay, the injuries sustained by the three victims in that green SUV. Miss Duncan, who was in the passenger seat, suffered a fractured leg, correct?
That is correct.
And that was, to be clear, that was from the car accident, the car flipping multiple times, not from gunshots.
That is my understanding. It's from the accident.
Okay. My client, Mr. Stillwell, suffered fractured ribs.
Yes, he did.
Collapsed lung. And when you went to go see him, he had back injuries. The hospital had to actually insert a tube into his back, correct?
Well, I didn't know the last part, but I thank you for telling me that. I knew about the first two injuries.
And those were all from the car flipping over after Miss Jones was shot and lost control of the vehicle.
That is my understanding.
Okay, and then, of course, Miss Jones sadly lost her life.
Yes, sir.
And that was due to a gunshot to her face.
Mm-hmm.
Shot from behind by that vehicle that was speeding up behind the green SUV.
That's correct.
Okay. I think we established that Shannon, prior to this day, did not know Tierra Jones.
That is also correct.
It is true that in this interview, Shannon repeatedly expressed remorse for what happened to Tierra.
Yes, he did.
He never suggested that what happened was okay in any way, shape, or form.
No, he didn't, which is, again, I think that contributes to the reason why he was willing to speak with me.
And in fact, he requested to write a letter of remorse to Tierra Jones's family.
That is also correct.
And he did so.
He did.
Okay. You discussed a series of incidents that had occurred to Shannon in 2015 in this interview, correct?
One in particular, I'm not sure if there was several, but one in particular.
One and then this one.
That is correct.
Okay, so you discussed, he brought it up to you that someone had shot at him at the green store.
Yes, he did.
And a bullet grazed his forehead.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then he in fact told you that people came up to him in a club and said, "You're lucky the gun jammed. Next time it's your ass," correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then, of course, there was this incident.
That's correct.
At the time of this incident, you discussed what was going on with Mr. Stillwell. Mr. Stillwell denied any involvement in the murder of Donovan Thomas, correct?
I don't think I specifically asked him that question. That wouldn't have been the focus of my interview. I think another detective might have asked him that, but I didn't specifically ask him that. That's not something that I was interested in knowing.
Well, at the time of this shooting, you did ask, when you were with the gang investigators, the name Kenneth Copeland or Woody came up, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And the truth is that at the time of this shooting of Tierra Jones, Woody was in custody. He was in federal custody, correct? Well, you might not know where he was, but he was in custody.
That's correct. I did find out later where he was. That is correct.
Okay. And you spoke with Mr. Stillwell about the ongoing beef between Kenneth Copeland, Woody, and Shell Kell.
Yes, I did.
Mr. Stillwell referred to that beef as generational beef between those two individuals, correct?
He did. He did.
He described the situation as they shoot at Woody and his people, Woody shoots back, correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Stillwell was concerned because he felt that people perceived him as Woody's friend.
Yes, that is correct.
And that people were now shooting at him because Woody was in custody and they could not get Woody, correct?
I think I can infer that. I'm not sure if he specifically said that, but I was of the same impression.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you very much, sir.
Sure. Any other defense attorneys with questions for this witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
How you doing, sir?
Can I ask you a couple of questions about your efforts to obtain surveillance
Yes.
from businesses?
Mhm.
I heard you say that at times it has to be done in a timely manner. I think you adopted that statement when asked for you. Is that
That's
fair?
correct.
Can we just talk about your experiences with video surveillance from businesses for a moment?
Okay.
All right. Do they vary how long the images remain on the hard drive or in the cloud, depending upon the type of system that the business uses?
They do. It depends on the system. Some systems actually are just live feeds, so they're not actually recording. And other devices, of course, will hold it for maybe 1 or 2 days. So it all depends on the actual system and the storage that they have available.
Do you ever see some businesses hold it for more than 1 or 2 days?
Not often, but on occasion, yes. But again, it just depends on their system and the amount of storage that they have available.
Okay. If a surveillance video system holds it for 2 days, let's say,
Mhm.
okay? So if it's today and tomorrow, well, let's do it this way. Yesterday and today,
Okay.
okay? So if you run out today, you can get possibly yesterday's and today's is what I hear you saying. Is that?
More than likely, that's correct.
All right. Now let's say tomorrow comes, the 17th day of October 2024.
Mhm.
Does the first day drop off and then you can get today and tomorrow? Is that how the systems work in your opinion?
That, in my opinion and in my experience, yes. So it will override the one that is the oldest. And so that means that the next one should be available.
So it kind of just makes room. It purges the oldest, makes room for the newest and however long it's being kept for.
In my experience, that's correct.
Of course. All right. I want to thank you so much. Oh, did you ever see one where it saves for 2 days or it's preserved for 2 days, the images on the surveillance camera, and then at the end of that 2 days, it's just all gone, then another 2 days? Or is it always the purge?
In my experience, it just purged.
Okay. I want to thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
All right. Any other defense attorneys questions? No. Any redirect?
Very brief, Your Honor.
All right.
Investigator Griffin.
Yes, sir.
Cross-examination, you were asked about a prior incident involving Mr. Stillwell at the Green Store.
Yes, sir.
Did he ever talk to you about who was involved in shooting at him there?
I believe he gave a nickname. But I came to later discover who that might possibly be.
And did they have any connection with the individuals that you took out arrest warrants with in this case?
Initially, no. But the other individual that I believe was responsible.
Your Honor, can the jurors be reminded, unless you don't think so, about the same instruction?
Sure. So whatever's about to be said, if it came from Mr. Stillwell, and I don't know if it did or not, can only be considered as to Mr. Stillwell and as to count one.
You may continue, sir.
Yeah, I do want to correct myself. I don't want to insinuate that it came from Mr. Stillwell, but a nickname came up. The nickname, would you like me to provide the nickname?
You may.
The nickname that came.
If it came from Mr. Stillwell, I have no objection, but if it came from another source, I believe that would be hearsay.
Your Honor, I understand. Let me ask you this. Do you remember when it was asked about somebody ran into Mr. Stillwell at a nightclub and made a comment?
That's correct.
Where was that nightclub?
I think it's the compound, if I'm not mistaken.
Who was it that made that comment to him? That he told you, that Mr. Stillwell told you?
He used the nickname of Stewie.
And was that Stewie a nickname that came up in this investigation?
Later on, it did. Yes, that's correct.
And what was, from your investigation, did that Stewie ever appear on any of his social media?
Yes, he did.
And was that individual, who were they associated with on social media?
The individuals that I pointed to earlier. So there's pictures with Mr. Kelvin Watts and Mr. Lewis.
And in your conversations with Mr. Stillwell, did If Gang ever get brought up?
Well, my conversation with him, no.
Did your investigation that ever come up?
Yes, my investigation, yes, it did.
And in relation to surveillance videos, have you had a lot of surveillance video systems that have came up in cases that you've worked?
Yes.
And on cross, you were asked about how they're saved or how long they are retained. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Do the surveillance systems and their retention policies that you've encountered in homicides you've worked, are they all the same, or are they different systems and policies?
Well, I want to reiterate, my scope is very limited in terms of my experience with dealing with camera systems. Just in the cases that I've worked, they all vary based on, depending on the actual system in place.
Thank you, Investigator Griffin. No further questions.
Thank you.
Can you read across? All right. Thank you for your time, and you are excused. Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Investigator Kilgore.
Sorry, this disconnected. Come on up, please stand.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? I do. That's it. State and spell your first and last name for the court's now to. Yes, it's Investigator Jennings Kilgore. It's JENNINGS KILGORE.
Good morning, Investigator Kilgore. How are you?
Good morning. Wonderful. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Would you tell the jury where it is that you currently work?
Yes, I'm currently employed with the Atlanta Police Department Crime Lab. I've been there for going on 32 years. I've been in the lab for about 18.
All right. What do you do at the Atlanta Police Department Crime Lab?
We run the NIBIN system. So NIBIN is the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network.
Now, what does the NIBIN system do, that National Integrated Ballistics
Integrated Network.
Integrated Network?
So it is a conglomerate of currently 370 computer systems throughout the country. What we do is we take test-fired cartridge cases from crime guns and also cartridge cases from crime scenes, and we put those in the system, and it's an HD 3D imaging system that scans those, and then it searches a database to see if it can find any matches or similarities.
Okay. Now, when you say it takes these cartridge cases and takes a scan of it, a 3D scan of it.
Yes.
This machine, do you have to be trained to use it, or is it something that I could walk in off the street and do?
Yes, the basic training on it is a 40-hour course. And then to be able to view the results, it's another 40-hour course after that.
How much training have you had to hold the position that you hold now?
I've been doing it for 18 years. You know, once you get the initial training from there, it's more of an apprenticeship. And the more you do, the more you learn.
All right. When you say that cartridge casings and firearms evidence comes into the lab, would you please tell the jury from the time that a piece of evidence is picked up on a crime scene to the time that it goes to the lab, what happens?
We get, say, a firearm. We'll get a firearm from our property unit. We'll bring it upstairs. We'll enter the information in our computer system. And then we'll take that and take the gun into, we have a shoot tank. And we'll fire the gun twice.
Did you say a shoot tank or?
It's a shoot tank. It's a 600-gallon water tank that we can fire the gun into. So we'll shoot it in that, and then we'll collect the cartridge cases, and then we'll take those cartridge cases and put them on the kniving system.
Why are you shooting firearms into a tank of water? What does that do?
Well, it enables us to collect the cartridge cases, but we don't have to go somewhere to a range to do it. We can do it in-house. And then we're also able to collect the bullets if we need them to hold those.
And once you do that, once you shoot or fire the firearm into the shoot tank, what happens with that piece of evidence?
Once we've entered it into NIBIN and we've completed it, we'll do a report on it, and we'll take it back down to our property unit, and they'll keep it for safe storage.
Would you explain to the jury what it is that is being compared or looked at when a piece of evidence is put into the NIBIN system?
Yes, the NIBIN system has a complex algorithm that takes multi-factors into account. It takes the caliber of the cartridge case, it takes the diameter of the primer, it takes the diameter of the firing pin impression, and also there's fine microscopic markings on it, striations, so that appear when it takes the pictures. There'll be a light color and a dark color. So it takes that all into account, assigns it a value, and then it sends that information to the data concentrator. And that's where the computer searches to see if it can find other cartridge cases that are similar to that.
So if the machine is doing the work, what is it that you're doing as the NIBIN technician or the director of the NIBIN Center?
Once the results come back, then we have to go back and physically look at the images to see if we also see what the computer saw, see if there's a potential match.
Okay. Now, how many pieces of evidence have you scanned or have you entered into NIBIN during your time with the Atlanta Police Department?
I've done just over 24,000 cartridge cases.
And how many firearms have you scanned or test fired?
Just over 8,000.
Are you the only person who works within the NIBIN lab at the Atlanta Police Department?
No, we currently have 7 people doing it.
All right. And are you over the 7 or 6 people?
I'm not over them, but I'm the senior technician.
Okay. When you talk about individual striations, when you talk about those characteristics on the firearms evidence, would you explain in more detail what it is that's leaving those impressions on that piece of evidence?
Yes, when a firearm is manufactured, the manufacturing marks leave impressions and stuff on the metal. And then when the firearm is fired, that imprint is left on the cartridge case.
Okay.
Bullets are the same with the barrel, but with the NIBIN system, we only deal with the cartridge cases.
Okay. Now, are you able to scan unfired projectiles into NIBIN?
No, we cannot do anything with projectiles. It's only cartridge cases.
And are the NIBIN pieces of evidence that you scan, is your computer system connected to other networks so that you can see if there's a hit on other networks, or is it just the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, we currently scan the southeast region of the United States.
Okay.
And eventually it will be nationwide.
Now, when you scan it, and you have the piece of evidence already in NIBIN that you scanned, what happens if someone in a different region scans a piece of evidence years, decades later that might be a potential hit?
Well, that's the thing with the NIBIN system, is once it goes in there, it's always in there. So if something were to happen several years down the road and somebody entered that evidence, it would search against it and see if there's a potential lead.
Are you notified when that happens?
I am not.
So how is it that law enforcement is made aware of those occurrences?
The computer system is operated by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms.
Mhm.
So they have a report called a NEST report
Okay.
that can be pulled by them, and it tells with a particular case number anything that's linked to that, no matter what jurisdiction.
And alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, is that ATF?
Yes, that's the Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms.
During 2015, were you also working your capacity with the NIBIN
Yes, I was.
department? And did you have an occasion to scan firearms evidence from various scenes that were brought to your attention by the Atlanta Police Department gang unit?
Yes.
Did you work on those scenes and those pieces of evidence alone, or were you working in conjunction with the ATF?
I was working those alone when they came in, and then I think the ATF came and got the evidence from property, or one of our investigators would come get it.
Now, would you tell the jury, once NIBIN, the computer system, once it says, hey, there's a potential match, what is it looking at and comparing whatever you just scanned into?
It's looking at those parameters that I described earlier, the caliber, the diameters, the light and dark from the striations. That's what it looks at, and it assigns it a value, and then it searches for something similar to that value.
And what values exist that allow you to say, this is worthy of looking at it or not?
What we'll do is we'll see if there's any similarities between the two. And when I say similarities, that means there's enough of them to warrant further microscopic examination by a firearms examiner under a comparison microscope.
What is enough of them? What is it that you're looking for?
Well, when the striations match up, it's like putting a puzzle together. You can just see how the striations line up, and they're very similar. So once we see that, then we'll do the report and notify the investigators that there's a potential lead between these two.
Does NIBIN produce multiple matches to a single piece of evidence?
It can, if there's multiple crimes, it can, link the cartridge case that's put in to other crimes that have already been entered.
Now, when I'm talking about multiple matches, my question has to do with, does it link one particular piece of evidence that you put in to potentially two different types of evidence from other crime scenes? Does that question make sense?
No. So if we put a 9mm in, it will search to see other 9mm.
Okay.
It would not search against a 40 or a 223 or a 7.62. It only will search to that caliber.
I'm going to first pass along and make certain that we have just one moment, Your Honor. During the time that you did do the NIBIN comparisons in 2015 for the Atlanta Police Department gang unit, did you find were there any potential matches?
Yes.
Do you know overall how many pieces of evidence that you tested during that time?
I don't have a complete number. There were in excess of 20 or 30 cases.
20 or 30 shell casings?
No, some of the cases would have 50, 60, 70 cartridge cases on them.
And
but I'm talking about individual crime scene cases.
And when you say 50, 60, 70 shell casings, do you have to scan each shell casing from a scene?
No, one of the things we do is that we triage the cartridge cases. So if I were to get a big bag of cartridge cases in, say 20 cartridge cases, the first thing I'm going to do is separate it by caliber. The second thing I'll do is take that particular caliber and then look at the firing pin impression. There's different guns have different firing pin impressions. Could be circular, could be elliptical, could look like a teardrop. So then we'll separate it by whatever firing pin impression. And then we'll look at those and see if we see any similarities. And then we'll group those as similar cartridge cases. And then we'll take one of those examples and put it on the system.
Okay. And did you receive items of evidence from a case number 15008-3128?
I'm not showing that in my stack of reports.
Okay. I'm going to show you what we have marked as State's Exhibit 588 Yankee. And I'm going to show it to defense. As well as 577 Yankee. This is not happening.
All right, all right, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have absolutely no idea what they're doing. None whatsoever. Keeping it a secret. But we do know that Matthews is up. So Matthews fan club is in the building. We also know that D. Williams is up there and that young black guy. We don't even know who he is, but they done got everybody in here. Everybody getting a chance to shine now. And my camera's frozen. Go figure.
I was going to say, we cannot see you.
My camera's frozen. What is that? What is going on with that craziness? I can't see me dancing to my dance moves, man. What's up with that? It's a conspiracy.
You better turn on that side camera.
I'm going to turn on. Thank you so much for the rescue. Let me get that guy queued up. What's up with that?
There,
right.
There he is.
There we go. Oh, it did it unfreeze? There we
Yeah,
go.
it unfroze.
Oh, it unfroze. What's going on? How are you, Mandy?
I'm doing a lot better.
There we go. See, your presence unfroze my camera. There we go. That's what it was. That's what it was. That's what I needed. I needed that Mandy. I have no idea what's going on. Now, I will admit, This gentleman, they've had better witnesses. This one is a useful witness. I think the brother before was a useful witness. That was a very interesting story, a lot of good insight. Those are useful. I think most of us just have a horrible, I don't want to say gunshot, but a lot of us are just really burned from yesterday with all those crazy witnesses that we're almost not really willing to accept these guys. But these ones haven't been that bad. What do you think?
Can I just be 100% with you?
Hey, you know what? We're 100% here. Everybody drop 100 in the chat. If we can be 100%, we're going to be on it. I know you about
The
to.
week especially has been very boring. That's just me being 100.
No, there's no argument, no dismay here at all.
It's been very boring to me.
All
But
right.
I like the drama that comes with it, though. I like the defense attorneys coming at people. I like the sizzle and the roast.
No,
I like to smell the roast cooking.
But see, I
haven't
feel like
smelled
there's
it
been a
lately.
lot of sizzle, but there hasn't been any steak. Like nothing really has moved. Like we get people getting told off. Like, for example, Brown getting told off this morning. But for what reason, though? There was no real reason for it.
Right.
There was no steak there. I feel like there was a lot of sizzle, lots of smoke, but there was no fire in my opinion.
Right, Sassy. I'm living for this, but it's like the last week. I've been struggling to stay alive.
No, we need to stay alive. Wait, look, we need to stay alive. Okay. But I agree with you. I'll give you that. It's been a little bit
slow. Let's say slow.
It's been a little slow, but I hate to say it again. I feel like this is by design. I think they're doing this on purpose. I think there's intentionality behind how poorly this case is run to bore the jury into submission. Oh wait, they're back. Let's go. Where's Adrian Love just popping up in here?
Oh yeah, she's been back for about 5 or 10 minutes now.
Right, but I'm saying like,
you should have
where's
seen
she been
the
all
chat.
morning?
The chat was like, "Oh no, she's back."
All
I
right.
gotta say, she looks nice today, though.
Okay. This onion on the grill before the steak. There we go. Yeah, see, man, the people want you to stay alive.
Well, thank you.
We're pro staying alive here.
And Investigator Kilgore, would you tell the jury when evidence is collected from a crime scene and more than one type of shell casing is collected at that crime scene, how does the NIBIN system distinguish a crime scene with multiple different types of evidence?
But when we enter it into the NIBIN system, we'll enter it under the main case number. And then as under that, there'll be subsets. So if you got a 9mm, a 9mm would be entered, a 40 would be entered, a 223 would be entered. So it would all be entered underneath that particular case number. And then they're all associated with that one case.
And if, for instance, a 40 caliber shell casing collected from one crime scene produces a hit to a crime scene in Buckhead, and a 223 shell casing from that same crime scene produces a hit to a crime scene in South Fulton, will you get both of those hits on NIBIN?
Yes, when we read the results from when we enter the cartridge cases, each one would produce its own lead.
And is that what you were talking about when you talked about the subgrouping or the sub report? What is that happening? What's happening at that point?
Well, so each cartridge case that you put in is searched against the database for that cartridge case. So then when the results come back, each cartridge case, even though they're under the same set, will come back with its own result because they've all searched their own caliber subset.
Okay.
So it separates it out like that.
All right. Now, in order to produce a report, what does the NIBIN technician or the investigator have to have done? Is that the person who would have test fired and looked at the cartridge casings after NIBIN has said, yes, there's a hit?
Yes.
Or something
So
different?
once we, like for a firearm, once we fire the gun, we'll take the cartridge cases, put them on NIBIN. We'll get the results back from NIBIN. And then at that point, we would generate a report stating that this was entered into NIBIN.
And if, for instance, on the sheet listing the information about the incident, there are two different names. For instance, you have on one incident number, Supervisor U, for instance. And on another one, you have Jay Jenkins, but you're the one that authored the report. What does that mean?
Well, if you're talking about a NIBIN lead report, so the NIBIN lead report, when you print it out, that's separate from our crime lab report. The NIBIN lead report is going to have both exhibits. So one exhibit will be whichever one, say if I put it in, and then the other exhibit will list whoever put that one in.
Okay.
Because like I said, we have 7 people working in the lab, so anybody could have put something in. But it's when you come back and do the correlations, if you're the one that finds the lead, then you're the one that prints out the report.
All right. And when you're looking at correlations, are you looking at the evidence under any kind of microscope?
No, we're looking at the computer screen with the side-by-side images.
All right. And in order, for instance, to get an exact match, do you send the leads out to the GBI or to the ATF for further testing?
Yes, because everything we do is preliminary until it's examined by a firearms examiner under a comparison microscope.
Okay.
It's preliminary at that point.
All right. Did you do a report involving incident 15118? And Your Honor, may Mr. Atkins approach to set up the easel behind the witness? Thank you. 15118. One 554.
Yes.
Okay. And what type of evidence were you looking at when you generated that report?
We received a Diamondback .223 caliber pistol, serial number DB-1804561, and 14 .223 cartridges.
All right. Now, was that Diamondback pistol recovered on the 118th day of 2015?
Yes.
And do you know anything about where it was recovered?
I do not.
All right. Do you know anything about particular people who may be enlisted in the incident report?
I do not. We have a listed suspect of unknown when we received it.
Okay. Is that for any particular reason?
If at the time we don't have a suspect or there's not one listed, then we do not add one.
When you entered that Diamondback .223 pistol and the 14 .223 cartridges, when you looked at that in NIBIN, was there any hit produced?
Yes, we had 2 potential leads on that one.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to object, but I don't think that there's been a foundation laid that he is the person that actually viewed or conducted the analysis. So I'd like either some clarity on that, but if he is not, then I would object because it would be hearsay.
Okay, you want to lay a foundation?
Yes.
And also confrontation clause if he was not the one.
Yes, I would. Investigator Kilgore, did you hear the objection that was just made?
Yes.
All right. Now, regarding your actual work in this particular instance, would you tell the jury what it is that you did with the evidence that was collected and brought to the crime lab?
With the firearm or with the lead part of it?
With the firearm and with the lead part.
All right, with the firearm, we brought it up to the lab, processed it, fired it into the water tank.
And when you say we, who is it that you're
Well,
talking
when I'm saying we as the lab.
Okay.
So I brought it up there, fired it in the water tank, and then entered it onto the NIBIN system. Once the results came back, I viewed the correlation results and was able to look at it and see enough similar characteristics with other crimes to warrant further investigation by a firearms examiner.
All right. And so based on the objection that you just heard, was it you then who did that comparison once it was scanned into and produced a hit on Niven?
Yes.
All right. So did that particular firearm produce any particular hits to any particular case numbers?
I am not showing that I get a lead on that particular case.
Okay. All right. Did you also examine a firearm from incident 15127-0278?
I did.
Now, were you the person who did that comparison or examination after the Niven supercomputer produced a hit?
I was.
All right. Did that particular piece of evidence produce a hit to any particular incident number?
Yes, that one produced 3 potential leads.
All right. Would you please tell the jury the incident numbers that that particular piece of evidence produced leads for?
Yes, the first one was 14273-1889.
The ones in 2015.
The firearm that we're talking about, the first one was from 2014.
Okay.
14273-1889. The second one was 15027-2672. And the third one was 15118-0462.
All right. Once the Niven hit is made, do you do anything as it relates to beyond sending it out for further investigation or further examination?
We notify the investigators involved with the case, and then it's sent out to the GBI.
All right. Did you examine evidence from a 15184? And I apologize, let me ask you this. When you're doing your examination, do you assign a unique lab number for the APD firearms lab?
Yes, our crime lab generates its own number. So, and ours, it will start off with APD, then dash, then the year that we created it, and then it will have its own 5-digit number after that.
And the APD lab number for the incident 15127-0278, what was that lab number?
That was APD 2015-01555.
Okay. And what about the APD lab number for incident number 15118-1554?
That was APD-2015-01560.
Okay. Now turning to incident number 15184. (3239). Did you examine or did you look at evidence collected from that incident?
I did. We received a Taurus 9mm pistol, serial number TAW58741, 11 9mm cartridges and a magazine.
And what was the lab number assigned to that?
APD-2015-02043.
Did that particular evidence produce any hits that you were able to correlate?
I do not see one on my list.
All right. Looking at case number, incident number 15274-0150.
Yes.
Did you receive evidence from that incident number?
Yes, we received a Smith & Wesson 40 pistol, serial number VJJ9110, 940 cartridges in a magazine, and a Romarm 7.62 by 39 millimeter rifle, serial number AO-1820-82RO, and 22 7.62 by 39 millimeter cartridges.
726.
What's that?
72639.
7.62 by 39 millimeter cartridges and one magazine.
Okay. Do you have any way of knowing or recalling when it was that you received the evidence from 15274-0150?
We received it at the lab on October 8th, 2015.
And does the incident number correlate with the date of October 1st, 2015?
I would have to consult the Julian calendar, but the Julian date for this one was 2/7/4, so it would be right around that time.
Okay. And did that particular NIBIN scan produce any hits?
I do not see any.
Okay. Did you also look at evidence?
There's a new poll.
From
Please make sure you answer the new
15,
poll.
This is APD incident number 151180462.
Yes, we received 6 223 cartridge cases and 28 7.62 by 39 millimeter cartridge cases.
And were those all from one scene or from different scenes?
From one scene.
All right. Did the cartridge casings from 151180462 come in around, when did you all receive those cartridge casings in the lab?
We received those on May the 12th, 2015.
And does the incident report number correspond with an incident date of April 28th, 2015 or thereabouts?
Yes, that Julian date is 1/18, so it would be right around that time period.
All right. Did that particular incident number get any NIBIN hits?
Yes, that one created 2 NIBIN leads.
All right. Would you tell the jury the case numbers associated with the NIBIN leads that this particular evidence generated?
First one.
I'm actually going to object to his testifying to that. That would be hearsay. If he's simply reading information that was provided to him, that would be hearsay, and I would object to it.
Do you want to respond? Yes, ma'am. My response is that Investigator Kilgore is the person who operated the NIBIN equipment. He is the person qualified, and he is the person who's been trained to read results that are put out from this system and to look for particular correlations on the actual results, and that he alone is interpreting what he is looking at to determine whether there is viability to the results such that he should send it off somewhere else. So it's not hearsay, it's.
Do you want to have him qualified?
Yes, we'll qualify Investigator Kilgore.
And let me also say that we've not received a business records certification for the records that are produced by the.
It hadn't been admitted or even tendered. So,
Well, if he's reading from those records, they would have to be admitted. Although again,
no, that's not true.
well, I would object to any information that's on those records being testified to. They are hearsay, and if there are documents or from a document that is created in the regular course of business, there would need to be either a custodian of records or a certification, neither of which has been provided.
That is incorrect. Do you want to have him qualified as an expert?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
All right.
In NIBIN and the operation of the NIBIN equipment that he has been trained and experienced to deal with.
All right. Any objection?
Judge, under 901, there is a notice requirement with respect to the business record certification.
All right, we're not talking about a business record certification right now.
Okay.
There's been nothing offered about that. So he's so qualified and may testify as
I would
such.
object to his being qualified as an expert in the field that was just tendered.
Okay, I need you to talk a little more into the mic, and I'm sorry, you asked for objection before. So you do have objection to his qualification
I do.
as an expert?
Yes.
Do you want to voir dire him?
Sure.
All right.
And Your Honor, we've also had other hearings. If you want to voir dire him out.
I don't recall him being qualified previously.
He was. We had a Dougherty hearing.
Oh, on this witness?
Yes.
Okay, well then he is qualified.
Well, if they can present that, I'd be happy to withdraw my objection, but I don't
All
have any
right, you know
recollection.
what? Why don't we break for lunch? It's lunchtime anyway. We need to sort out a couple of other things as well. Jurors, I'm going to ask y'all to come back at 1:30.
All right, for the jury.
And Your Honor, if I could clean the record, if I could just clean.
Hang on just a sec.
Yeah. I'm checking. I think we should all.
Okay, yes, sir.
Judge, I was just going to clean the record. If I said 901, I meant 90211, notice under business records.
Okay, but nobody's offering something as a certified business record. So I think we might be getting ahead of ourselves a little bit.
And Your Honor, I'm the one that actually examined this witness during the Dougherty hearing.
All right, so do you have anything you can point us to for like a date or an order or anything like that?
Yes, that's what I was actually having our team do.
Okay.
And just to be clear, if I don't recall him being qualified previously. If he has been, and we do have an order, because we've got orders on everything. I just don't have my binder to those. So if he has been so qualified, then obviously I would withdraw my objection in regards to
Okay.
that.
All right, and then what all did we need to sort out about, well, we can excuse the witness for now. We'll see you back at 1:30, please.
Thank you.
So what we were looking at, Your Honor, was our witness.
This is going to be interesting. Let's see where they go with this.
What we were looking at were the reports that Investigator Kilgore just talked about and the entries. It's called a cartridge case image comparison exhibit information.
Okay.
That is generated when.
And are those your 588Y and 577Y?
Yes, and
Okay.
since
Which
there
one's
were-
which?
So 587Y is the report
I thought you said five. Is there also a 577 or did I just?
You didn't make it up. There he is.
Okay.
Yes, and the 577Y is the cartridge case image comparison exhibit information for incident number.
587Y is his report for all of these or just for a particular one?
The way it works is when they get an incident report and case information or evidence from that incident report, it's specific to a particular report.
Okay.
So this particular one, 587, is for incident report number 151180462.
Okay.
And for the court's edification, I'm not going to do it while the witness is on the stand. This is for the April 28th shooting at Adele.
Okay.
You know, and Mr. Atkins has been so kind as to find the order for the dog.
Okay.
So he's going to email it to counsel for the defense and to the court. I'm sorry, Mr. Brown found it. and
Okay,
they're
so
sending to
it is an
everybody.
order that says, what's the date? And just tell us what it says.
The date is January 10th, 2023.
Okay.
And the order says, order permitting expert testimony from Investigator J. Kilgore pursuant to OCGA 24/7/702.
And qualifying him as an expert in NIBIN and
specifically qualifying him scrolling kind of fast, as an expert, to not an expert, but specifically.
Okay. All right, so when we go back on the record, you'll withdraw that objection? All right. So that settles that one issue. All right, now with regard to whether the couple of documents that y'all approached the bench about were, I guess, tagged as documents that were going to, exhibits that were going to be used with this witness, has anybody been able to figure that out yet?
I think that they were.
In part.
Okay.
So we received an email with a list of witnesses and the purported exhibits to go along with that particular witness back on August the 9th.
Okay.
They contained a number of documents, some of which I see Miss Love to have in her possession, but one of specifically the report, Mr. Kilgore's report, was not included amongst those, and I presume there's more than one.
Okay, and like when you say report, it sounds like maybe there's a different report for each.
Sure.
So there's, I can show the report. And I'm not going to give them matching ones, I'll just give you the examples.
Okay. And is there some particular report that was not included?
Yes, what Ms. Love is holding in her left hand is the report indicating, if I'm correct, that Mr. Kilgore is a person who, I guess, entered. That is correct.
I examined it after the evidence was entered into my
Sure, that report.
Uh-huh.
That report's not included amongst the, and I don't know if there's more than one to go along with each individual case number.
Any reports like this?
You know what? I'm not going to say we didn't get it in discovery. What I'm saying is that in regards to
It wasn't specifically pointed out.
in August, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
And I'm not, again, full candor. We do have some. I see, for example, some colored a NIBIN chart and so forth that Ms. Love has. We have those. Those came in August, but that report that you have in front of you and any that are like it are not included.
And was this?
So that is the report.
All this says is they were entered into the database.
By that individual, by Mrs. James Kilgore.
Okay, well, he can testify to that without the report. So I don't see that it really matters whether, I mean, I also don't know why you would need to actually have this admitted into evidence either.
Right.
If we're hearing the testimony anyway.
Certainly, just to be clear, that my my request to approach was that she had some documents that she looked to be intended to introduce, and that those documents simply didn't look familiar to me. And so before we got into them, we wanted to take a look and see if we had been served with them.
If you want to, now that we're on the lunch break, and you've seen them all, if you want to ask the witness before he gets back on the stand about any of them, but if it's nothing more than a report that says I'm the one that entered this into the NIBIN computer, then it may be that you still want to object to those being admitted into evidence because you didn't get notification, but.
We've got over the lunch break. I'm happy to take a look at the documents that Ms. Love has.
Okay.
And see if we have any objection to them. I suspect we may not. That appears to be, I'm not sure, that appears to be the only type of document that we weren't served with most recently, but I'll take a look.
Okay, and when y'all walked up, she had in her hand kind of a chart, a comparison chart. Is there any issue about that, or did she just happen to have that in her hand at the time?
I think she just had that in her hand.
Okay.
I think we got that in.
All right, so y'all will get together and sort out.
Make sure we're on the
if
same
there's-
page with the documents.
All right, that sounds good. Anything else we need to think about before we break for lunch?
Not at this time.
Okay. I did want to ask one question. So there was one thing that he had put in there and then it didn't come back as matching to anything. Are we going to have, I mean, that seems not relevant. Are we going to have much more of that?
So the one that didn't come back from his scan, not the ATF, was the firearms that were collected from Mr. Arnold and Mr. Kendrick on October the 1st, which they just heard about. And I thought it pertinent that they know.
Okay, but there's not going to be a whole lot of other, and this had no match to anything.
No, the fact that I wanted.
Yeah, I understand for that one. Okay.
Right, and so I was actually, and thank you for you reminded me that I thought that was an issue. There were actually 3 of them that
Are
I
you
made.
going to have him testify to the other 2 that didn't come back as matches? And if so, is there relevance to that?
Yes, so the incident report, because they are incidents that we have other information about.
We're going to have IT come at lunch and try to sort out why our sound is messing up.
So sick of IT.
So the
They're making me
incident
sleepy.
reports that I have him talking about are incident reports that the jury has heard information about.
Okay.
And even if there's not, and I think like Mr. Adams said, there may be only about 3.
Okay, just to say they did all of it, they followed up or whatever. Okay, that's fine.
So my position would be the relevance.
Okay, well, I think on that, given that there has been suggestion that APD only did what they wanted to do and for particular results, I would overrule a relevance objection. Okay, whose phone offered the unsolicited math facts? Okay, so I assume you must have your setting on where you don't have to say, hey Siri, or push it, it just listens at all times?
Yeah.
Oh, he said serious and it thought it was.
Phone picked up the, yes, sir.
Okay, well, hopefully that won't happen again. All right.
Can I ask you?
Yes. And everybody else can break for their lunch.
Can I ask a question,
Yeah.
a substantive question? I'm not so sure all these projectiles, shell casings have ever been introduced into evidence. I'm trying to check to make sure, but if they're not, then this witness is testifying as to doing work on an item that we don't see what he's looking at. So I'm voicing that objection. And I want to give everyone over the break because if they're all in evidence, then he can identify it. But all he's doing is saying, I looked at a report number and here's what I do without saying, yeah, this is the projectile or not projectile. The,
shell casing.
yes, sir. Yes. Yes, Your Honor. That's my objection.
The jury has seen photographs of each of the crime scenes that we're talking about. So I don't know if the objection is that we want to see the physical piece of evidence, but the jury has the information to know which crime scene. That's why we put that information in.
It's really not the objection. It's not a photograph. It's the item. He, meaning this witness, said, you get the item, you run it through this NIBIN,
Mhm.
and then you have to visually support it with his expertise.
Mhm.
A photograph, you can't do that. My objection is, and it's best evidence rule,
You're
because
looking
of
for
chain of
the
custody.
actual shell case.
Exactly. If it's not in evidence, I don't know. There seems to be a break.
Well, whether it's in evidence or not, is there a chain of custody objection or?
Custody, and he has no idea. He's reading a report. There's no evidence before him that he looked at to say, yes, I checked this out. I verified this. He's just saying it came back for NIBIN, and then I'm looking at another report and it had a hit in another case.
Okay, with regard to chain of custody,
so Your Honor,
I would imagine if he hasn't, he can, if the questions are posed, establish that whichever one he is testing that's, crime incident report XYZ, how he got that and that came from. So given that objection, you need to establish that.
And we did also with the crime scene technicians, if the court will remember, that was another reason we put them up, because they each testified as to what they collected.
Right,
And
so
what they
as
did
long
with
as he says, and I got it from whatever.
Okay.
Then I think that would satisfy chain of custody. But you seem to be making a second objection as well, that unless the actual shell casing is admitted into evidence, nothing he testifies to can be testified to.
I'm not so sure we're talking about the same item. He's saying a report.
Okay, well, I'm going to overrule that.
Can I have a continuing objection
You
and
may.
make sure that, and I heard what you ordered, so I'm sure it'll be done, but that this witness actually said, yes, I received the evidence from this scene on this date and I looked at it. Yes, that would be my objection. Otherwise, he's just reading reports, and that's what I'm
Well,
objecting.
I think chain of custody needs to be established as to each of them, given that objection. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
See y'all at 1:30. Yes.
All right, let's see what happens. What happens up in here? All right. That was kind of interesting. I don't know if I agree with Brother Steele's argument. Did y'all agree with him? I felt like that wasn't necessary because it did kind of sound like he's saying we got to have the physical shell casing. You can't do a study on it and report and then bring it back and we read the report. It did sound like he said like the physical actual shell casing needs to be evidence, which seems, I don't know. Wait. Are you kidding? Are you talking to me? I just don't get it. Okay, you agree with him. Okay. Oh, hey. He was pages starting to something. He's right. Okay. And maybe I wasn't paying full attention to it. Maybe that's it. But okay, if this were the shell casing, if this is the shell casing, and we already have a witness do the NIBIN, Jimmy Jam, and the Terry Lewis, right? And he gives us a report. So this is the report on the study of this shell casing. If I have to now give it to Brian Steele for him to do another study and another report, wouldn't that just create like a conflict? Like, well, my expert said this, that, and other. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't see what the purpose of that is. I'm lost. I'm not a lawyer. You agree with Steele. Okay. Rules of evidence. Okay. That
Hey,
thing's
everybody,
coming
thank
back.
you so
Let's
much
get
for
that
watching
off
our
there.
coverage of the Young Thug trial.
Gotcha this time, Joker. All right. While firearms examiners, by the way, Miss Love Disappointed Father, Matt Rose, shout out to you for becoming a member. Thank you so much. And what does he say? He says, while firearms examiners claim to be able to match a bullet or cartridge case to a specific gun, studies show that they can't reliably do so. Okay. 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 And that's fair. So my question then is, knowing that they're doing NIBIN tracing, I hope I'm saying that right, NIBIN tracing that you disagree with, if you know they're going to be doing NIBIN tracing and you know that it is very possible that, as Disappointed Father says here, that the NIBIN tracing isn't reliable, why are you not just going ahead and that should be something that I would think that Brian would have already asked for, those shell casings, the report, to have his expert look at it, so on and so forth. I'm thinking, but well, okay, so did they not already do that though? That's my point. It seems like they're trying to do it now. And again, not trying to be difficult. We don't know what the man is testing. Okay, all right. Not logical as presented. Okay. I'll accept that, y'all. Okay, thank you. Okay, appreciate it. Hey, it's okay. I'm I'm not sensitive like that. I'm good. Okay. Hey, look, this is our first time having something that might be considered some real bona fide. They tested something, so on and so forth, that we've been going over. So, what happens to the shell casing when they get done? So we find shell casings. Here's my shell casing. We find shell casing. Maybe I'll use this. This is my shell casing. So we find shell casing on the ground. I send it to the lab. The lab tests the shell casing, and they say this shell casing is very similar to this shell casing. So these are similar shell casings from the same lot, or fired from the same bullet. What happens? Okay, and they do a report. So here's the report. By the way, shout out to Rap on Trial, very good book. So they do the report that tells you that these two shell casings are similar. Look like they've been fired from the same gun. What happened? And then this report goes to the DA's office. So that goes to the DA's office. So I guess the question is, what happens to these shell casings once they're done with the testing them? And I guess that's where we're all kind of, it looks like that's what most of you all are saying, is that this shell casing. So now, if Mo and I are opposing counsel, where's Mo at? Here we use Disappointed Father. It's similar to fingerprints as well, I believe, but don't quote me. Okay, we'll use Disappointed Father as is opposing counsel. Matt Rose and I are opposing counsel. So I work for the DA's office of Dear World Christian Nation, right? So I got this report, and I'm like, Matt Rose's client is guilty. Matt Rose, I guess, if I'm understanding this correctly, I'm hearing y'all correctly, wants to test these out as well. So my expert tested these and said, this bullet that we found at the crime scene is similar to this bullet that we found at another crime scene. So therefore, they were both fired through the same gun. So, whatever. But, okay, and hear me. Is chain of custody the same? Once I've tested it, what needs to happen to these bullets, these casings? What happens to them? Is that what we're arguing about? Because I don't know. I didn't know. I guess I thought they just got rid of them. I guess. I don't know. I never thought about that. I've never thought about it. Chain. I see what you did there. Chain of custody. Chain of fools. All right. Yeah, and I was thinking maybe I might have not fell asleep, but maybe I wasn't paying full attention. I'm working on a thumbnail over here. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. But now I'm just kind of intrigued because I'm asking the question. Oh, you're right. You're right. Thank you, Captain. How was that guy saying it? Pow pow. What was he saying? Instead of saying Papa Papa, what was Atkins saying? Paw paw or something? It just sounded weird. It's it's Papa Papa. Okay. You're right. He's not saying bullets. They are saying shell casings. You're correct. I apologize for that. Oh, there we go. Problem solved. They lost the bullets. They lost the shell casings in the computer hack. That was it. The cyber attack. The cyber attack ate my bullet casings. That's what happened. There you go. Problem solved. We fixed it. David Traylor has resolved the problem. Now, okay. I guess I never thought about this, man. Y'all are crushing it over here. All right. Let's see. So after the evidence has been tested, so we sent the evidence off to the lab, the NIBIN lab or whatever. They tested it. And then it comes back and stays in evidence room. Interesting. Okay. I think, yeah, I didn't get Adam's argument because I'm like, wait, hold on. Are we trying to say this guy's not qualified now? Because I thought she gave a pretty, again, give love her props. I thought she did due diligence in the beginning to ask how did he become certified and qualified to speak on NIBIN. He's been doing it for like 22 years, and you got so many hours of testing. Then you got to do apprenticeship for so many hours. I heard him say that, so I didn't understand why Adams was challenging the man's ability to speak on the matter. Okay, so it is a matter of my expert versus your expert. So back to the point that I was asking then, shouldn't they have already done this? This should have been something that Brian Steele, because it doesn't look like it was an ambush. It looks like they knew that they were going to be bringing this guy up here to talk about this. And so it doesn't sound like they've had an expert third party or independently verify what the report says, that yes, this bullet in the casing was shot from this gun. It doesn't look like they've done that. So I don't know how they're going to resolve that issue. I probably so, man. There's going to be so, man. If this case ended today, I could only imagine the amount of motions that Brian Steele has already saved up and is already going to, push through the, email off or whatever like that. I can imagine the amount of motions he already has ready. So the ones that he's going to still yet to write are probably wild. Okay. So did they not already do that? Because then in my mind, thank you, Teresa, and everybody that's commented on this. In my mind, they should have already been testing these. So they should already know that yes, these striations and they match, 98.2 or 90. I don't know what the rating is, but they should have already tested them independently themselves. So they both have their experts. I got expert John, you got expert Mike, and they both say similar things, or they say something different to add that reasonable doubt factor. I don't get it. So if they're back in the lab, not back in the lab, if they're back at the police station, Brian still act like they don't have, like, where should they be? So question, with Brian Steele's argument about they should be entered into evidence, where should they be? Should they be like in a bag on the table? I saw Law and Order one time and the guy dumps out all these bullets on the table and it's all grandiose and demonstrative. Is that where it's supposed to be? Where is it supposed to be in order to match what these people are asking, what he's asking for? Because I don't know if I agree. Maybe it's not that I don't agree. Maybe I just don't understand what Brian is asking for, because it does seem like it might be a little bit much. Previously qualified during this case or in the past? I don't know how long ago. She said he was qualified when the case started, because she just read that it was like January 2023. So he was qualified as a witness then, so I don't know if he's lost his qualifications. It was funny though. They did leave that column. There was a casing found. It was a bullet, a projectile was found in the colander, but I think they got it out of there. I don't think they left it in there. They are brought to court. Okay, cool. So if they're brought to court, will the defense have access to them to test them? Or should the defense have already tested them? Maybe that's a better question. DWC, after the report, the evidence goes to the department that keeps the evidence, like a storage room. Okay, there we go. That room has got to be humongous though, man. Can you imagine some of the stuff that's in there? Yeah, Paul. I don't remember how he was saying it. It was just weird. The word is Papa Papa. So if you ever are using military alphabet, since we know that Christian Atkins was in the Army, you just look up Army alphabet. It is slightly different than the Marine alphabet, slightly different than other branches of military. If you just look up Army alphabet, and you can see there's like usually charts and stuff like that, and it is Papa. I have no idea what he was saying, but it was clearly traumatizing everybody else in the chat, just like it was traumatizing me. I had it pulled up. I was actually looking at it like, because he was in the Army. I don't know how to pronounce it like he was saying it, but it was actually traumatizing everybody. Okay, now I gotta go pull it back up. Now I gotta go find it. I'm not gonna do that. Yes, I am, because I'm petty like that. All right. All right, let's go back up and find out where he was. I'm working on my next all right, where is this where he's talking? Okay, here he comes. Pull it.
So, Mr. Atkins, signal when you're getting to that part. Mr. Brown, make sure you give me your example. Okay.
I'm going to publish the next exhibit, but ask you a question. What did you do with the shell casings you collected? Are they a fair and accurate depiction of the crime scene photographs for this incident?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 1 through 3, triple delta papa, and 5 through 24, triple delta papa.
He looks confused. Look at his face. He's like, what's a papa? Look at his face. Papa. He's like, what is papa? What is papa? Okay. All right. So that's what he's saying. He said, papa. It's papa. Just stop it. Papa. Papa. All right. Let's leave him alone. I like Atkins. And, give or take whatever a papa is, I like him. Okay, so a lot of people are still commenting about the evidence. So apparently, I don't know why I never thought about it. I don't ever plan on being more involved in a case, intimately involved in a police case, right? Or this kind of trial. The casings were tested after you bring them to court and let Hilton empty each envelope one by one. Oh my gosh, no, that would be crazy. That would be crazy. Thank you so much, Garen. In a sealed evidence bag at the expert. I promise you, I've never thought about this. I've never considered And so he is, and I can see the chain of command, I guess, but I can also see where some of you all are coming from with your questioning on it. So I can respect that. Got respect for that. No question there. No question. Papa. I've never watched Cold Case. No. They've solved 20-year-old cases by a re-examination of saved evidence. Shout out. I guess I never thought about it though. I never thought about like what happens to evidence when it's when they're done with a case, or when a case has been solved, or a case is a cold case. Never thought about it. Okay, well, and so Gail, when I did, and I've thought that, but if you look up like let's go with marine alphabet. So I pulled up, let me just, and maybe it could be, it might be just a slight variation, but I've pulled up marine alphabet because I like using it. I like using these every now and then. They're kind of fun. But there are certain words that they don't use. All right, so this is the marine alphabet right here. Let me just pull it up a little bit closer. All right, so I'm gonna use the phonetic alphabet right here for the Marines. I want to say, and let me pull up on another screen, let me pull up the Army alphabet, because that's what I used earlier. I just pulled up Army alphabet, and I want to say they have different words. And if I'm wrong, then I will accept that. And it might be different. Yeah, I'm looking at it. And maybe they're just because they're labeled different branches of military. Maybe they are the same. Because I'm looking here at this one that I pulled up. And again, not saying that this is right or wrong, that I've got to trust me, I would not have a mastery of this at all. But I'm looking at the phonetic spelling, the phonetic alphabet for the Army, and it is very similar. It is the same one. So, okay, there you go. Problem solved. But guess what? Neither of them say papa. So, needless to say, I think we all can agree papa doesn't look right. Doesn't sound right. And don't you dare try to say it's a Southern thing, because that has nothing to do with us. Don't you try to blame that on us. No, no, ma'am, no, sir. We are not going to accept that. We would say papa in a second. So papa doesn't work. Yeah, I wonder why they have them listed as different branches of military when they are the same things. Okay. This was not a exhaustive search by any means or measures. So shout out to you. Thank you so much, Gales. Thank you. I do want to say thank you to everyone who's tapped in. We got better than 550 y'all that are tapped in at the moment, and lots of you all hit that like button and jumped into the best live chat on the internet. Thank you so very much for doing so. I appreciate you. So if you are just tapping in, you're like, hey, what did I miss for the day? There hasn't been a lot of fireworks. There were fireworks in like the first 30 minutes with Attorney Brown getting a little bit of chastisement from Judge Whitaker, and Judge Whitaker having a little bit of a hot mic moment. And let me bring that video in so we can investigate the hot mic moment together. But she had some Darth Gaither moments, mumbling under her breath with the microphone on, that kind of got out there. Lots of people heard that. And so let me pull that back in. But besides that, though, nothing else really exciting today. It's been a little bit dry. Somebody said it was going to be boring, and I had to say, I really was hoping that we would get one of those speed date type of days, but it didn't. Excuse me. I thought we were going to get another speed date type of day. It didn't happen like that. Did not happen like that. Let's see if y'all catch this. If this is share this video over here. All right. Make sure you go check it out. This is from earlier today. Here it comes. Here it comes. Let's go. Just in case you missed it. This is probably the hottest mic. This is the hottest moment of the day so far.
To rule on.
7. They're organized by how they will be published, but I can go through.
What are they going to be? 2, 3, 5, 31. What else?
Sure. There are 2, 3, 5, 31, 9, 10, 21, 29, 12, 27, 26.
It's crazy.
19, and 23.
Okay. Let me put those in an actual order that makes sense. Give me a second.
Did she just say horrible?
To rule on.
I think she just said horrible. Oh my gosh. It's too early in the morning for this. All right. So as y'all heard, yeah, she was having a hot mic moment. You know, Judge Whitaker had her hot mic moment. And that was actually the highlight of the morning. As you saw my clock, I mean, that was like 9:18 this morning. So we've been kind of little low key since then. But that has been most of the morning. Trying to pull in anything else exciting that's happened. Not much after that. Not much beyond that, actually. But I appreciate it. Let's see what we got over here. Okay, so, oh my gosh, your name is Pawpaw. Oh, Captain Papa. It sounds like he's trying to say papaya. That's what it is. That's what it sounds like. He's trying to say papaya. Okay, Captain Papa. This is my question, though. Shouldn't they have already done that, though? Now, that is definitely on the defense. If they want to test it, they should have done that a long time ago. I mean, it just seemed like that would have been, because that's what they would definitely say. Well, we would definitely say to the state, they've had it for so long. They knew this guy was coming back in January 2023. And we're literally knocking on January 2025 coming. So they've had better than 2 years. They could have and should have tested that, I think. Not to just run roughshod or disagree to be disagreeable, but shouldn't they have done that? I think so. All right, what am I missing here? Let me check. All right. Checking in with management. You know, every now and then we gotta make sure nobody's sent us anything that we need to look at on screen. Got new glasses coming today. Or tomorrow, rather. Sorry, they're coming tomorrow. Papa. Oh, we're golden. Okay. All right. Oh, I understand and I'm not even military. I totally understand the use of the alphabet. So I understand Sierra Foxtrot. Totally get that. I understand that. Now, I have never heard it pronounced Papa pronounced like that. But I think we all just wanted something fun to laugh at this morning. I don't know if Christian Atkins is just dialed into the best live chat. Maybe he's in the live chat and he's like, you know what? Let me give Dear World Christians live chat something fun to talk about today. I'm gonna use Papa, and maybe that's it. And maybe I'm gonna go with that. That's what I'm gonna go with based upon information and belief that Christian Atkins was only just trying to bless us with a little bit of laughter, a little bit of comedy today, since he knows we're all just like, we're all just kind of tired of this. So he's like, you know what? Let me help him out. Keep him dialed in. I'm gonna say Papa. And what was it? Quadruple Delta. Like, what in the world, man? Dude, give some numbers in that joint. Give numbers a chance, man. Numbers matter too. Expert syllable counter. I know you are. Yo, and yeah, that noise in there, I have no idea. Look, I have no idea what's wrong with the audio system inside of One Charlie. And it's crazy. It is crazy. And that tapping sound, lots of you all were commenting on it. That is wild. I have no idea what's going on with that tapping sound. But she's, Judge Whitaker said they're gonna come in there and look at it today. Matter of fact, let me see if they let me make sure I pull this back in. Judge Whitaker said they're gonna bring it, they're gonna look at it, and I'm like, okay, they've been look at this. I mean, you took off a whole 2 days one time in order for them to look at it. So I'm gonna go on a limb and say they ain't doing nothing else but saying papa. I I did not see it. Nicole Coffee Breaks. I heard about it, but I did not see it. I see he did a Woody been on Woody gonna be in this doggone social media. I don't know if he was on social media like this beforehand, but he said, look, I'm gonna be up in the social media for real now. Okay, sorry, just reading the email. All right, let's see what we got here. Oh, I was gonna pull up the Woody video. That's what I was talking about. I was talking about it, and I was gonna just like jump in and pull it up, and didn't do it. Wow. Okay, where did it go? I saw it. I just didn't. Oh, I didn't realize it was 50 minutes long. Interesting. Yeah, I'll drop it in the chat. I have not looked at it. I don't know what the language is like, but it might be something you want to look into, and maybe I'll look into it. Here's Woody's video I thought was going to be interesting, but I didn't realize how long it was. I saw like a snippet, but the whole thing is extremely long. All right. So yeah, he's just doing an interview.
My preacher, I seen everybody that I thought loved me switch up, and my preacher he didn't hold nothing against me from my past. I made a lot of stupid choices. Every time I needed him, he was there. He came to visit me in jail. He spoke on me on my behalf when I was being sentenced in federal court. And when I got out of jail, I ain't had no money. He man came to pick me up every morning when he had work.
Yeah.
And took me with him. And if it was cutting grass, cutting down trees, or picking up trash, he was doing it, put money in my pocket. We was going to church, praying, and he was just spending the time with me. Life, man, life.
All right, so let me bring this back. Big screen. All right. So that, shout out to Woody, man. Check this out. I dropped the link in here. This one looks like it could be interesting because on Woody's channel. Hey, shout out to Woody, got his own bug at the bottom of his screen. Like he got his own little logo. Hey, shout out to him. I love it, man. I'm looking at this like that's kind of creative. I ain't mad. Let me tell you who's mad at you. Not me. I ain't mad at you at all. Shout out to you, Woody. That's what's up. But yeah, check this out. Apparently he makes some, he explains his life very well. Again, I saw a clip of it that really was intriguing. He talks about what he's going to say to Young Thug here. It was pretty engaging as well. So yeah, check it out. I think it'll be good, and maybe we'll do like a members only discussion on it or something like that. Maybe we'll do that. Yeah, he's gonna end up getting his pastor caught up in Rico, man. Don't talk about it like that, man. Come on. All right, let's see. Yeah, look. Oh, and somebody did mention, and I think this makes sense then. Let me see. Where did I see it? Shout out to David Trailer said, if it's not submitted to act. Okay, here it is. Okay, this makes sense then. Thank you so much. And I appreciate everybody who's been trying to help me understand this. Let me finish this up. Unless I completely misunderstood him, Steele is claiming the casings were not submitted into evidence. Okay, so they didn't have access to test them. Okay, now if that is the case, then that makes sense. And then back to that being a problem on the state. I got you. Okay. And Captain Paul agrees. It has to be turned over to them to be able to be tested. Okay. I apologize. If I missed that, then that's what I don't think them watching the chat. I don't think I'm that important. I would love to believe that. Matter of fact, I can self-delude myself to believe that, but I don't think they actually are. But I do think Christian Atkins is in this live chat, and he was just giving us a papa to give us something to laugh about this morning. That's my truth. I'm gonna live on that. I'm staying on that. Let me hear what else Woody got to say. This was kind of interesting. Let's go.
I seen how serious life can be.
Right.
I woke up with 2 choices that nobody ever want to face.
And that's what I tell people every day. You got a choice.
Yeah, and you don't. We take the things that matter for granted.
Right.
It's a blessing to wake up in good shape, be able to move around, do what you want to do, eat. And man, I just seen so much happen in life, man. But my preacher not, holding that against me, not judging me, encouraging me, praying for me, and just, knowing that God been with me every step of the way.
That's hard. It's a preacher in the community, Mechanicsville?
Yes.
Okay.
I was raised under him when I wasn't being hard-headed and stupid.
Yeah.
Even I always go to church.
So you grew up in the church as a kid?
I did. This preacher been knowing me all my life.
Wow.
Yes.
So mom and dad were both big on the church, or that was something you did on your own?
My
going
dad,
to church?
my dad died in 2001.
Okay.
My mom, she didn't go to church, but she was a part of the, the church community.
The church community.
Yeah. But on Sundays we get on the church bus and we gotta go to church.
Right.
Even though I didn't like going to church when I was younger.
Yeah.
She made her go. My grandma too.
So the Woody that.
Okay. All right. You know what? I'm gonna leave it like that. Y'all know how I feel about people attending church. So maybe we'll talk about that. Maybe we'll make this like a little. Maybe I'll do a little discussion. Maybe we'll do a live reaction to it, because that's all a little bit that I saw. And I did see a part where he addresses Young Thug. So that might be. I might be interested in doing a reaction to this. So don't be surprised if you see a members only live chat about this. Where's this video? I'm gonna drop the link right here for you, Greg. Hopefully I got the right video. Let me double check. So it's on Woody's channel. Shout out to Woody, got his own. Yo, I'm still bugging about the fact that Woody's got his own. If you see down here at the bottom, I call this the bug or a crawler. Like I have my crawler crawling across the bottom. But Woody's got his own logo, man. Shout out. That's dope, man. I love it. Shout out to Woody. Clearly he got some people helping him out now. All right. So anyway, Greg. You got it already? No. You're gonna take this link, man. I'm gonna put this link on here. There you go. I do want to kind of check it out now. So hey, Just Ani, how are you? And this is a great friend I've been following on Twitter. And look, I am a churchman. I believe in church attendance. I believe that being a part of a local congregation of men and women and families that have been called out of the world to gather to worship God in the community and fellowship, usually on a Sunday. Most of the time inside here in America is inside of a building, but those buildings, and just because you're part of a group of people doesn't make you the church. The building is not the church. I am a member of the church universal because I am a member of the body of Christ. So I do believe that people should go to a fellowship and a gathering place, but the onus is on the person, whether or not he or she is a part of the body of Christ. So just because you go to a building on a Sunday, and you sit in a pew or in a chair or on the floor, and you hear somebody give a speech or a lecture or a sermon, that does not mean that you are a member of the church. That means you went to a building and maybe you got a really good message. And my goodness, in the morning, it might have made you consider not doing crimes or not doing the bad things that you're doing. When the smoke clears, when everything's done, said and done, are you in Christ? Have you recognized that you are a sinner? Have you recognized and are you aware of the fact that apart from the sacrificial life, death, burial, and resurrection of Christ, you are without any hope? Because if you have any hope apart from Christ, then you don't have hope at all. But if your recognition is that nothing in my hands I bring, only to the cross I cling, then you, my friend, are more than likely a part of the body of Christ. And you can say that you are a member of the church. So going to the building on Sunday, that's just perfunctory. So yeah, that building is called a church, and yeah, I got you, but I am a part of the church universal because I am in Christ. So I'm glad that Woody is going to I've heard good things about his pastor before. Matter of fact, I wouldn't mind talking to Woody about this pastor that he's mentioned, because actually when I talked to him face to face, he mentioned his pastor. So you know what, the guy's probably an A1 type of guy. And I would love to know what this pastor's done to help other young men in that Mechanicsville area, because it does sound like, in my novel understanding, that he has done things to help Woody. I mean, I hear Woody talk about this. And again, a lot of the stuff we know about Woody is his past. And we don't know a lot about, and we're trying to learn about some of his now modern, what's today? The 16th of October, 2024, not the 16th of October, 2014, 2015, 2018. Those are different. And then granted, he still got to pay for some of them sins. A lot of that stuff, those crimes that he did, them crimes, I did these crimes. Those are what they are. But I think we all can agree, in 10 years, there's been a lot of maturing of Dear Woke Christian in 10 years. 20 years, oh my goodness, it's a night and day change. So that's my point. I would like to know a little bit more about his pastor. I talked to him. So that's my point, just on it. Thank you so much for popping in today and being a member. Thank you. Yes, it is on YouTube. Hopefully I answered your question. And if not, then hey, I have a conversation about, I have no problem with that. There we go. Okay, real quick, I just want to jump back in onto the shell casing discussion. Defense will prove that the chain of custody is faulty. Y'all are getting me to understand what you're saying. I never thought about it. I admit, my name is Jason. I never thought about the chain of command or the chain of custody, or what happens to evidence after they've already tested. I never thought about that. So thank y'all. I appreciate y'all. Y'all helping your boy out. Y'all helping Dear Woke Christian out. You know what? If you help Dear Woke Christian out, understand this. Do me a favor. Hit that like button. That will help me. That's your way of taking ownership for helping me understand it. So I kind of see it. Yeah, y'all helping me out over here. I don't even know what this statement is. I just saw two words in here. Takes more than just going to church, but he's better off at church than Club Crucial. I saw Club Crucial in your answer, and it made me laugh. For all his past misdeeds, I'm rooting for Woody. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm rooting for Woody. I'm rooting for Sledge. I'm rooting for these guys because I know the environment that they were raised in, because I taught down there. I've lived here in Atlanta for 30 plus years. I can tell you unequivocally, Atlanta is a beast that will eat you up too. Okay. It doesn't come across like that to a lot of people from the outside, but Atlanta will eat you up. And a lot of these people have been eaten up. they've been nibbled on by Atlanta for real. So when the smoke clears, I want these guys to do well. I want Woody to be successful. I want Woody to get out of Atlanta. I want him to go to somewhere where nobody knows his name, and I want him to do great things. Take his family and go do something else. I want Antonio Sledge to not go to jail. He, I honestly am sad to hear what they're trying to do to that guy. It makes me sad, even almost more sad than what they're doing to Thug and them. I'm like, this dude clearly is trying his best. Does he have all of the things in order? Does he dot all of his I's and cross all his T's? Absolutely not. Does he have people around him that are dotting their I's and crossing their T's? And I feel bad for that brother. I really do. But I want him to get out of this foolishness. I want him to get out of this mess with the whole getting his probation revoked and that stuff. I want that dude to go away, get out of Atlanta, go to Savannah, go to Augusta, go to Columbus, go to Birmingham. Just get away from the streets that know your name and go do something else with your life. And same thing for Quandarius. I don't want to see brothers struggle, especially now that they maybe they did some dumb boneheaded stuff when they were kids. Because don't forget, this is almost 10 years ago for these guys. Now, granted, I want them to do better for their lives. I want them to do better for their families. I want them to do better for their kids, their baby mamas or wives. Prayerfully they're married and they're struggling through this. I don't want to see that. But I hate that this case is the mall that just keeps nibbling on them. I would, bro, I don't have a clue what I would do if every day for the rest of my life I had to worry about something stupid that I did when I was in stupid land 10, 15, 20 years ago. I have no idea, man. That would just, I don't know. So I feel, whenever you hear me talk about Woody, I know he's a scoundrel. I know Sledge is a scoundrel. I know Quandarius is a scoundrel. But going back to my Christian understanding, Paul said, and such were some of you. But you were bought with a price. You were saved from said activities. So I'm not looking at them like, oh, I could never do it. Let me tell you something, my guy. Let me tell you something. I'm not looking down on them. I'm actually looking at them with empathy because I realize that I could look. I don't want y'all talking about stupid stuff I did. I don't want it. I don't want it. Now, my stupid stuff ain't as bad as these people. I wouldn't be in court over it. But let me just tell you the truth. I don't want to be a part of it at all. So I'd feel bad for them. So whenever I'm talking about Woody or Sledge or Bean, these guys like this, I do realize these guys is hood dudes. These are street guys. I got you. But many of us were probably in those same spots. Some of us had some pretty checkered past. You know what I'm saying? And look, I wouldn't want to hold that. Look, I don't want you holding that against me. If I done paid my price, I done paid my debt to society, I want that stuff out of I want that stuff as far as the East is from the West for me. If Jason going this way, I want that thing over in that way. I don't want it. So that's why I feel bad for them. And now again, they might be, look, I'm trying to always, as I said, I try to default to trying to be a little bit gracious to people because I want you to be gracious toward me. Just like I didn't understand about the chain of custody. I appreciate y'all in the chat breaking it down to me, helping me understand that and such like that. That makes sense to me. I didn't know that before. So I don't want you coming off the top rope. Like, hey, look, I don't understand it. I admit I'm a pre-K law student. I know nothing. So the fact that y'all are like, yo, Jason, let me help you understand this. And Captain Papa, and the such like that, y'all been gracious. That's what I'm saying. I want to be gracious to Woody, just like y'all were gracious toward me, and y'all didn't come off the top rope on me. That's why I try my best to try to, even sometimes to a fault. I'm laughing because I be getting some emails from some of y'all. Y'all don't be giving it me out work in the chat, which I do appreciate, by the way. Y'all let me okay, I'm gonna bring this comment in a second. I appreciate y'all not giving me that business in the chat, right? But some of y'all be sending me them emails and direct messages after the fact, and I appreciate it. I appreciate it nonetheless. So that's what I try to do with street dudes like this. Let me real quick. Doe 334. I like that. Doe 334. I got you. I agree with you. You are correct. But I am going to still challenge you. You don't have look. If you want me to, I could preach a sermon right here, and you could say, "Hey, dear old Christian, preach a word to me." You could do that, but you know the problem with that is, Doe 334. I don't know your life. I don't know what you're dealing with. You don't know my life. You don't know what I'm dealing with. But my pastor does. So my pastors come to my house. My pastors come, my pastor's kids and my kids are all relatively the same age. I've gone to his home. And all of this stuff like that. So Joel knows me. I can call Joel right now. Joel has been in my live chat. So my pastor knows me. So he knows when I'm up to no good or whatever like that. I'm going to fellowship dinner tonight after I get done with the live stream. He's asked me, like, so tell me about this case. Like, explain this to me. So I know that there's that little bit more interaction. Doe 334 is why I'm going to tell you that yes, sure, you could do online church. Sure, you could, but that's not going to be the best way to do it. The best way to do it is have somebody that's in your life that you can interact with and you can interact with them. Because if my pastor was a low down, dirty, rotten scoundrel, I would see it. And vice versa. He can see I'm a low down, dirty, rotten scoundrel. If Lady Dear Old Christian sees that I'm acting a fool and I'm not listening when she's admonishing me to stop acting a fool, she can call Joel. She can call. I have brothers also that she can communicate with and say, hey, Jason's acting a fool. So there's a little bit more to it. And that's why I always say now in the event in time when we can't go to church, we can't go and gather, that's going to be a whole nother game. The underground church in China, the underground church in Zimbabwe or Nicaragua, that's a whole nother game. But for us here in America, we can still go to church whenever we want to. I think we should go to church. Now, if you say that all pastors are low down, dirty, rotten scoundrels, I'm going to say that's not true. That's not. Now, are they flawed sinners just like you and me? Absolutely. Do they got problems? Do they got things they struggle through? No question, no doubt. But on the same note, though, if you say every pastor in my area is a low down, rotten, dirty scoundrel, I'm going to say that is worth you traveling outside of your area to go find somewhere, a church that's not like that. It's worth it. It's well worth it. Once a week, twice a week, travel an hour to go to church. You would travel that far to go to Six Flags. You travel that far to go to the Mall of America. Then therefore, once a week to travel an hour to go to a good church where you have a pastor that you know is properly shepherding you and giving you God's word. I'm sorry. And a fellowship of people that are also all in fellowship with one another, seeking and helping one another grow and caring for your family and such like that. There is absolutely, positively no way in the world, with my mother being 74 years old, shout out to my mom. Her birthday was this past Sunday. The fellowship that she has with the older people at my church is amazing. The love and care that matter of fact, when we were at church on Sunday, watching all of these people that she has her own little network of people that love my mom, that care for my mom, that take care of her, and watching them come and bring her birthday cards because her birthday was this Sunday. Bro, come on. Absolutely. So sure, could she do church at home? Unequivocally. Sure she could. It'd be a lot easier. She just stay home, right? But the fellowship and the communion that they have, communication, nah, I'm sorry. Even if my mom couldn't get to church, I'm gonna try my best to get her there. And I guarantee you her shepherding elder would make sure that if she couldn't get there, that they would get there to her. So it's worth it. That relationship stuff is well worth it. That's it. So that's all I'm gonna say, man. And if you disagree or you have other questions, you don't have to disagree. If you have other questions, I'll gladly talk about it because I believe that it's important on this journey to be with people who are equal-minded, like-minded, wanting to desire to grow in Christ and his word and ultimately see the fruition and the fruit in our lives. I want to see my daughters marry good men that will take good care of them and go. They ain't got to go too far. Don't go too far from me, but go down the street around the corner a little bit and build their own little families. And I can go by check on them and they can come by and check on me and my wife as we get older. Man, come on. I want that. I want that to happen. So yeah, that's my little midday lunchtime caveat. And I apologize. I see lots of good comments about we're still going around about the evidence thing as well. You know what, man? Y'all are really. I would love to talk to Woody's pastor. I would, because again, Woody has said some things about him that makes me think that the guy is probably a really good dude. I think that you know what. I know if I tell we watch YouTube to remind me, we watch YouTube is not going to remind me. They're going to remind me. So I'm just putting it out there. I might do that. I think that would be good. See, and yeah, I think I've said that. I hope I didn't sound like you. Now, if you do something that is criminal and you still got to pay that debt and you in prison, that's fine. Christ will forgive you, but you might still be in prison. That don't change the consequences of your actions. If we're saying that about Woody, then I think I agree. Sorry about that. Yeah, Atlanta. Look, just like every city is its own Gotham, right? It's got its good, it's got its bad, and there's some bad here in Atlanta that a lot of people don't realize. I mean, when people were really hyping up Atlanta, welcome to Atlanta where the players play, everybody was just like, oh, is this so great? Well, there's some great here. Sure. There's some wonderfulness. Absolutely. But my goodness, in the morning, there's some not so great. There's some not so wonderful here in Atlanta. But guess what? That same thing in Chicago and Miami and Tampa and Washington and DC. Good gracious. Pretty much every major city in California. It's just there's a element to it. I call it the streets, but there's a streets to it that you just got to be aware of and be like, yo, this is an area that you need to find your way out of than just hanging around in. But I digress. They all got stuck in the Atlanta system. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I think I would love to look up and see Woody. I only want to know, matter of fact, truth be told, but it would be great to know, like with Antonio Sledge and them, and they could just get out of Atlanta, go somewhere where nobody knows your name and the streets don't know your name, and stay out of the streets and don't let nobody know your name, but just go away. Like, just get Atlanta's just something different. Like, go to Raleigh, go to Chattanooga or something. I don't know. Just you can stay in the South. Jackson, Mississippi, probably they might not even have cell phone coverage out there. Don't get at me, Jacksonville people, Jackson, Mississippi people. Don't get at me. I'm just messing around. All right. Lots of good conversation here. I appreciate y'all so much. I appreciate y'all. And I apologize if I'm skipping on. I'm just trying to make sure I look through real quick through the comments. Lots of excellent commentary. I appreciate y'all. Let me see. That's my mom, Grammy party. Where is she today? My mom is, y'all, my mom loves working for the election. So, Georgia, we started early voting 2 days ago. So she's actually at the polling, I don't say polling place. Yeah, polling place. She's a poll watcher. So my mom, she loves doing that. So like man, I would be picking her up. Trust me. If she couldn't drive, I'd be picking her up to take her because she wants to do that stuff. She loves doing that. So I need to actually make sure I check on her before the day is out. I'll see her tonight. I'll see her tonight at church. What am I thinking? See, that's why I said I can't tell we watch YouTube. I knew it. I knew it was coming. I knew it. So yeah, man, appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all so much. That's true. I don't think Woody could go anywhere that people would not actually know who Woody is. That's fair. That's fair. But you got my point. Like, but apparently he has a little team. I mean, his video quality is improving significantly. So he might have a little team, preferably they're helping him move in the right direction, out of the street game, more into the the social media commentator game, but stay out of the streets. There go my brother Antonio. What is up? Because of notoriety and the image is why they stay loyal to their environment. Man, Antonio, shout out to Antonio, y'all. This brother is I'm waiting for him. He and I are gonna have a conversation. If you remember a couple weeks ago, he came on the channel and he is he's had a checkered past. Okay, I think we can all agree to that. But he spent time in jail and he got out of jail. And I just love his testimony because he said, I can go back to the street game and and the monetary advancement that comes with that, or I can try to live a righteous life and get out of the street game. And so he made a decision to get out of the street game. And when that brother said he took a job at Chipotle for $8.25 or something like that, and now he is an entrepreneur. He owns trucks. I think he owns 2, if I remember correctly. And he man, look, his story it's the story I want to hear for Sledge. Antonio, his name's Antonio. Antonio Sledge story. I want to be like Antonio's because this brother's really turned it around. So I'm praying for that end. Hopefully I can get Antonio. Hopefully I can get him in Atlanta after he's had a health event, but hopefully I can get him in here in Atlanta. We can sit down, break some bread, and have a good conversation. Because I think that'll be a great conversation for sure. Hey, y'all big enough that people can hide in Texas. Zipper. Look, all the hood brothers can go to Texas. There's somewhere you can hide in Texas. Why that state so big, man? Why y'all big like that? Look, I agree 100%. Everybody can hide in Texas. I got a brother in Texas right now, and he hiding in Texas own self. Shout out to James. Oh, y'all got wait. We got enough violence in Jackson. We don't need any more. That's fair. That's fair. I don't want them. Hey, look, I don't want them to come do violence. I want them to come and get out of trouble. That's what I want. I don't want them to come doing violence. If they're doing violence, then they don't need to go anywhere. They need to go to jail. But if they're just trying to get their lives right and trying to run away from the streets, here's Antonio. What does it say? So you are right. You have to change location to have a shot at change and being around the right people. I agree 100%, my friend. Now, I do see a little bit of movement in the background, so I'm just going to put this, I'm going to keep an eye on it. What we got here? Yeah, see, lots of people are cheering. Hey, look, whether he's done right or wrong in the past, I think a lot of people right now in 2024, October 16th at 1:30 p.m. are rooting for Woody. I think that level of rooting for should push him to make some, again, might be some major decisions like getting out of Atlanta, leaving the metro, going to, somewhere where fewer people know his name, Plano, Texas or whatever. But I think it would be good. I hope he does. If nothing else, I hope he just fights to get out of the streets and makes good decisions. Because it seemed like everything I've seen seemed like he's trying. Whether or not they're exactly pound for pound what I would do, that's not the issue. That's not the issue. What I would do, I think is what's the right thing that Woody should do, and therefore. So yeah, definitely. And if you're wondering, we were looking at Woody did a video on his YouTube channel. Shout out to Woody's YouTube channel. I dropped the link in the chat. Check it out. It's a pretty interesting interview. I think I'm gonna do a reaction to it and talk about it. And like folk talking about they rooting for Woody. Like, come on. And yeah, Antonio, let's make that happen too, by the way. I know we did talk in email. When you get an opportunity, let's schedule a time. Of course, on your time. Antonio. I think it'd be great to have a conversation with him. And okay, I'm sorry. Reading through here. And at the current moment, we're dialing in. I appreciate everybody getting back in from lunch. If you have not already, do me a favor. Hit that like button. Go on and hit it. It's not going to hurt you. It's not going to hit you back. I promise. I'm waiting for him. I'm waiting for him, Tina. I got the screen up. You see me? Trying to producer Jason trying to get better at it. He's trying his best. Oh, really? Okay. Thank you, Laura. Okay. Well, now we know. East Texas. Okay. Texas is big enough for people to hide. I'm telling you. That's all I know. Most certainly, Antonio, for sure. I mean, Georgia you can hide in Georgia. We got some hiding places here. We got a couple places you can hide out. I'm sorry. We got a couple places to hide out here in Georgia. I'm looking for a place to hide. Well, I'm not gonna hide until the girls go off to college and leave. Once they go off and leave, then I'll go hide because then they can't find me and my wife. I already told them I said, I ain't giving you out. I'm taking your keys from you, and then you have to call and I'll meet you at the Quick Trip or something. And y'all know I'm lying. Y'all know good and well. Them rascals will be able to come right on back over here. Now, my brother lives in Dallas. And I'll tell y'all, Dallas, Texas, man, that's a beautiful place. I mean, it looks extremely, extremely new. When you look at some of the other places, she hasn't turned us. What y'all doing to her? What are y'all doing to her? Why she look like that? I like Dallas, by the way. Okay, let's go. Is it muted? Did I mute it? I muted.
He's not here. I actually think Mr. Adams and Ms.
I'm back up a little smidgen. Sorry about that, y'all. Okay. I was a little bit, somehow or another, I put it on mute. Sorry about that, y'all. But it's really hard to get it right on the money. Here
Who
it comes.
was it that had Mr. Matthews, was it you that was going to get together on the?
No.
No. Who was it?
Was it?
I don't even
Mr.
remember.
Adams?
Whomever had the issue with.
I think it
Okay.
was Mr. Adams.
Mr. Adams, were you able to get with,
And Your Honor,
he's not here.
I actually think Mr. Adams and Ms. Love are
Working
speaking
on
about
it
that
now?
very
Okay,
issue.
that's great. However, we need to, I guess, get the witness and the jury back in soon. So
Yes,
can
Your
you
Honor.
step out and see if they're finished?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I do think it's funny. It does look like everybody's abandoned the state. There's literally just Adkins there. Like, where did Love go? Where did Hilton go? Brown? There's nobody up there but just Adkins. It does look like they abandoned the guy. Bless his heart. He's trying, though. He's trying.
Else anybody needs to bring up in the meantime? Okay. All right. Well, we'll just recess in place for a few minutes and give them a chance to get finished with that.
Gemini, don't call me out like that. You can't look. Gemini, I ain't put anybody in 0-second timeout in a couple of days. Don't make me do that to you. Don't make me do that. Don't call me out like that. Don't be telling people what I'm doing over here. What we got here? All right. Love out there digging up them casings. Yo, the bad thing is that everybody, you see, this is what I don't think, in my opinion, the state is doing themselves a favor. I don't think the state is doing a good job. They should try to have as few witnesses as possible. And these should be high value witnesses. If you put them on a list of 1 to 10, only 9s and 10s, because they keep bringing people in here that are not wanting to talk, like the young lady yesterday, the cowboy, the black guy with the cowboy hat. These people don't want to be there, and they're burning them down. They're saying stuff that's not making the state look good. Like that brother right there yesterday that's like, hey, am I done now? Are they going to stop threatening me? I almost lost my job. That's not a good look. And he said it in front of the jury. And Judge Whitaker didn't say, strike that last comment or disregard what he said. None of that. So that's resting.
Is Dennis coming back at some other point in time? Or have you narrowed his testimony or hers? His?
I will double check.
Okay.
I believe he's coming back after this, but I don't want to speak.
Okay, well, I mean, it certainly would be fine with the court if y'all have determined that he'll only take 1 day instead of 3 or 4. I just was wondering.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I don't even know what that was. Who was the guy that was up there when they left? Was that Dennis? Because it sounds like Dennis is not coming back yet, or not coming back. Okay. Well, anyway, in my opinion, again, this is all for the jury. We are just spectators. We're just like the people in the movie theater that are yelling at the movie. Girl, don't go that down that street. That kind of stuff like that. We don't really matter. But the jury does. And when we hear witnesses, when they hear rather, witnesses are being threatened, intimidated, they can't read, you're giving them stuff that they did. I'm sorry, you're having them sign stuff that they didn't say. I don't think that's a good look. And I don't think that the jury is obtuse to that and they're ignoring that. I believe they see that and that's just another chink, another, whack at the oak tree of the validity of the state that's problematic.
Ms. Love has got a little bit of paperwork for me when she has a chance, some copies, but yeah.
Okay. All right, then let's get the jury back. Thank you.
Oh, there's some. He is back. Never mind. Love, like, look, you an expert. Let me check your credentials. All right, everybody, we back.
Thank you. All right, go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Judge. You may have a seat. Investigator Kilgore. Investigator Kilgore, I want to just clarify something that you touched on before we broke for lunch. When you said that once evidence is brought into the lab and entered into the NIBIN system, a correlation is done. How many people did correlations back in 2015 on the evidence that was brought in that was from the crime scenes that we're talking about?
At the time, I was the only one doing the correlations.
Would you do me a favor and lean into a microphone, whichever the court tells you to?
I'm sorry, it's not on. Push the button. Sure. It's a red light on. Thank you.
Yep, there we go. At the time, I was the only one doing the correlations.
All right. Were you the only one with that training to do the correlations?
No, there was one other person trained, but at the time, I was doing all of the correlations.
All right. And once you did a correlation, what was the purpose of the report that you spoke about earlier?
Just to show that the crime lab processed the evidence and did a report on it.
Was it then possible for a report to be generated by someone besides yourself on a correlation that you did?
Yes.
Okay.
The person that enters the evidence may not be the one correlating it. And again, at the time, I was the only one doing the correlations.
Okay.
So they may have entered the evidence, but then I would do the final correlation and look at the results.
And is the correlation that particular act, that particular expertise, that which sets you apart from someone else in the lab?
Yes.
All right. So we were talking about the crime scene or the incident number 150080094.
Yes.
Right? And what evidence did you did the crime lab at the Atlanta Police Department put into NIBIN for that particular crime scene?
We received a sealed package with 6 9mm cartridge cases.
All right. And when you put those cartridge cases into NIBIN, were there any leads generated?
Yes, there were.
Okay. And what were the case numbers for the leads that were generated?
The 15008-0094 had a potential lead with 16103-1208.
The last number?
The 15008-0094. And then the other one was 16103-1208.
Okay. And if you would just slow it down enough when you're talking so that the court reporter can get all those numbers. Now, when you speak of a potential lead, is that because you have not sent it to the crime lab at the GBI or the ATF for that final firearms examiner to look at it under an even higher power?
Yes.
Microscope?
The NIBIN lead is just a preliminary lead until it's examined by a firearms examiner and confirmed, then it's preliminary.
Do the NIBIN leads allow Atlanta police to further their investigations into certain crimes?
Yes, it enables them to be able to look at the other crimes, but it's not enough for a warrant or anything like that.
All right. And let me ask you this. In the event, hypothetically, that you look at evidence, you do the correlation, that evidence matches a crime scene, and someone comes in and says, oh yeah, I did it, once confronted with the fact that there was a NIBIN hit. Generally, is it the practice of the Atlanta Police Department to go a step further if it's not a murder? In other words, do they send it to the crime lab if they have someone who is already admitting to it?
Yes, they will still send it to the crime lab.
Okay. And is that in every instance that they send the NIBIN hits to a crime lab?
Not every instance. Sometimes if there's no suspects or victims or anything that we know of, they may hold off on it until something else comes along. But it's every lead is not sent to the crime lab.
Are property damage leads generally sent to the crime lab?
Not generally, not unless they need to follow up with some sort of other crime.
And when I say property damage, what do you understand me to be meaning?
Something where somebody wasn't actually shot.
Okay. Do you have access to the incident reports at the time that you're doing your correlation?
Yes, but we don't generally look at those.
Why?
Just to stay unbiased.
So
not to involve ourselves with the crime itself.
So you're with the Atlanta Police Department, but you don't want to involve yourself with the crime itself, you said?
Correct.
Okay. Do you not list on your reports, when you notify the officers, any information about the crime scene itself?
No.
Like a victim or a suspect?
Well, if the victim or suspect, if we have that information, we'll include it on our crime lab report.
Okay.
But that's generally as far as we'll go with it.
And what is the purpose of that information?
Just have it in the report itself.
Okay. On the report generated for 15, and this is for incident number 150080094. And I will label it, Your Honor, and I will not tender it, but I will label it and provide Mr. Adams the copy he requested.
Okay.
I will label it 570 Yankee, Mr. Adams.
Okay.
On that report is the victim Stacy Adams that's listed.
Yes.
And when you spoke about the potential leads to case number 16103-1208, would you tell the jury what it is that matched from one crime scene to another, or that produced a potential lead from one
Yes.
crime scene to the other?
Yes, 16103-1208 was a CZ 9mm pistol,
Mhm.
serial number B180139, 15 9mm cartridges and a magazine. And 15008-0094 was 6 9mm cartridge cases.
And again, you can't talk about what happened in incident 16103-1208 or the other one.
I'm not familiar with the particulars.
Your Honor, just for the record, I'm going to call the next exhibit that I refer to 571 Yankee Alpha.
Okay.
Was there a report generated to make an investigative, to alert the officer regarding incident 16103-1208?
Yes, we printed out a NIBIN lead report. And that information is relayed to the officer to let them know that there was a potential match.
And was that forensic technician Stanton that sent the officer that information, or that generated that report?
Yes, Stanton entered the gun into the NIBIN database.
And that report we have labeled as 571 Yankee Alpha. Now, would you describe for the jury what the IBIS HD3D match point cartridge case image comparison sheet consists of?
Yes, one side of the sheet is the reference exhibit, which is the one that we put in. The other side of the sheet will be the test exhibit that the computer and the technician look at to say that there is a potential lead between the two.
And go ahead.
All the sheets are separated one side to the other, so that way you can look at them.
And if you would, don't publish anything to the jury until we tender it, okay?
Sorry.
Thank you. Does it also consist of a picture of what you are looking at when you are doing the correlation?
Yes, when we mark it as a potential lead, it captures that picture.
Okay.
So that anybody else that comes behind us can look at it and be able to see what we were looking at.
And labeling, Your Honor, the next exhibit that I'm going to refer to as 570 Yankee Bravo.
Can I go back and ask you a question? Because Ms. Love, about you said 570 Yankee, and then you said 571 Yankee Alpha, and then 570 Yankee Bravo. Is that
I
right?
misspoke. It should have been 570 Yankee
Okay.
Alpha.
All right, I was wondering.
My apologies.
No problem.
Mr. Adams. Thank you, Judge. Thank you. And 570 Yankee Bravo being that match point exhibit information with the cartridge sheet. What number did you assign to that? The 444 number, what does that mean?
The 44 number is, as we were getting these leads, we created an Excel spreadsheet.
Mhm.
So that's the number, that was our 444th lead that we generated. So that's where that number is coming from. So we can go back to that spreadsheet and look for that number and be able to find them.
And is that the lead generated for that year?
That's the total number.
Okay, all right. And do you have anything at all to do with locating or apprehending any suspects that are found as a result of these?
I do not.
NIBIN hits? Okay. Moving to 15127 0278. And labeling the report regarding that incident number 571 Yankee. And for lead number 406, and for lead number 406.
Yes.
All right. Was there a suspect on this particular incident number for the Atlanta Police Department, 151270278, for the item that you entered into NIBIN?
Yes, we listed a suspect of Quindarius Zachary.
And what piece of evidence did you enter into NIBIN for that particular incident number?
A Bushmaster 223 pistol, serial number D03525 and 31223 cartridge cases.
And was there a NIBIN hit or lead number of 406 for that report?
Yes.
And I'm labeling that 571 Yankee Alpha. What crime scenes did that piece of evidence produce a NIBIN hit to?
It produced a NIBIN lead to 15118-0462.
Right. Did it produce a NIBIN hit or lead for any other crime scene?
Yes, we generated one other lead with that. So that one, the 15118-0462, the first lead, number 406 that we just talked about, was 223 cartridge cases. There were also 7.62 by 3.9 millimeter cartridge cases on that scene. And that one had a potential match with 15118-0588.
And momentarily, I'm going to ask you to put on the clipboard beside you this information to make it a little bit easier for the jury to understand and absorb, okay? For that last incident number that you listed, ending in 0588,
Yes.
did you have either a suspect or a victim listed for that one? And I'm turning your attention, let me ask you this, to the 15118-0462.
A suspect for that one?
A suspect or a victim for that one?
Yes, that one had a victim of a Denise Beal, B-E-I-L.
Do typos ever happen when this information is being entered?
Yes, sometimes the information is handwritten on envelopes, so we have to do as best we can with it.
Your Honor, I am labeling the report for 15118-0462 as 572 Yankee. Is there also a lab case number associated with each of these reports?
Yes, there is. With 15118-0462, the lab case number is APD-2016-00216.
Okay. And what was the hit number for that particular incident?
405.
Your Honor, I'm labeling that sheet 572 Yankee Alpha. And turning your attention to 151180288 and the report associated with that incident number, which the state will label 573 Yankee. What is the lab case number for incident 151180288?
Lab case number is APD-2016-00215.
And what is the lead number or hit number for that, which the state will label 573 Yankee Alpha?
So that one had two separate leads on it, numbers 407 and 408.
407 is labeled 573 Yankee Alpha, and 408 is labeled 573 Yankee Beta. What pieces of evidence was it that you put into NIDIN for that incident number, that APD incident number 151180288?
So we received 7 10mm cartridge cases, 9 45 ACP cartridge cases, 14 40 cartridge cases, and 23 223 cartridge cases. So we entered one cartridge case from each of those groups.
And which piece of evidence matched which particular incident number or gave a hit to which particular incident?
So number 407 was linked with 40 cartridge cases, and 408 was potentially linked with 45 ACP cartridge cases.
And when you said 40 cartridge cases, did you mean the caliber? Or
40 caliber, yes.
Thank you. Now moving along to incident number 15254-0119 and the report for that incident, which the state was labeled 574 Yankee. Would you tell the jury what the lab case number is for that incident report?
APD-2015-02723.
And were there any potential leads for that particular report?
Yes, let's see.
Was that lead 355?
Yes, it was 355 and 356. There were two potential leads on that one.
Your Honor, we're labeling 355 as 574 Yankee Alpha and 356 as 574 Yankee Charlie. And in the middle, is there a report issued for incident number 150783205?
Yes. 150783205, correct.
What is the APD lab case number for that report?
APD-2015-01208.
Your Honor, we're labeling that report 574 Yankee Beta. Would you please tell the jury what pieces of evidence were collected and matched or potentially matched to which incident number?
We received 645 ACP cartridge cases and 340 cartridge cases. So that 356 was with the 45 cartridge cases, 45 ACP cartridge cases.
Okay. Did you also look at or receive evidence from incident numbers where there was not a conniving hit or lead at the time that you did your correlation?
Yes.
For 15274-0150, which, Your Honor, we had previously labeled the report 585 Yankee Alpha, that should be 575 Yankee. What was the APD case number or lab case number for incident 15274-0150?
Lab case number was APD-2015-02795.
And who were the suspects listed on that report?
Diamante Kendricks and Martinez Arnold.
And what was the evidence that was put into conniving for that report?
We received a Smith & Wesson 40 pistol, serial number VJJ9110, and a Romarm 7.62 by 39 millimeter rifle, serial number AO-1820-82RO.
And what was the date of the report that was generated regarding this evidence?
The report date was 12/4/2015.
And since 12/4/2015, have you received no additional information about this particular firearm?
Not at this time. I have not received any potential leads or anything.
All right. And again, does that include ATF or just Atlanta Police Department? You've not gotten any?
I haven't gotten anything from anyone.
And with respect to report 15118-1554, which we will label 576 Yankee, State's Exhibit 576 Yankee, is this one as well that did not produce any?
Correct.
And what was the case number, the lab case number?
APD-2015-01560.
And what was that report date?
7/1/2015.
And the next three as well, I believe did not produce any hits, but you correct me if I'm wrong. We're talking about now what we will label State's Exhibit 577 Yankee for case number 15184-3239. What was the lab case number?
I'm not showing that in my stack.
I'll approach and show you the.
That was APD-2015-02043.
And what was the report date?
11/4/2015.
And who were the suspects that you had as to those or that piece of evidence?
Marcuvus Gray and Trontavius Stevens.
And what was the evidence?
A Taurus 9mm pistol, serial number TAW58741.
And State's Exhibit 578 Yankee, would you tell the jury with respect to incident 15006-0301 what the lab case number was for 578 Yankee?
I have that one. It was APD-2015-01039.
Who were the suspects?
Alexis Greer and Diamante Kendricks.
And what was the evidence?
a Smith & Wesson 40 pistol, serial number DWE 8593.
And finally, as to what we are labeling State Exhibit 579 Yankee for incident 150680293, what was the APD lab case number?
APD-2015-01772.
Were there any hits for that particular piece of evidence?
There were not.
And what was the evidence?
It was a Sky Industries 9mm pistol, serial number 029828.
All right. As you described earlier, how multiple pieces of evidence could connect with multiple crime scenes, did I ask you before you came in here to diagram out what it was that you were telling to the jury?
Yes, you did.
And would you please diagram out on the flip chart in front of you what it is that you were explaining when you talked about various crime scene evidence matching multiple different crimes?
Yes.
You can have it.
Thank you.
Here. And if you would explain as you draw what it is that you're drawing.
I'm gonna go by the complaint numbers, just describe the calibers.
That's fine. And Your Honor, after this will be all that I have.
Okay.
And if you could do it like you in school and make sure you don't put your back to the people you talk to.
Okay.
If it's easier for you to move that to some other place, you can do that too.
All right, so we're gonna start off with just one complaint number. Voice up, okay.
Can't.
He's not going to be able to draw and hold a microphone.
See if I can stand further this way.
It-
All right, so we're gonna start off with 15019,
That is just,
0119, which was a 45 Ruger pistol. So from that one, we got potential leads, 15118-0588. And also 15078-3205.
And what were those lead numbers?
355 and 356.
Would you put them on there?
So from there, this case, 15118-0588, also had 7.62 by 39 cartridge cases. Those 7.62 by 39 cartridge cases link back to 15118-0462. So that is going to be
Is that lead 405?
405. One 0462 also had 223 cartridge cases. These were 7.62 by 39.
And so that our record is clear, when you said these were 762 by 39, which APD incident report number are you talking about?
15118-0462 and 15118-0588. So the 118-0462 were the 223s. It had a potential link with 15127-0278, which was a 223 firearm. I have to excuse my writing. And there were two previous leads to those 223s that were not in this stack.
Okay.
So they were the ones that we had discussed. So those case numbers were 15027-2672 and 14273-1889. So that's all from that section for those particular cases.
Okay.
Now, the 16103, 1208 was a CZ 9mm pistol that had a potential link with 15008-0094.
And what number was that? Was that D 444?
444. And then the last section, you have 15118-0288. That were 40 cartridge cases. Had a potential match with 15019-2400. But 15118-0288 also had .45 ACP cartridge cases that had a potential lead with 15092-2269. And those were 407 and 408.
And I'm going to give you what has been labeled as State's Exhibit 580 Yankee and ask you, did 580 Yankee accurately reflects what you just drew?
It does.
And Your Honor, as a demonstrative, I'm tendering 580 Yankee.
All right. That's admitted.
No objection as a demonstrative only.
Thank you, Judge. And for just as an example of the imagery that you look at,
Checking 1 2 1 2 1 2. Checking 1 2. Am I muted still? That's crazy. What is going on here? Bless it. Get right. Can you hear me? All right. Let there be sound. All right. I'm sorry about that, y'all. I got to stop this. I'm just going to do this. I'm make it an executive call. Shut up, Adrian. All right. I need you all to rewind the Jason rants. Okay. I've ranted about this topic before, that I do not believe these people are prepared to do this job. Okay. and I live here in Atlanta. My name is Jason, and I do believe that this case is serious because there's men's lives that are hanging in the balance. But I just want y'all to rewind. This woman got this whole grown man up there writing, doing picture pages, and he's like, his handwriting is all shaky. He over here. I'm over here crying for this guy. This dude is not, he is not built for this. He did not get up this morning to do this. And this woman, oh, sure. Y'all can tell Adrian that that Jason don't like her. If you want to do that, that's fine. If you want to say Jason's just being mean, that's fine. You mean to tell, I had to step back from my own microphone so I don't yell. You mean to tell me she could not have used the forethought to put that stuff on a poster board, a pre-printed something? They blew up those doggone colored things for the FBI agent. Why did they not put this on something that's reasonable so that the jury could consume it and understand it? I mean, come on. And hear me. I'm bitter. I'm angry. I'm upset because I'm a school teacher, former school teacher, and I can draw pretty well, okay? I'm sitting there like, those lines are crazy. What's going on here? The numbers are going sideways and looking like an obelisk. What? Why did you not put that? You could have went to Kinko's and just blew it up on some large poster board. Adrian Love, I'm just trying to help you out because now you look like a whole stir-fried fool to have this grown man up here looking. I was like, what in the world? What do these numbers mean? Those jurors are going to go back there looking at that thing. Those are lottery numbers, serial numbers for their kids' Xbox. What in the world are you doing? And I'm sitting over there thinking, these men are looking at like, dang, I'm about to die in jail. And they got this whole grown man over here writing numbers in a circle. I'm about to die. What the heck? Man, come on. I'm sorry. There's no way. I'm sorry. There is no way in the world. DearWokesy@gmail.com. Please email me that this is a joke. I'm waiting for, who's the guy? Ashton Kutcher. Remember he was doing like the Punked or some kind of joke prank thing back in the early 2000s. I'm waiting for Ashton Kutcher to jump out and say, surprise, it's all a joke. This has got to be, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me, man. There's no way in the world these dudes' lives are hanging in the balance. They're about to enter into eternity at doggone Rice Tree. You can't even put the thing on a poster board. You got this grown. I'm about to die again. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Y'all, this is so stupid, man. I can't. We might have to just cancel this whole stream. I just do not believe that they would. Woman. I gotta go. I'm sorry. How do you take yourself? And look, I'm holding Paige responsible for this. I'm holding Atkins responsible. My guy, you don't got a Kinko's membership? Go down to Kinko's and get UPS store will do it for you. Matter of fact, okay, this is how petty I am. Fulton County Courthouse is 1 block over from Atlanta Public Schools central office. They have an entire workroom. It's called the teacher workroom. We as teachers used to go there to get our stuff laminated and blown up into big charts, all that kind of stuff. You can do all of that stuff about a block over west from the Fulton County Courthouse. I'm just saying. And I'm pretty sure, well, I don't know. I forgot. Y'all sued APS. Never mind. Go somewhere else. Go to Fulton County Schools. There's a little bit further away, but go there. Go to one of the schools, man. They got a workroom to do this. This is embarrassing. And to realize that all of the world is watching Atlanta, watching the best and the brightest of Fulton County, got this whole grown man up here writing on the chartboard. I can't. There's no way that this is serious. if y'all don't come, okay, whoever is responsible for this prank, the prank is over. The gig is up. The gig is up. Just go ahead and just gig is up. It's over. We're done. I mean, you could just you could write on the computer, you could print it up. There's no reason to have that man up there doing that and have them look like a doggone Ponzi scheme or something. What is this? What was that? Yo, I'm gonna have to bring that back up and I'm just gonna play the video of this woman getting this man to write the numbers on the screen. And you couldn't put that on the screen for them on a slide, a Google slide. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to, I want to take this seriously, but I'm like, these dudes' lives are in jeopardy. And this woman is up here. Oh, Adams is talking. Maybe Adams saying something intelligent. Please, Jesus. Please.
Okay, that's fine. However, doesn't matter.
That's fine.
Okay.
All right, may I proceed?
Yes.
Oh, they
All
rested.
right.
Let's see
Mr.
what Adams got to say. I'll be back.
I've got just a couple questions for you, if that's okay.
Okay.
And you and I have had a chance to chat briefly about these reports that you have in court with you today. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I want you to help me, if you can, to just kind of break it down, because you've testified for a while, but I think, and you correct me if I'm wrong, that we can kind of simplify it this way. You are not a firearms examiner.
I am not.
Okay. So a person that actually looks at evidence and makes a determination, for example, of whether a particular cartridge was fired from a particular gun, as a firearms examiner, that's not you.
Correct.
Okay. In your capacity, and you work for APD.
Yes, sir.
Right? You work with their lab.
Yes.
All right. What you do, if I heard you correctly, is that you receive items of evidence tied to particular cases, right?
Yes.
Those items of evidence come into you from whoever the case agent is, the case detective or police officer, right?
Yes.
So, for example, a detective, I'm just using this name, Thorpe, might submit cartridge cases to the lab for them to be recorded, analyzed, for you to examine their characteristics. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. You were asked on direct examination, okay, who's the suspect? What's the suspect name or the victim name or something like that? You remember those questions?
Yes.
That's not something that you do. You don't make a determination as to who a potential suspect is or who a potential victim is in a particular case that comes to you, right?
No, we only record what comes in the packaging or a submission form. If it has that, we just record what's there.
Okay. So the submission form is, as you reference, when you get those items of evidence, and hypothetically, I'm talking about, let's say, some shell casings, right? You would have a submission form that has those items, and it has some information, usually filled out, I presume, by the detective.
Yes.
That has the name of a potential suspect, the name of a potential victim, perhaps.
Correct.
All right. You would not know whether that's accurate or not. That's just the way the information comes in.
Correct.
A detective, for example, may label someone as a suspect. Later on, may turn out that person's not a suspect.
Correct.
All right. You have nothing to do with that.
Nothing.
All right. And you can't vouch for the accuracy of those recitations by the detective or the case agent or police officer.
Correct.
All right. You get the items. It may be a cartridge case. True?
Yes.
Maybe a gun.
Yes.
It may be a projectile, perhaps?
We
Or not?
sometimes get projectiles, but the NIBIN system is not set up to do projectiles.
Okay. In the case of, for example, a cartridge case, a shell casing, you would do a visual inspection, that may be the wrong word, analysis of it to determine what some characteristics that it may have.
Correct.
All right? All right. Once you've done that, you input those findings into the machine.
Yes.
Is that right? Is there a step in between that, or am I still on the right track?
No, once we determine which cartridge case, then we'll pick that cartridge case and it gets entered into the NIBIN machine.
Okay. So just to break that part down a little bit, you may have an evidence submission that comes in with 10 cartridge cases, right?
Correct.
You'll pick maybe one out of those 10.
Correct. Once we triage it.
Okay. Triage.
Triage is what I explained earlier. So if we get 10 cartridge cases and 5 of them are 9mm and 5 of them are 40s, we'll separate those out first by caliber.
Right.
And then from there, we'll look at the firing pin impression.
Mhm.
You know, if they're all circular, then we'll look to see if we see any similarities
There you go.
and then pick one.
Okay.
But if there's no similarities or they're different shapes, then we'll again separate it out into another group.
Okay.
But that's just triaging to do a preliminary, I guess, a division of them.
Okay. They have similarities, then you pick one out of that group.
Correct.
Okay. All right. And again, that's not a final determination. That's just kind of preliminary determination.
Preliminary, correct. Once the firearms examiner looks at it, they'll make the final determination to say, yes, all of these came from the same firearm, or no, they didn't.
Right. But when it's there with you, that determination is not being made there.
I cannot do that, no.
Right. You put it into the machine, and that's what is it called? The IBIS 3D HD?
Yes.
Okay. You put it into that machine makes a determination, the machine does, that this particular item may be matched to another item in its system, in the NIBIN system.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Kind of like a fingerprint, perhaps.
Yes.
Right?
Similar to the APHIS system. Yes.
Okay. Like the APHIS system, where you got a fingerprint, and the machine may say this fingerprint is a potential match to a fingerprint from some other case.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, that's not the end of it, though, because once that determination is made that there is a quote unquote lead by the machine, then the items are sent to a firearms examiner to make a final determination.
Correct.
That is why you said earlier a couple of times that the computer determines that they may be a potential match.
Yes.
Right? Because potential meaning it may end up being a match, it may not have enough characteristics that an expert would say these two things match.
Right.
And when I say these two things, meaning you may have a shell casing in one case that ends up matching with a shell casing in a different case, right?
Correct.
Meaning that those two shell casings may have been fired perhaps from the same gun.
Correct.
All right. As Ms. Love asked you, the results, the potential or preliminary results that you get do not tell you who possessed a particular shell casing or firearm, right?
Correct.
Don't tell you how or when that shell casing, that bullet, or that gun was used, right? It doesn't tell you, even if there is a potential match, one case to another, that item, let's say a gun, was used by the same individual in one item versus the other.
Correct.
Okay. All right, give me 1 second if you don't mind. May I have a second, Judge?
Sure.
Okay. Since you all have convinced me and helped me see the errors in my ways, what if there's several
All right,
guns
thank you. Any other defense questions?
using the same kind of bullets? There's
Any
no way of
redirect?
telling using this method that he's using.
Kilgore.
Turn that microphone on, girl.
I'm going to try and talk loudly enough so that I can be heard here. I'm going to show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 570 Yankee Bravo related to hit number 444. And ask you, once this has come on the screen, if you will describe for the jury what information it is that you are looking at to perform the correlation you talked about earlier.
It did sound like barking. I don't know what that was. This is crazy. I had never seen a police dog in there. It could be, but I've never seen one in there before. Maybe so.
Publishing 570 Yankee Bravo.
No, I don't have animals. Children. That's kind of like animals.
As we look at 570 Yankee Bravo on the screen, would you describe for the jury what the information is that we are looking at? Just one second, I'm going to get it down where you can see it. And in front of you, let me do something and move this over. And I apologize for not asking the court's permission.
That's fine.
Would you describe for the jury the information that we're looking at, if you can, from what you're looking at?
Yes, so this column is the reference exhibit. Crime lab number APD 2016-00748. This is the agency number 16103-1208. This is your test exhibit. Again, APD 2016-00514. This is the agency reference number here. This is the person who entered the cartridge cases. This is your current date of the crime. The dates that we created the case in Ivan. Person that created it. Modification date. And modified by the person that modified it.
And I'm going to scroll up and ask you what is on the bottom portion of that first page.
So the top part is the case information. The bottom part is the exhibit information. So we've got, this one is 1-T2. The T we did designate as a test fire. So that tells me that this was a firearm. The firing pin shape was circle. The manufacturer is Remington. The firearm was 1F. That's the item number that we listed it as. Over here is the case that had a potential lead with. Exhibit 1-2. 9mm made by Winchester. Circular firing pin. Category is just listed as evidence. Date of occurrence. Creation dates, the modification. So that's those that information there.
And when you speak about modification, what does that relate to? What are you modifying?
When you enter it initially, you're automatically listed as the modifier because you saved it and submitted it to the data concentrator.
Now, scrolling up to the imagery. Well, before we get to that part, what is the portion of the exhibit that we are looking at on the screen now?
So the second page you would have if you have a test fire, and it exhibits the firearm information.
Okay.
So again, it's 1F, it's a 9mm, it's made in Czechoslovakia, it's a CZ75, and then it lists the serial number.
Okay.
Again, the person that created it entered it.
All right. And now going down to the last portion. I'm going to actually rotate this image and ask you to explain to the jury what it is that you're looking at when you're trying to or making a correlation. It's scrolling up
just a little bit.
It is. It's slow, but it's coming.
Okay, if you can see, there's a line right here. So this is actually two different cartridge cases. So this is the reference exhibit on this side. This is the test exhibit on this side. You can see how these fine microscopic striations all look very similar. So when we see that, that tells us that there's enough similarities to warrant a further investigation by a firearms examiner to look at it closer under a microscope. So we would designate this as a lead. It's not a match. We can't definitively say it, but that's enough to tell them there's a potential lead between these two cases.
Is the image that you look at in the lab of a higher or lower resolution or the same as the one that we're looking at on the screen behind you?
It's a much higher resolution than this. We're actually looking at the actual photograph on the computer. This is just a copy a printout.
Okay.
So the imagery is much better.
And are you able to see more, fewer, or the same amount of detail on the higher resolution photograph in the lab?
Objection, Your Honor. All of this is beyond the scope of the cross-examination appropriate for redirect.
Overruled. Oh, and and the reason is, yes, you are technically correct, but she asked, could she do this? Because she had,
What?
because she was working on the exhibits, went ahead and passed the witness, but this was essentially still direct. So
what?
That's why I'm overruling, not because it's not technically correct, just because we
Wait,
went a little
what?
bit out of order with.
Thank you for the explanation.
Okay, thank you.
So go ahead.
You may go ahead. What were you saying with respect to the level of detail that you were able to see on the lab? Is the level of detail that you're able to see in your laboratory higher, lower, or about the same as what we are looking at on the screen?
It can be higher because this is just the HD part of it and 3D, but they also have a way that you can add color to it. And you can manipulate these because it's a 3D image.
Oh, don't say manipulate.
Move them in and out, and you can also enlarge it so you can see it better.
When you say manipulate, are you changing the evidence in any way when you look at it?
Not changing when I say manipulate because it's a 3D image. You can,
I told you.
You can turn them to get the lighting right so that you can see it better.
Okay.
All right, so the jury.
What happened? I have no idea what happened. What happened? Yeah, I'm over here. I was literally typing out that I want them to stop. Let me finish my joke. There. I have no idea what happened. It's like they just jumped. I don't know. And then Judge Whitaker wanted to say something, so she muted it. I'll back up in a second, but let me just see if they go to break or something. I'll go back and see if we missed something. The judge is there. Wonder what happened. But we don't usually, it's like everybody experienced it though. That's not usually what happens when the matrix glitches out, right? And I thought it wasn't supposed to be like a group thing. All right, real quick, let me back up and see what happened. So he's up here talking about the striations and all that stuff, and then it just literally jumps right there.
Break now.
Oh.
Fewer or the same amount of detail on the higher resolution photograph in the lab?
Objection, Your Honor. All of this is beyond the scope of the cross-examination appropriate for redirect.
Overruled. Oh, and and the reason is, yes, you are technically correct, but she asked, could she do this? Because she was working on the exhibits, went ahead and passed the witness, but this was essentially still direct. So that's why I'm overruling, not because it's not technically correct, just because we went a little bit out of order with it.
Thank you for the explanation.
Okay, thank you.
So go ahead.
You may go ahead. What were you saying with respect to the level of detail that you were able to see on the lab? Is the level of detail that you're able to see in your laboratory higher, lower, or about the same as what we are looking at on the screen?
It can be higher because this is just the HD part of it and 3D, but they also have a way that you can add color to it. And you can manipulate these because it's a 3D image. You can move them in and out, and you can also enlarge it so you can see it better.
When you say manipulate, are you changing the evidence in any way when you look at
Not
it?
changing when I say manipulate because it's a 3D image. You can turn them to get the lighting right so that you can see it better.
Okay. And does that allow you to see striations and similarities even better or the same?
It depends on the cartridge case.
Okay.
Everyone's different.
All right. Thank you. And thank you, Judge. Thank you all. That's all that I have.
Anybody have any follow up from, okay. All right, then I think that we are finished with you and you may be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And we're going to take a break right now. I know it's earlier than we normally do, but we're going to break now.
All right, so jury.
Okay, that was it. Is it me or does Judge Whitaker seem off about these breaks lately? Anybody else notice that? Okay, that was the end of it. They didn't say anything else, so I'm ready when they come back. Has anybody noticed that she seems off about breaks? She's doing one early, like they did one at 10 o'clock, and she seems very apologetic for some reason. Judge Whitaker's bored. I don't know. Yeah, she just seems off. Usually she's very, oh, we're going to take a break now because we've come to a place of stop. Like now she's like apologetic. If it's okay, we're going to just take a break right now. She just seems like she knows she's out of sorts because granted, they've only been in there an hour and 15 minutes. So not saying it, minimizing that, but it just seems like usually they go a little bit longer. Long story short. Y'all wild though. Is the feed stuck? We're on the Georgia Seal now. Let me double check. Let me hit refresh real quick. Yeah, we're on the Seal. Is that what y'all are seeing? Oh, please let me mute it. Let me mute it now for that guy. That ad comes in. Just remind me that it's muted. Yeah, she does seem off today. But I'm sorry. Like, I thought the technician was useful, but I just hate that again. That woman had that man up there writing out numbers, looking like a Ponzi scheme. And you just couldn't make that a poster? But you made that big old giant poster for them cell phone numbers. And I wonder, like, who's responsible for that? Who did that? Who made the cell phone posters, cell phone number poster? And why did you not also go make the bullet casing reference number posters? Crazy. All right. And they're scrambling and scraping. Aha. I caught him. See, I caught you, law and crime, trying to sneak that ad in on me. I got you this time. Paused it. Beat you. All right. So I'll bring it back in a second. Wait, what did you say, DWC? She made it demonstrative to go back with the jury. She could have did that. I'm sorry. They could have easily just had a big printed out. They could have the numbers printed out with the little lines going to where they were going. She could have did that. She didn't have to have that man write it because I don't think his handwriting was really that phenomenal. So if somebody doesn't understand what he wrote, what's going to happen then? That's I don't think that's. They could have done that better. Again, you're about to throw these 6 men in jail, and I've said this before. If Adrian Love, Fonnie Willis, and the DA team, what do they want? They want to throw these men in jail for as long as necessary. So it's fair to say they want these men to be in jail, under the jail for the rest of their lives. At least put in the work that says, oh, they mean business. Oh, okay. Like, I'm sorry, I'm prone to rant, but it just seems like, again, if you want to put these men in jail, which is what they want to do, and watch this, I'll say the exact same thing. If Brian Steele gets up there and has some clerk writing numbers with a dry erase, which, by the way, you want to make a teacher mad, write on paper with a dry erase marker. That's going to be like, that's after school detention type of stuff, right? If Brian Steele gets up there, I'm going to say the exact same thing. You can rewind this tape. If Brian Steele gets a clerk up there to write with a doggone dry erase marker on a poster board or chart paper, care enough to get the thing done correctly. That's all. That's all. I just do it correctly. Do it with the excellence and the forethought, because that's the thing. It comes across to me as you scrambling and scraping, like, oh man, I need to have you write something. Here's a piece of paper. Just write it down right here. And she need to be glad the man's handwriting is at least legible. And he wasn't Dr. So-and-so. Because we know Dr. So-and-so's handwriting is not going to work. But you brought him up there like a big old stir-fried fool. That's your fault. If nobody can read what they said, that's your fault. You have the forethought to say, oh, we're going to make a chart and we're going to put this up there. Monica, I don't care. If you are going to throw me in jail, at least have the forethought to spell Morehouse correctly. At least care enough to put on there the right information. That's on them. I'm not making the FBI responsible for that. You're not gonna come in here with your own charts. If you're gonna throw me in jail, at least care enough to print up the bulletin properly for my doggone execution, because that's what they're trying to do. And I don't think they should get away with it. Nobody should give them duck and cover for the foolishness and the stir-fried, flambéed clownery that we're watching. I was trying to think of another way to cook. I couldn't get past stir-fried, so I'm sorry about that. I'll do a better job. Fricasseed foolishness that we're watching, okay? It's just ridiculous. If you care enough about the city of Atlanta's safety, which, by the way, I don't know how you're making them safe, but I digress. At least go on, just print the thing up. That's all. That's it. Just make it. Give your presentation, because again, I guarantee you, if y'all try this at your job, you're doing a presentation, you come in there and put that stuff on a napkin and do it like that in front of Bob, the venture capitalist, or Sally Deep Pockets. You go in there and try it then, and let me know how that works out for you. I mean, it's just dumb, and it doesn't come across like you care. And again, I don't want them to lose because I want the streets of Atlanta to be unsafe. I don't want them to lose because I don't want justice given to the families that these men may have actually wreaked havoc on. I want them to lose because they're fools. And I don't think foolishness should be rewarded. They're cheaters. Cheaters should not be compensated properly. No, that's why I want them to lose. I'm here. I tap in every day to watch Adrian Love fail. That's it. Because they don't care. They don't care. Once y'all tell me, hey, Jason, they actually care. They're showing that they care. Maybe I will. By then it won't matter anyway. I still don't care. Whatever. I'm just here to watch them fail. I just tap in every day to see how the shenanigans how they're gonna be scrambling, scraping today. What's gonna be the country fried steak of debauchery that they serving up today? That's it. Parboiled clownery today. That's it. Trying to think of another way to cook. I can't think of one off the top of my head. Grilled shenanigans, hibachi style hijinks that they're serving up over here. That's it. I just want it to be fair. But even more than that, I want you to care enough that it's fair. I want Adrian and Simone and Christian, and I think his name's Heath Brown. I don't know the other guy's name. I want them to care enough that they put together the best case possible. The best, most articulate, most well put together case. And it's like, yo, man, them dudes as guilty as today is Wednesday. But the current moment, they don't care. They don't care any bit more than I care about the fact that I got a hole in my sock. I don't care. And they don't care either. My hole in the sock is a whole lot less important, however, than these 6 men's lives. I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. And by the way, just in case you were wondering, no, I don't have a hole in my sock. Okay. I was just saying that as hyperbole. but I won't show you my foot anyway. So there's that. So I could have a hold of my sock. You don't know. But again, do you think they know that they've lost, but are longing? But the longer they drag it out, the longer they, there's no question about it. There's no question in my mind. This is the jail sentence right now. I'm sorry. That if they could drag this out to 2019, 2029, this would be the jail sentence, because they know once it gets into the hands of the jury's probably not going to rule in their favor. So they're actually putting them on jail right now because they won't be able to get this time back. That's my opinion. I know some people are going to disagree with me. My name is Jason, dearwokesee@gmail.com. I'm just saying, like, it's infuriating to watch. And knowing that the fact that I could literally go downtown right now and be sitting in that courtroom, in that cold courtroom, by the way, watching this shenanigans happen in 4K is ridiculous. I would know if there was a dog, if that was a dog back there. I don't know. But knowing that you don't care enough about this situation, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't think that these people care. I'm sorry. You can't convince me that you care, and this is how you present yourself. If any of y'all were dating, if any of y'all were courting some young man or woman, and they presented themselves with the intentionality that Adrian Love, that Simone Hilton, and them are presenting this case, y'all wouldn't be married, wouldn't be dating these people, period. I guarantee you, I would not be married to Lady Dear Woke Christian and have President Firstborn and Chief Executive Secondborn as my children if I had acted any shape or monicum of this lacklusterness. That's just it. It's just not reality. And Judge Whitaker, again, I think this is her fault. Judge Whitaker should have put the kibosh on this a long time ago. She should be snapping. No, get out of here. Get that stuff out of here. You haven't got it ready? Goodbye. Check it. Because it is interesting to me. If you just listen to I know y'all gonna have to go back in time, but remember Glanville? It was almost on a daily basis. Glanville would mention, by the way, take this up in appeal. Yeah, you don't like that? Go and catch me at appeal. He mentioned that quite a bit. I've never heard Judge Whitaker say that. To me, I think that's because Judge Whitaker knows that this is stir-fried foolishness, and she knows that it's done. Now, maybe she just has better manners. I don't know. But Glanville, he would mention appeals all the time, especially to Brian Steele. You don't hear that from now. Maybe she's, tacitly doing it because Brian Steele is putting these motions out there and such like that because he knows that they'll come back in appeal. But why does Judge Whitaker not mention it like that? Because she knows it's done. She knows once it gets in the hands of the jury, it's a wrap. And I don't know what's up with this breakout on. Let me double check. Make sure I'm not. We're not on mute. Praise God. Producer Jason getting it together. Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, at this point in the game, now, I will say, we do know there are a lot of bullet casings around. I hate to say it, but they're teaching us, they're teaching the criminals, the next breed of criminals, because they don't care about the gangs in Atlanta. They're teaching the next breed of criminals what not to do, what to do. Next time you go to shooting range, collect up all the casings all around the shooting range. And then if you ever commit a crime, just throw a handful of them out there. There you go, problem. That will create chaos in the situation. I mean, they're teaching what to do, but they sure ain't teaching what not to do. They're not telling them what not to do, to not be a part of the gang, to not be out in the streets, to not be a destructive member of society, but rather a constructive member of society. That's not being taught. My name is Jason, dearwokesee@gmail.com. Yeah, they don't care. They don't care. I've said it before, this is money laundering 201 because it's the government level. So I guess that would be 301. It'd be like junior level, junior year in school, money laundering. So it's not that freshman level stuff. You got to be a little bit advanced. This is definitely in your major courses on money laundering, because that's all this is. It's a money grab. Nothing more, nothing less. Money grab. There's money to be grabbed, and they're grabbing it. And there's a lot of places to grab it from. A lot of pockets to get that money out of. Purses to hijink, wallets to Shanghai. That's it. That's all it is. I don't even know who the shooters were in some of these situations. We just know that guns were, projectiles were projected and casings were left. That's all we know. And what's it called? Defects were placed in walls and cars and windows and china cabinets. That's all I know. See? Because I've been thinking this the whole time. I ain't gonna even lie. I hate to think about it. I was like, I'm thinking of what are they teaching criminals not to do? Not to leave gun casings around. Or, like I said, just throw a handful of them. That's all you gotta do. And you don't even have to be intentional about it. You pew pew pew, chuck out a whole handful of them. That'll throw the whole case in chaos. Because then they'll find them in different places. Oh my gosh. Oh man, you could just do chaos. All right. Yeah, I don't and yeah, this is just nasty work. And I would love to hear man, I hope to goodness when this case is over, they go on every podcast, every news outlet, every magazine, newspaper, blog. I don't care. I want them to talk, because I would love to hear somebody ask Adrian Love, Simone Hilton, Fonnie Willis, what were you thinking when you did XYZ? When you had that man up there writing those serial numbers down for those cases and trying to show how those cases interact with individuals, what were you thinking when you had him writing that down using a dry erase marker? Because teachers was twitching when you did that. Well, what were you thinking? Like, did you think you was winning when you were threatening Quandarius Zachary? Was your impression that you were in the righteous position when you were arresting a man leaving out of the hospital? Tell me what your thoughts were. When I would just love it. When you honestly thought about, would you be okay if Brian Steele and the defense team had met with Judge Glanville, with Woody? Would you have been equally okay with that as you pretended like they should have been okay with you meeting with Woody, even though his attorney told y'all the week before that he was leaving and y'all was kiki-keying about him going on vacation? Would you have been okay with that? I want to know what your thoughts were. So y'all already know if any of them darken Dear Woke Christian, you already know the questions I'm going to be asking them, because I would love to hear from any of them. I don't care if it's Christian. I don't care if it's Heath Brown. He's a Morehouse man. Don't let me see him at homecoming. Don't let me see him. Don't let me run into him, because I want to ask him I got some questions. Like, this is crazy. Like, did you really think you was winning? Did you think you was in the righteous position? Did you think you was in the catbird seat when you was yelling at when you threatened to throw Antonio Sledge back in jail? Did you think that you had in Friday, by the way? Oh, shout out to that. Thank you so much. Friday is Antonio Sledge's revocation of his probation hearing. If that's available, we're going to watch that. I want to hear them justify throwing that man back in jail. I mean, really. But yeah. So anyway, just yeah. Y'all already know if I get one of them on on DWC, y'all already know what we're gonna ask them. I've already told y'all what I'm gonna ask them. All right. So apparently, Doug had an emergency. All right. I'm sitting here running my mouth. I apologize. Something happened to Doug. I'm sorry about that. It was okay. All right. Okay, so there's something happened at a school. I'm reading through. All right, I'll keep it. Definitely praying for you, Doug. I will find out. I'm gonna try to catch up. I see that I got a text message about it. Thank you so much, everybody. And I'll keep you posted for sure. Okay, just trying to read through that. I apologize, y'all. But yeah, I'm not there we go. But yeah, I appreciate you so much for that. And yeah, some reason or other my phone was on silent this morning. And I've gotten several messages from various and sundries. All right, trying to catch up on everything. All right, got it. Sorry about this. I'm catching up. I don't know how my phone was on silent, y'all. As long as the way my that's fine. And that's fine, Kevin Trotter. That's fine. All right, catching back up with everything. All right, appreciate you. Thank y'all so much for hanging in. I have no idea why they've been on break this long. Because they've been on break for a hot minute, Judge Whitaker. What's going down? What's happening? You know, she likes to have those. All right. Yeah, I gotta bring this
Potential leads.
chart back up.
One.
Y'all, this is nasty work right here.
118-0588.
That's just nasty work.
And also 15078.
That's just terrible.
3205.
And what were those lead numbers?
355 and 356.
Would you put them on there?
So let me just make sure I got this right. They could not have just put those, they couldn't have made that chart for him. Oh, by the way, let me real quick say something. Claire, for Claire, point of clarification.
15118-0588 also had 7.62 by 39 cartridge cases.
So I'm just gonna mute it while I'm ranting. By the way, he's not using a dry erase marker. I was wrong. That's an actual chart marker. Shout out for using the right kind of marker. Shout out. At least you did that correctly. You got the man some chart markers. Okay. Shout out for that. Most of the time you see him just using dry erase, and that makes me sad. But for real, you couldn't have just put this on some, you could not have gotten this printed up, is what I'm supposed to understand. He couldn't have done that. Okay. Okay. I guess that makes sense. Let's see where they are. Nope, they're still not there. All right. Well, I thought I mean, we're ready. It's I don't want to give him a gold star because he should not have had to have done that. She could have easily, I'm sorry, they still could have got that printed up. It's your case. You can present it however you want to present it. You can bring all of APD in here to talk about whatever, right? Then you could go right down the street to Kinko's and get that thing put on a chart paper. That's all I'm saying. But I do want to also say, to let my blood pressure go down. John, thank you so much. John Robert, thank you so much for the $10 super. What did he say? He said they needed the money. But Nathan Wade, come on, DWC. That's it. That's where the money went. Nate Dogg had to collect that check. This is so embarrassing. Who went to Morehouse? I don't know. I have no idea who went to Morehouse. Let me go see if I can figure out who might have went to Morehouse. Oh. Me. I did. Class of 99. The house. Oh, you talking about, Lawyer Brown went to Morehouse as well. So, and so did Rome King. So, I mean, there's good and there's bad. There's ups and there's downs. So there's that. Hilton went to Howard. Hilton is a Howard grad. I'm steady representing. Most of the time I'm in here, I'm wearing something with Morehouse on it. Most of the time. If it's not a hat, it might be a t-shirt. Y'all know it's hoodie season. So all the hoodies just came out of the bin. So hoodies are uploading. Matthews is Matthews' house, and so is his son. You're correct. Adams is Howard. He's a Howard alumni. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Sherry. I apologize. Brown, the gentleman that was getting his backside handed to him today by Judge Whitaker. He actually is a Morehouse graduate. I want to say 2017. That doesn't sound right. That might be right. Because I think Matthew Senior is 2014. I mean, Matthew Jr. is 2014. I think Senior, I forgot what year he graduated. Yeah. Kiana has to embrace Simone Hilton because Kiana also went to Howard. Yeah, see, this is the thing. I just want to see how in the world, if I could be a fly on the wall, how the jury is going to take all this information. Well, first of all, I'm sorry. I can't wait for closing arguments. I'm sorry. I'm waiting for closing arguments more than I'm waiting to hear the defense get the ball and start running with this. I cannot wait to hear closing arguments. After closing arguments, I wish I could see how the jury deliberates this information. Because I mean, they're literally going to get boxes worth of information, file boxes full of information. I'm using it figuratively, but they got file boxes full of information that they're going to have to parse through. And it's 57 counts. And they got to do the whole charting people. Goodness gracious, I don't envy those men and women. I just wonder what it's going to be like for them to try to parse through all that. And then most importantly, they got to decide who's guilty, who's not, who's up, who's down, who are we sending away, and who's going to get free. That's going to be crazy. So closing arguments, I can't wait to hear those. If I could, I would want to hear deliberations, but then since I can't, I can't wait for the defense to get the ball. And I also can't really wait for this case to get back up and running. What's going on? Okay, so Lady King, I appreciate you being a member. Let me ask you this question. Are they going to sit back there? Let's just say that you're right. Let's say you're right, which I kind of agree with you. That's what if I were on the jury, that's exactly where I'm going. I'm walking in the room. Once they give me the instructions, I'm saying, y'all not guilty. I'm taking a nap in the back. Let me know when y'all ready. I'm throwing the whole thing out. How long is it going to take, would you say? If you think that they are going to acquit, or you think they're going to rule against the state, how long? Is it going to take a day, 2 days? They're going to be in there for 4 hours, 30 minutes? What are you thinking? That's my only question. Because I kind of agree with you. A week? girl, what they gonna do for a week? Look, don't look. I've been getting paid $25 a day. Y'all better let's get this done. Let's done. A week, okay. Okay. See, Felicia know me. Felicia, she might not know me, but she knows your boy. I'm in there. Look, I'm done before the first commercial break, okay? A week and 2 days. Oh, wow, you get down to the brass tacks. 2 minutes. I'm tired. I'm tired. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. 2 days. Okay, I can dig it. I can dig it. That's what I'm saying. That's why I said this case should have been. Now, if they had just threw a lot of information, the most salient points, in let's just say the first month, and it was only in literally 4 weeks, and they were done. I think a lot of people would have thrown, been like, "Oh, Thug is guilty as, rain is wet." But now they've this thing has gone so long, bro. They could have quit anybody by now. Just to make it look like they tried. A week, I'll give you that. Definitely not longer than a week. I just can't see that longer than a week. 2 days tops, half a day. Yeah, but then they got to go through all those notes and what was I thinking on this day? And man, what is this? I was falling asleep and I was trying to, oh my gosh. 2 days, 3 tops. Okay, I can dig it. Hey, the closing arguments. Oh, by the way, I have the closing arguments for D. Williams coming up. If you're a subscriber, if you're a member, I dropped it in the members only. I thought it was really interesting. I disagree with some of her viewpoints, particularly about the schools in that area, but I'm not here to split hairs. But so I dropped that in there for members. Hers was like 8 minutes long, but remember, like Brian Steele's, like I want to say it was 2 hours. Adrian Love was 90 minutes. So, and they're going to ask for that time. So I don't know if she's going to put a timer on the closing arguments. I don't think she should, but I'm thinking of that. What's that meme? From one of them shows, Family Guy, I think it is. No, where the guy walks in the restaurant and puts his hat down and then turns right back around, grabs his hat, walks right back out. I don't know. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Somebody gonna put it in the chat. I see a body over there. Camera's moving. Let's see what we got. What is this? Make sure I'm not muted.
May I approach with a member of the prosecution team? Thank you.
Wow. Okay. Well, we're back and now we're gone. So that's how fast that deliberation is going to be. There you go. 3 days after they eat lunch. They at least going to get their lunch. That's right. A week or 2? I don't think it's going to go that long. I think that will be definitely sub a week. I think a day, 10 minutes is that's kind of crazy. But 2 weeks, oh my gosh, that would be terrible. I mean, there've been people who've already been tried and convicted since this case has been going on. If the jury finds Thug guilty, that works for Fonnie. No, you're right. You're right. Wavy Thames. Sorry about that. Wow. A real deliberation for a 2 to 3 year case should take 2 to 3 weeks. I like how you sound very clear and authoritative. I just don't think it's gonna take a week. I'm giving you 5 days. I can't see them want to even do that. And they got a lot of stuff. If I were there and they voted me foreman, I'm trying to get them out of there as quick as possible. So we're gonna go ahead. Who do we all agree on right now? And go through the charges. If we can say that maybe knock down some of the medium ones and then get to Thug, because Huey is cooked, in my opinion. I think Rodarius is cooked, but I probably would, if there's some way to convict Rodarius without convicting everybody else that's not cooked, then I think I'm fine with that. But I don't know what those instructions are going to be key. Okay, what do we have here? What do we have here? All right, trying to see if I missed anybody else's. D-Trans said, if I was juror, would buy a not guilty ink stamp and go up and down pages 39 minutes max. At least get the lunchtime, though, man. At least make sure you get some free lunch out of it. At least get a free lunch. Okay, so there was an issue in a Wyoming school, and thank you so much, Gemini Rising. Oh, no, Gemini, sorry, for the update. Thank you so much. Right, and this is why I think it's going to go to acquittal, is the fact that it's going to take years for the appeal, because the transcript is going to take forever to compile. It's going to take a year for the transcript to compile. If it goes longer than a week, it'd be a hung jury. Okay. I'm sure they're sick of that courthouse. I agree. I don't know what Thug did. In my opinion, I think Thug is guilty of trying to help people out in his hometown that came back and bit him in the posterior. Half a day, 72 hours. It went down to the hours, man. And Moore said, look, Anne Marie said, look, I'm about to give you these hours here. Just don't give it to me in minutes. All right, please don't do that to me. Long enough to sign the not guilty paper. Okay, I like it. Stay for a free lunch. I don't know how. You know what? Let me back that up. I don't know if they actually get free lunch. Now that I think about it, I don't know. I think they might, but I don't know that. That's what I'm saying. Simply, Renee, the instructions are going to be key. So you're probably right. Like I said, I'm giving them a week. I'm giving them 5 days. If they get it on a Monday, maybe like that Friday afternoon before traffic. So they say, look, we can get up out of here.
Hate to tell you, but I'm doing all right. We are not going to start your testimony this afternoon after all. And hopefully first thing in the morning, we'll see you at 9.
Happened.
Do you want to just let the jury know that we're finished for the day?
Wow.
Laura, could you do that?
What happened?
Or, yeah, you can do that. Thank you.
Has Simone been here today?
All right, so we are finished with trial testimony for the day. I don't know if you want, I mean, I know that I have the information about why. I don't know if it's okay to share with everybody the information about
We
why.
want to know.
I'm kind of looking at you. Okay, all right. We are finished for the day with trial testimony, and I am going to go ahead and excuse Mr. Nichols, who is going to waive his presence for this next thing that we have are going to be discussing. But the next thing I want to discuss is something we're going to have to sort out anyway, which is, I don't know if y'all got copied on, but I got a letter through Ms. Persifield. Yeah, I think y'all, or maybe y'all on it. Yeah, the letter from Miss Merchant, from Natalie Merchant. Natalie Merchant. Oh, God. Ashley Merchant, and the defendants don't even know who that is because that was so long ago. But anyway, so she has some issues she needs to have, I guess, the state sort out, and we might as well just all sort it out here together. One of them is she's really not going to be available past, the 15th of November, and had apparently been told, and I guess we had, or the state had Mr. Arnold on the witness list for today, but she got told, I guess, by one of the investigators from the DA's office that it actually wasn't going to be today. It was going to be not for several weeks. And she just kind of, I think, is saying, could you actually give me a somewhat solid date on when he's going to be called? Are y'all able to do that? I mean, it doesn't have to be like, by the day, but,
Your Honor, so prior to getting this letter, we thought that it would be maybe that week of Thanksgiving. However, given the letter, I think some
okay,
of our
it cannot be the week of Thanksgiving. She is not available, which means he is not available after the 15th of November.
So that's why we need to look.
Didn't you already know that?
No, I don't think we knew about what she put in this letter today. We had some dates, I believe, up until October, like these last few weeks, nothing past, nothing in November. I don't, and I haven't been the one primarily speaking with her, but my understanding is we knew dates up until the end of October, nothing until November, until this
Okay,
letter.
well,
So
we
now
now know that if y'all don't have him testify before November 15th, it's not really going to happen.
Okay, so now that we know that, we can, if you can give us till tomorrow, I think we can decide when.
All right, and then with regard to, I don't know if y'all read it yet, but she's wanting to be fairly clear that if the state intends to ask him anything other than the wording on his guilty plea, there's going to need to be a immunity order.
Yes, Your Honor, she made us aware.
Don't want to talk about this when the jury room door is open. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, she didn't make us aware of that, and so that is a part of our consideration
Okay,
if we
so
decide to ask anything
Let's
outside.
get that all, wrapped up
Why did
well
y'all
in
not-
advance, because it sounds like she's going to probably want to come in here, maybe with Mr. Arnold, maybe without, I don't know, but get sort of, I don't know, some kind of, you'll see if you can nail it down without the court's input and just present me with an order. But if not, then I don't want to wait until the last minute. And I would, she has asked for at least a week's notice, which I don't think is unreasonable.
Yes, and we plan on doing that, Your Honor.
All right. Well, and Mr. Nichols is still here, so you got to hear all of that too. So I guess we'll just end early today. Okay. Much to my chagrin. All right. See everybody at, why don't we all plan to get here at 8:45. All right.
Okay. All right. I'm going to wait for a second. Okay. Okay. All right. Ashley Merchant strikes again. All right. I want to hear what y'all are thinking. Okay. So I don't understand fully why did they cancel? Why did they not have his testimony the rest of the day? That's what I don't get. We can talk about the Ashley Merchant part. Hey, Rome King, you want to jump on? Let's drop the link for you, brother. Okay. Oh, so yeah, they cut the feed. They meant business. Okay. They've been cutting that feed pretty quick lately. Shout out to them. Okay. What I don't understand is when they went to the break and the break was really long, and then they came back and Ms. Westmoreland said, I want to talk with the prosecution. They went back, went back to the Georgia Seal. And then when they came back, they just told the guy they weren't going to have him today. So I don't know what happened. That's what I don't get. I haven't jumped on Thugger Daily yet. Let me look over at Thugger Daily. Thank you for reminding me because I'm busy over here talking. Uh-oh. Let me see. Okay, I don't. Okay, Mr. Dougherty. I don't see anything phenomenal yet. I just hate that. Not I hate it, but it's just wild that my entire Twitter feed is just nothing but YSL shenanigans. And so much of it. Like, good gracious, man. Where's my silly cat videos every now and then? Okay. Rome, where you at, brother? Oh, okay. I got you, brother. Thank you. If Mo is in the building, if Mo Justice is in here. All right. So I don't see what actually happened. I got Thugger Daily open. I'll just keep an eye on. I'm sure they'll update it in a moment. But okay, cool. Now oh, was that Dennis? Oh, that was Dennis. That's who that was. Okay, so Dennis was there. Okay, that's who that was. Okay, but they didn't have him. Oh, okay. I'm sorry you're in the office, love. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you. They didn't want to start Dennis and then stop in the middle. Okay, perfect. So perfect. Thank you so much. Uh, she's saying, just let me know. Just let me know. Let me know. Yeah, today's Wednesday. Sassy. Today's Wednesday. But okay, so did they not have him ready to testify today? Did they not already have that dialed in? I mean, because she said they were supposed to have him testify today. Then we shouldn't be looking at November 15th, because you should have had him done today. Today is almost October 15th. Should have had him done. Okay, there we go. Reports are that Nicholas is not well. Nichols, not Nicholas. Nichols is not well. Okay, I'm looking through here. I don't see anything, but that's okay. What is that? What is that? I see something that you dropped there, Miss Mandy. Let me bring this in, because thank you so much, Miss Mandy. You clipped this little segment right here. And I think this is something, and I'm going to play it through one time, and then we can talk about it. All right. Because I've heard the same shenanigan happen before. So I just want y'all to listen to it. I'm gonna get out of the way. Just listen to it. One in the chat when you can hear.
Apparently been told, and I guess we had, or the state had Mr. Arnold on the witness list for today. But she got told, I guess, by one of the investigators from the DA that it actually wasn't going to be today. It was going to be not for several weeks. And she just kind of, I think, is saying, could you actually give me a somewhat solid date on when he's going to be called? Are y'all able to do that? I mean, it doesn't have to be like, by the day, but,
Your Honor, so prior to getting this letter, we thought that it would be maybe that week of Thanksgiving. However, given the letter, I think some of
okay,
our
it cannot be the week of Thanksgiving. She is not available, which means he is not available after the 15th of November. Apparently been told, and I guess
Okay,
we had, or the state had Mr. Arnold on the
All
witness
right, let me
list for
stop there real
today.
quick. All right. Did y'all hear that? This is and by the way, shout out to Rome King. Let's add Rome King to the mix as well. Let me unmute his mic. All right. Did you hear that, Rome King?
I heard it. I definitely heard it.
What is did you hear? Okay. What did you hear?
In plain terms,
Yes.
okay, so it looks like the state has a one method for getting witnesses, especially if the witness disagrees with them even coming on.
Right.
So it looks like they wait for the week of. So
Okay.
whenever the week of pops up, it seems they have this little game plan to where they're like, okay, we can tell them within this week time frame, and it should be usable in court. And that's how they're. I honestly thought they were going to strong arm another warrant. To be honest,
I thought so too. Did you hear also that it is the investigator that's communicating with the witness and the lawyer?
which is very improper because.
But they did it with Quandarius. They've done it
But
with
that shows you
others.
how improper it is. It's different for that because in their mind they're thinking this person has no legible representation. You remember I brought this up. It depends
Yes.
on your attorney of how well you can stand your ground against these type of situations. Ashley's not the one. I'll just say that right now. That
Yes.
letter was perfectly planned. When we spoke about it, you caught it instantly. You're like, okay, she's giving notice. Like she's gonna let them know, like these are your consequences if you pass this line. Do it if you want. The judge doesn't want to put her name on another warrant. I'll tell you that right now.
And that's why she's not. That's why she looks like it's really out of my control. Whereas
Bingo.
I think they tricked. I would love to hear the conversation that got Judge Whitaker to sign that material witness warrant for Quandarius Zachary.
I can speculate and say it went as far as let's see how Miss Love would try to do it.
I could.
Yes, Miss Page. Yeah, no. I believe. See, no, he can't come in because he's healthy. No, he's definitely healthy. No, I talked to the doctor yesterday. He's healthy. I talked to him myself. You sure? Yeah, yep. Me personally, I made sure he was healthy. If he's telling you something different, he's a liar. Then you saw that morning pop up where his rental attorney pops up and is like, "Oh no. Nobody talked to my client. My client's doctor definitely didn't say that because I was there at the hospital." Miss Love. Oh, I meant to say one of my detectives spoke with him.
Detectives, right? Okay, so okay.
So when she went into chambers, she got that material witness warrant by saying he's definitely lying because I heard my detective say this.
All right. This is what I think she
And
did.
let that sink in. She swore on that detective's word, even though at 9 out of 10, that detective didn't pop up in that courtroom to testify to that for a reason.
Right. Well, wasn't it long? But I digress. I think that's the point that I'm trying to make is that I think what they did was this. She brought something to Judge Whitaker and said, "Hey, I need you to sign it." But there's actually something behind it, which is a material witness warrant. And she's like, "Hey, I need you to sign right here." Right here.
Like a field trip.
Now, you got to be of a certain age and a certain kind of caliber to remember those kind of shenanigans. Because I know you all.
Paige ain't been appearing for a minute. It looks
Ain't
like
been appearing for a hot minute.
So she swung it in there. She was like,
Shout out
okay,
to-
she wouldn't. To be fair to Paige, that's not something any logical and try to wing. Like that's not something you think of. Like, okay, they're gonna lie on this civil right violation, witness
level
material
stuff,
warrant.
right?
Like, who sacrifices their immunity for this for one witness? On no disrespect for Zachary, like at that for him.
No, I think that's what happened. I think they now again. That's why I think Judge Whitaker is so like, y'all gonna figure this out. But notice Simone Hilton. She immediately said, "Hey, we the reason we didn't bring them up today is because of this letter." No, ma'am, that's not true. Because the letter came out Monday. If you had already had him dialed in and had already reached out to him, then you would already then this would be a moot point. But the reason she wrote the letter is because you didn't talk to her.
Bingo.
And so you should have said, "Hey, we're gonna have them next Thursday."
I misspoke. She definitely saw that letter.
Oh,
and that's why they continue to not communicate directly.
That's what it is. And I think they thought, oh, we did the Shanghai, we did the
Miss Republic called it though. She was like, she's gonna say he had a touch of pneumonia. Like, I don't know how you have a touch of that, but yeah, you get a touch of that and you're fine. She told the judge he only has a touch of it, of a life-threatening illness. He'll be all right.
Yeah, he's gonna be all right.
He
Rub
put
some
some
dirt on it. He'll be okay.
little Neosporin. He's back in the game, coach.
He's back in the game, coach. So yeah, I just think this is so wild. This is so wild.
This is the Fulton County way.
Bruh, and it's on full display. Everybody's watching this, tapping in. We got better than 650 people watching us right now. At one point today, it was almost 7. Yesterday it was 11.
People can't
100
believe
people
it.
watching, and people are watching this, and they're just like dumbfounded. And I'm sure you've seen it. You're in the profession. We're tapping in and talking to and hearing lawyers that are like, "What is going on here? What is it? I'm trying to think of the military numbers.
Any
Go ahead.
attorney that sees this, taking myself out, any attorney that sees this can see many red flags, even more than I can see some days.
Sure.
So when you see situations like this where Ashley did the perfect planning, this is what we read that letter 5 times last week.
Yep.
For this reason particularly, because we knew something was going to happen, some type of shenanigan would happen with the state to where they would try to act like the note never got to them or some last minute type of
Oh my gosh.
situation.
Can you imagine if she had not sent it to everybody?
Bingo.
Oh my gosh. Imagine what that would have been like.
Ashley already thought ahead. She was
Right.
like, oh,
Right.
I dealt with Dexter. You're not gonna get me.
You ain't messing with me. I know. Can you imagine that? We've never seen
That was their
before, Your
plan.
Honor. Say it again.
I was saying that was their plan from the start. This is how they're getting their warrants.
Yeah.
They're
That's-
strong arming them, like last minute strong arm.
Which is crazy. So imagine again, like if let's pretend that I do think that they lied to Judge Whitaker to get that material witness warrant. But let's just say for easy math that Judge Whitaker was fine. I'm just, rubber stamping stuff like that, right?
Right.
And let's just say that Ashley never written that letter. What would we be seeing? We probably would see Martinez, Arnold is getting arrested, doing the same thing they did to Zachary.
It would be worse in my
oh my
opinion.
God. Really? Why?
It would be worse because they would know who he had legal representation with.
So you think they would have done the same, arrest him coming out of, Krispy Kreme or something?
They would have did it on purpose you remember they saw that letter whether they wanted the public to know it or not.
Yeah, but I'm saying like in my example, let's say Ashley didn't send it.
If she didn't send it,
Ashley,
if she never sent it all together,
never would have sent it.
It would be a train wreck in court. It would be a train wreck probably the day of, or at least a few days out, whenever they would tell them like, "Hey, we got to get this warrant," because it's not like they're telling the judge 2 or 3 weeks out or a week out, like, "Hey, we need to get this person here. If not, this is our option." And she's telling the judge, apparently she's talking to people that she never talks to. It's just a detective. So she doesn't even have like first person contact.
Correct.
She's using the telephone game with the detective that's trained in escalation.
Bruh, let me tell you something. I don't know you personally face to face, but I know one thing that you are very offended by. And that is that a police officer that was escalating. Every time you've brought that up at least 5 times, no fewer than 4 about it.
I can remember every client I had where they had some type of officer like that would pop up at the worst family emergency time and they would have zero empathy. Like zero.
Rome King is not like that foolishness. Rome King is not here for the foolishness.
And it's different when you see it in person because you would see these officers cursing out people on the phone, and they have family members like moments away from going upstairs.
And
so when I see that, and I'm like, this is his man's son, and he's snapping on the phone with him like it's a playground fight. I'm like, he told you where he is.
Yeah, I mean, he did say
Public
no, we're gonna
room,
yeah,
club crucial. Oh no,
right.
no, thank
We
you,
got
no, thank you.
Thursday night. Rome is up there gonna be a club crucial. Make sure you tap in, everybody. Tap in. Make sure you hold on. I'm trying to find something for I get something for you. Can you see the screen? Are you able? Are you it
Yeah,
sounds like you might be driving. Are you safe?
no, I'm outside of this little coffee shop here downtown in Midtown. So
I
I
got
didn't
you.
make it home. So that's why you probably hear like some traffic going by, and I'm trying to
Okay, yeah,
ease it
no
in and
problem. I
out.
just want to make sure. I want to get this I'm trying to find this wonderful picture. And everybody knows what I'm trying to find. Have you
Yes,
been
Miss
watching?
Tina, I almost escaped. I was close. I was. She was like, "You're at your job." I was like, "Yeah, no, I made it about maybe 12 blocks from my job, but that was the max."
All right, where is this, man? I'm trying to find this doggone video of this man drawing on the doggone chart paper. All right, how difficult is it? I don't know why I can't find it now. I think the Lord just doesn't want me to find it because He knows I'm just angry about it. Rome King, how am I out of pocket for saying that they could have and should have put that on some kind of poster board, whatever, for him, rather than have him drawing on a chart paper? Is that crazy or?
It's not crazy. It's usually that's probably the best way to prepare, but as we've noticed, they're impaired in a lot of things. Like
Thing.
we
Thing.
we try to give them the benefit of the doubt, but you see how that's been working on us.
Yeah, I ain't
We're
giving
on
no more benefit.
day 145. Like it's kind of
I'm
kind of
just like,
ran
hold
out.
on. I have no idea why
Sassy
I
C,
cannot
that
find this
first
picture.
letter put them on notice. That has to be a new letter due to the DA office canceling Martinez's testimony today. So Ashley sent a new letter and put November 15th cutoff date.
That's true because I don't remember a date being on her original letter.
Good catch. See, the chat don't miss a beat.
The chat is undefeated.
Absolutely undefeated.
And Google what? Google what? I don't
I
need
told
Google.
you I'd be feeling discouraged when I try to do my little search. I just stop.
The chat is undefeated.
I'd be like, the chat will help me out. I don't have to search for it. Somebody in here, one of the sisters or brothers will pop up.
Okay, I'm trying to find this silliness of him writing up on
One
this chart
Nation, I
paper.
feel a mistrial motion coming.
I don't see it.
A mistrial motion for this. It's possible. I wouldn't say I wouldn't bet on it too much, but I think they're like this. The defense is kind of buckled in at this point. They kind of see the state is crumbling, but if they do it, they do it.
No, I'm with you. I'm just like, but at some point, the professionalism does have to get called into question. Well, you know what? Let me ask you this question, Rome King. Thank you so much.
Maybe Mr. Brown in charge now. Maybe that's what it is.
That's your brother, man. That's your Morehouse brother.
No, don't ever disrespect our place of education like that. Don't.
I agree. Let me ask you this question. If, let's just say, it does go to mistrial, Judge Whitaker goes back in her office and she says, I've had enough of this. And she pulls out of her drawer those motions that she never did answer. And she says, you know what? She pulls out a little rubber stamp, the granted stamp, and she hits granted mistrial.
I think Miss Love will crash out.
That's okay. That's where I was going to go. What happens from there? So let's just say tomorrow we come in there and Judge Whitaker say, y'all can get ready to pack this up. I'm declaring mistrial prejudice.
I
Here you
think
go.
Miss Love will probably be in full character, and we're gonna see that veil come off, and she's gonna be in full crash out.
Okay, so all right. So for those people that are above 50, they hear this term crash out.
The crash out is she's gonna do a reckless action despite the consequences in a pure emotion of unhappiness, rage, and or frustration. So she's gonna do that. It can be in many forms. It can be warrants. It can be new indictments. It can be. She's that type of person I'm seeing now. As the court, like as time proceeds on the trial, I'm seeing some very vindictive habits she has. And right now, this is her being on best behavior. So I can imagine if you finally take that cookie jar away, and she still want them cookies. She about to break the jar.
Okay. Let me tell you this is what I don't want to happen. I'm gonna bring this in. I can respect what you're saying, so definitely no disagreement. This is what I don't want to happen, okay? Just so everybody knows. This is what I don't want to happen. Let me bring this in for us right here. This is what I don't want to see.
No, oh my god. Oh my god. I had this video stamped to me for weeks. No.
Because I just can't with that history. In accordance with the laws of the state of Nevada, this court.
Oh, Miss Love. Oh.
That's what I don't want.
Paige, fight back, Paige. Get off you, Paige. Get off you, Paige.
Well, he kicked her. Oh.
Get Miss Love out of it. There you go. Off.
That's what we don't want. Okay,
there you go. Off. There you go. Good job. I didn't know Miss Love had hops like that, but
that's what we don't want. We do not want Adrian to go out of bounds like that.
I think she would do that in the most legal way possible with motions and filings. That's literally what it will look like on paper. She's gonna take it personally if the judge does it.
No question about it. No question about it.
You can just feel it. So as far as like her doing the mistrial, I think she honestly just wants to, stay the course, because at this point she's seen doing her job at the minimum as far as, presiding over the court. So she won't get any type of, logical pushback from the DA's office or her constituency, whoever it may be in politics, because all she has to say is, I let it go on. This is on them.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I know it's too soon. I know y'all. Still, that launch is lethal.
Look, that man, he should have tried out for the if he was on the Charlotte Hornets team, they probably would be a lot better. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, because he meant business.
That, for people who don't know, that stand is at least about 5 feet tall, sometimes 6, depending, because you got to walk up there. They got a little stairway ramp up there.
Whoa, wait. I never noticed.
Look at the
right
clerk.
there.
The clerk going crazy.
Hold on. Oh, this has gotten. I didn't realize that. Okay,
Clerk
first of
said,
all,
not my judge. Not my judge.
This is the clerk. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is the clerk right here.
The clerk said, not my judge. You messed
Not
up
my
filing
judge?
too? Look, he probably knocked over the computer. There goes a month worth of filing.
Hey man, you made me lose my eBay. Okay, look at it. That jump is serious right there. So that's gonna be Adrian clearing it.
Absolutely.
Look, wait. This clerk is about that life though. Look
I
at
need
his
a
face.
friend. Look, everybody needs a friend like that. The clerk.
This
clerk
is about it. I've not paid attention to this. Look at the clerk. I'm sorry, y'all.
She the one. She wasn't. She tried to run. It didn't work.
Look at the clerk. He's like, oh, now he's got that pearl clutching face on. But watch him. He's there. He is there. He almost caught the guy. Back that up. Oh man.
D1 defensive linebacker.
Yeah, he's like, look, not my quarterback. No, not my quarterback. You're not gonna look at this. He's there. By the time this guy catches the judge, the clerk is on him. And the first person to pull her. Wow.
Look, Division One. He Division One athlete. I don't care what anyone says.
Look, the police are not there. That's the clerk that's wrestling. Whoa. I didn't even realize that.
Unless they get that Captain America officer that testified this week, that's gonna be how slow the police reacted.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh.
Not gonna work.
Look at it. Okay, so there's deputy. Okay, they're struggling. Now watch this.
Let me get on Lick's
okay. Now watch him. Bro, we are out of control. Oh, really? Oh, he looks over at his computer. He's like, oh man, I lost my Amazon bid.
Did he press alt escape? Oh no.
He closed out my Amazon bid. Watch this. Watch my eBay bid. Watch what happens. Oh, he's mad now. Oh man. Oh man. 1,
Oh,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh my gosh.
There's some Club Crucial haymakers there. He's been to a
Bro,
few nights.
we
You
gonna
see
get
that?
we're gonna have clerks gone wild at Club Crucial this weekend.
My boy Jonathan been to a few nights at Club Crucial. He's a veteran. Veteran, I respect
Yo,
it. I respect it.
Rome. Please don't let Adrian go out like that. Y'all, even as much as we want Judge Whitaker to go ahead and just do the right thing, let's pray that Adrian don't go off like that. We don't need her jumping that stand because that was serious. I don't think Miss Pressfield is going to jump in and try to intercept Adrian or something.
Usually, I would say it's not possible, or the chances of it are basically improbable. After that QZ situation, I'm telling you, she knowingly committed an action where she knew if it hit the fan, she would have zero immunity. So she couldn't play the fool or like, hey, when you violate a civil rights as an attorney, you're kind of like, yep, that's a cardinal sin. Super big thing. You can't do it. You can do anything else. She can lie on the stand if she wants, and she can potentially say, I forgot. She can do anything that Fanny just did when she testified. And you can skate with it. If you're able to articulate, you got some bad memory there, you can skate. But this
Guess
type
what we're
of
gonna
action
skate
she
with?
did, what?
We're gonna skate with
Look,
Ashley.
Ashley said nope.
Ashley said, I got something for you.
I
So
told
this
you.
is the
Ashley told them, I'm waiting outside. I'm here.
I'm here. I'm out here. What they say? I'm out here in these streets. Hold on a second. Make this. So thank you so much, One Nation. I appreciate y'all.
Shout out
This
to
is the
One
best
Nation.
live chat. Shout out to the best live chat on the internet. Again, I'm just telling y'all, if y'all think you have a better live chat, I'm gonna be like Ashley. Catch me outside. Dear Judge Whitaker, I represent Martinez Arnold, Mr. Arnold, a former defendant in the above matter. I'm submitting this letter in anticipation of Mr. Arnold's upcoming testimony. The state recently advised me that the state intended to call Mr. Arnold today, October 16th, 2024. Now that coincides with what Judge Whitaker had on her paper in front of her, because I think we heard that as well. Yesterday, I was advised that he will not testify today, and will likely not be called for several weeks, but that they would try to let me know by next week rather. Mr. Arnold originally agreed to testify when he entered into his plea agreement on December of 2022. Now approaching 2 years ago, Mr. Arnold has kept consistent contact with me over these past 2 years to make sure that he would be available whenever the state might call him as a witness. The first time that I was contacted by the state about Mr. Arnold being called as a witness was on August 13th, 2024. That was like literally 2 months ago, okay, by Adrian Love. Ms. Love asked if I could not appear with Mr. Arnold if there was anyone who could serve as a stand-in counsel for me. I informed Ms. Love that I was not willing to allow my stand-in counsel to stand with Mr. Arnold during his testimony. And I asked Ms. Love to give. I'm gonna stop right there. She said, you're not gonna Kayla Bumpus my
You
candidate.
can't dictate how I represent my client. Sorry, it's not how it works, love.
I don't know what y'all be doing over there, but
You
that's
seen
not what we doing over
Glanville
here.
tried that with Steele. You remember that when he was trying to lock up Steele, and
He
he was
sure
like,
did.
Adams, you step up now. You can't. That's a civil rights violation also.
Yeah.
Representation has the right to represent how they feel is best for the client. You can't make me use my substitute if I don't want to do it. If I feel it's not the best for my client, it's not gonna happen.
Man, let's keep this going. I forgot the last word. Some general indication of when Mr. Arnold's testimony would be needed. On September 4th, 2024, again, pretty recently, the state told me Mr. Arnold was needed within the next few days. I immediately emailed Ms. Love and Investigator Long. That's the guy that was involved with Quandarius.
The escalator, okay.
Yep. I don't know if he was the escalator, but he was the guy that came in and testified about it
I hope he's not.
after Wright. With a few dates for which I had leaves of absence on file for September and asked for the state to provide me with an anticipated time frame for when they might call Mr. Arnold to the stand. I received no response by email, but Ms. Love called my cell phone the evening of September 11th, 2024, and also sent a text asking me to reach out to Investigator Long about the timing of Mr. Arnold's testimony. Okay. I do think it's interesting because she noticed she sent her an email, but she got a text message and a phone call.
Who was that just said this? We watch YouTube. Uh, look to me like the judge was saying that the state needs to give Mr. Arnold immunity. My question is, what effect that has on Ashley being able to defend her client? Zero effect. It's not the same. The attorney they found, I'm not familiar with them. The attorney they found for Zachary, like first coming in, I'm just gonna how do I say this? Okay, professionally, he probably just wasn't prepared. Ashley is very prepared. So when she's sitting in the courtroom, you're gonna see some sidebars. You're gonna see some, by the way, objections without her saying it.
Mhm.
And the judge she's gonna watch her client. She's gonna make sure he's good.
Yeah.
The motivation is, as long as she makes sure her client is good, she also shows the impurities in the DA's office. So it's like she's gonna it's gonna be exciting to see like what they're gonna try to get by if they actually can get him on the stand. The immunity only can go so far. That just stops him from doing, pleading the
Right.
fifth to charges that are covered in the immunity. Um, Ashley's the type of person who may find a way around that to say, well, what if it goes this way? So this is still protected under his Fifth Amendment. So the immunity didn't cover that, and so forth. Um, she has some stuff in her trick bag. So I'm excited to see if she actually does step in the courtroom, how the state will play it, because it won't be an easy little QZ moment. This is the moment I love to see when you have a representation that is certified to deal with Fulton County DA's office. No better person certified than Ashley.
I agree. I think it's going to be fun for sure. I responded to the same email chain, providing all the dates we were available and the few dates that I was not available. I want to stop right there. Ashley's got a paper trail. And I think that's one of the
Yep.
things that's causing them consternation is there's a bona fide paper trail.
Just because the state doesn't reply doesn't mean the message is not sent.
That is
That's why
correct.
you pointed out earlier, she sent it to everybody.
Right. This is a teacher would do this. This is when I told the story of once I found out that a parent that would change my students' work
Yes,
answers when they went home.
Monica, it's a new letter.
The
Ashley, don't
brand new
get
letter.
tired. It's
Yeah,
a new
brand new
letter,
letter.
Monica.
Yeah. And I realized that they did that. I would start sending the copy home. So I would photocopy the kids' work and I put that in the Friday folder. And that put a kibosh on all this stuff because the parent knew that I was keeping track of the
David, I'm
work.
sorry to cut you off. I'm sorry. David, I'm not gonna the best way I'll put it, don't sleep on Miss Love. In a club crucial setting, I'm gonna bet on Miss Love. I'm sorry. But
Really?
yeah, I got to. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If
Okay. All right.
she's in heels 24/7, like she has to have some strength and some pain endurance there. So
That's a good point. Good point.
I'm gonna have to go with her. I'm sorry. She's a little bit up there in age, but she looks like she can do some stuff. She can.
Wow, you are so out of
But in
pocket.
a court format, nah, ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ashley Merchant all the way.
Let me finish this up.
I'm sorry.
No problem. Ms. Love indicated, so she sent this by email, paper trail. Ms. Love indicated that she would be calling Mr. Arnold as a witness in September. So I wrote Ms. Love and the court about the 5 days for which I was on leave in September. Mr. Arnold was never called as a witness during this time, and no one from the state ever updated me on when Mr. Arnold might be called as a witness until the last week. On October 8th, okay, 8 days ago, Investigator Long emailed me and copied Mr. Adams Abate and not Ms. Love about Mr. Arnold's testimony. we were told Mr. Arnold would be called as a witness sometime mid to later part of the week of October 14th, 2024. We were asked to meet so that the state could give notice of his impending testimony. I provided a very detailed response advising the state that I could have Mr. Arnold testify beginning October 14th and anytime through the 18th and beginning again on the October 22nd through the 25th, 2024. Full, absolute, foot on the brake stop, turn the ignition off,
And that's how
stop
you
the
do it.
press.
That's
Do
how
you mean to tell me that yesterday, during speed date, during the Love Connection Fulton County DA edition, we could have had Martinez Arnold yesterday
Yeah.
instead of what we had yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure. Is that what, did y'all get, matter of fact, in the chat, real quick, chat.
But
Did
this is
y'all get that? I'm going to read this again. I provided a very detailed response advising the state that I could have Mr. Arnold testify beginning October 14th, which was Monday, and anytime through the 18th, which is Friday. So we could have, instead of having speed date yesterday, instead of having that grown man doing an anchor chart with chart markers, we could have had Martinez Arnold.
I feel like she kept this is what the state has a tendency of doing. They ignore contact purposely to
I think you're
um
right. I think you're 100% correct.
they do these type of setups where, like I said, it becomes a last moment urgency. And when that happens, you have to make something happen or it looks like you're being unfairly treated during a trial. But the reality is when you actually look at stuff like this, when attorneys make notes, do letters, inform everybody, like, nope, they
Right.
still not talking to me.
And okay, and to be fair, she's saying, like, look, I'm telling you, we're available this whole week. So they could have told him on Monday, say, hey, we need you Tuesday. They could have told him on Monday, hey, we need you on Wednesday.
They could have
Could've told-
made any type of concession. All they needed to do was have some contact.
That's
So the
it.
fact that they're not being contacted is very, very alarming. Because if you're being a straightforward, by the book, I'm following the law, district attorney's office, you don't have no fear of contacting opposing counsel. You don't have any type of concern. You're like, okay, we need to get this done. If you guys want to hold us up, we can do this another way.
I'm
This
gonna go
isn't
ahead.
what's happened. They know Miss Ashley is Miss Merchant, should I say?
Right.
She's a different caliber of attorney. So you can't really converse with her because she's gonna remember and she's gonna take everything you say. And if you do it incorrectly, she's gonna remind you and the court. She's gonna take some consequential actions. It's stuff that you can't do on certain attorneys. She's one of them.
I agree. But let's continue this. Since Investigator Long had mentioned in his email wanting to provide notice of Mr. Arnold's impending testimony, I drafted my October 9th, that was the letter that we read last week, 2024 letter to Ms. Love and copied all the parties, including the court, to clarify that Mr. Arnold was not avoiding service of any subpoena and intended to testify if called as a witness. So if I'm understanding this correctly, Rome King, when she sent that letter, Adrian could have picked up the phone and said, hey, Ash, I want to have Martinez come in and testify on Tuesday.
Miss Love been out for a minute. She could have been talked to Ashley. It could.
Okay. I just want to make sure I got it right. I just want to make sure I heard it right.
This is what's making it funny because it's not like she's going home and doing some homework that we're aware of. She could have just been hit her up.
Absolutely. Let's keep this going. Testify called witness, but that we just needed some accommodation, such as a notice to ensure that I was able to accompany him for his testimony as his attorney. On the 9th.
Felicia, hold on. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
go
We
ahead.
had missed somebody. Sister Felicia didn't Ashley say in her first letter that her client preserved his Fifth Amendment. So does that mean no immunity? Nah, they can still get immunity. The Fifth Amendment thing, if they can cover it well enough, he might not be able to use it. But then again, like I said, she will educate her client very well. She's going to be there with them in court. So she may find ways around not only that Fifth Amendment immunity deal to make sure her client doesn't, disclose any type of damning evidence and so forth like that. But
This is just it. This is it right here.
yeah, Malika,
She
yeah,
just don't want to talk to Ashley.
I can see why.
No, I can totally understand why. Because again, and I like to bring this up as a former classroom teacher. If you're not doing your job right by the parent, and that's who you're ultimately doing your job for, you're doing the parent, you're doing right by the parent, the true stakeholders. If you're not doing right by them, you don't want a parent teacher conference.
Absolutely.
You are avoiding them in carpool line. You're putting your head down at lunch. But if you're doing the right thing, you're happy to see Miss Jones. So glad that you stopped by, Mr. Smith. Absolutely. Let's sit down and talk. Little Johnny, little Sally doing XYZ, because you know you're doing the right thing. You only do the stuff that we're watching here or reading here when you know you're not doing the right stuff.
Look,
That's it.
Ashley had to pen letters on the DA's office shirt and send them home to the judge and say,
Yeah,
because they
like
weren't going to tell her. They weren't going to inform her of this.
I'm just saying. I mean, I got it, but yeah, this doesn't make no sense. Okay, so we are on October 9th. The investigator Long emailed me that they would provide a date for Mr. Arnold's testimony within 48 hours. So the 9th was last what? I'm just saying, like, I don't see any problem here. I don't see anything wrong with her saying I want to be there with my client.
Look,
Okay,
we
that was
don't know
last
the full
Wednesday.
since 48 hours. This might be
A
a
different
different
48
type of
hours.
48 hours.
That's the new show. A different 48 hours. All right, real quick. Let me. What's going on, Miss Mandy? How are you?
I didn't mean to pop into
Hey,
Rome.
Miss Mandy, I hope you're feeling better.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, Rome, you know you're wrong for your name.
Objection. I'll have you know.
You know you're wrong for that name.
I'll have you know.
But
wow.
You know, I don't fangirl over anybody. I've talked to some really big people. I've talked to Donald Trump. I've talked to some really big people. But I think if I met Ashley, I would totally be scared.
I mean, and rightly so. I mean, well, you know why? Because I know that I'm not coming here to. Well, I wouldn't be afraid of Ashley if we were going to be talking about parenting. I got no
She's
problem with
intimidating, though.
but she would be very intimidating. I think Adrian Love is grossly intimidated by her.
She
Because
is
I'm
a
looking back here.
sharp person. That's the best way I can put. She's super
Ashley
sharp.
Merchant reminds me of my great aunt who could smack you around with words. She didn't have to lay a hand on you.
Well,
she could use words and smack you down to the floor.
Sound like my
touch you.
grandmother.
Never touch you. My aunt never laid a hand on me, but she could make me feel lower than dog crap.
It sound like my grandmother. Look, I'll be outside like I can pick a switch, Grandma. Like I can go do this. No,
So-
the way she would speak would do me in every time. I definitely get that.
So shout out to and we are way off the rails. Shout out to YouTube. They have now age restricted this video.
Oh no.
I just got a message that they just age
For
restricted
what
it,
reason?
because of violence, graphic violence.
Were we graphic? Was it
This
the
whole
court video?
the live stream, today's live stream is being age restricted.
Was it the court video?
I don't know.
Is it
probably
because I
was.
said my aunt could smack me around?
I think
No,
it was
it's been
when we played the
it's
court
been sitting in my
video.
email for a second. I didn't realize it. I just got it. I just looked at it. So it's been a minute.
We did show somebody jumping a judge.
I hope that's not it.
We did show that. That might be what it
That's
is.
that. I don't know. I don't know how long it's been in it, but I just got the message. I don't know how long it's been. Anyway,
Yeah, we
I just thought that was
watch YouTube.
hilarious.
Yeah,
Shout out
yeah.
to you, YouTube. You're amazing. Shout out to YouTube. You're simply amazing. So this has been age restricted. That is hilarious. I've
I'm
never
going
had
to
an
be going
age
against
restricted
you on
video.
that YouTube. I'm just letting you know.
Me too.
I've never had an age restricted video.
Have you not really?
Never
Oh
had.
yeah, you can.
That's fine.
You can
That
go against it. No, it's not
you can tend to it. Yeah, I'm
demonetized
not
for
gonna worry
public
about
room. It just means he's going to get paid 36 cents on it.
That's okay. Shout out to YouTube. Way to go. Way to go, YouTube. You're amazing. You're amazing. Okay.
No
All right, let me
Republic
finish.
room, not demonetized. No.
No, just the video. Just the video. Anyway, I shouldn't have even brought it up, but I just think it's hilarious that And the funny thing is, everything I've shown is YouTube content. So that video, if it were the guy jumping over the stand, that video is on YouTube right now. I didn't go to, you know, WWF
don't
and get
matter,
it.
though.
It's
is
from
funny.
YouTube. like it's y'all putting it on there.
I had a Donnell Jones song on one of my car videos, and they age restricted it. It had no curse words. It was just a normal love song, no adult stuff. Just a I love you type song. And they was like, "Yep, age restricted. You're done, buddy." I was like, "Okay."
There you go.
Well,
I don't
like,
like
you know,
the
we
I don't
had,
like the moniker. I'm sorry. We watch YouTube, but we're going back on task. I don't like the moniker of it being age restricted because that seems like I'm doing something that a child could not watch. Like my
Right.
kids would not be able to watch my video. That's what it says to Jason. Jason, your videos cannot be watched by the dynamic duo because of and that's inappropriate to me because that's not what I do here on this channel. It's part of the best live channel. Now, if I was letting y'all just wild out in the chat, then that's another thing. But we don't do that. And so therefore it doesn't really matter. It's just something that I don't like as a moniker. So I will make sure that we'll deal with that after the fact. Anyway, I just wanted to say that because
I think
I got
that's
it while
squashing
we were
free
talking.
speech, and I'm not for that.
Yeah, we'll deal with it. But anyway, you know what I'm going to talk about?
This letter.
We're going to finish this letter. So she sent the letter on the 9th, which was last Wednesday. So she said that they were going to testify within 48 hours, which would have been Friday. They were going to let them know, rather, when they're going to testify, which would have been Friday. Let's keep going. He also said that they would provide me with anything that the state wanted Mr. Arnold to review prior to his testimony and answer my questions about whether the state intended to ask Mr. Arnold any additional questions that would involve his Fifth Amendment privileges and or grant of immunity. I don't see anything wrong here, but let us continue. On the 11th, which was Friday, Investigator Long advised that Mr. Arnold would be called as a witness on the 16th, which is today, 2024, but that they would keep me posted as the trial progressed. Let me just stop for a second. Remember yesterday, speed date Tuesday. We didn't have to have that yesterday. They could have moved all that foolishness back. And please don't tell me that, it would have been more important to have the 911 operator. It would have been more important to have the 18 people
We
from
had to hear about the
APD.
little friend. We had to hear about
Right. And hear about little friend than having this person having this off your plate. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Okay, let's continue. But that they would keep me posted in the trial progress. He also advised me that Mr. Abati would be responding about whether there were any prior statements that the state intended to use to refresh Mr. Arnold's memory and whether the state intended to ask any questions outside the proffer he provided that might implicate immunity or Fifth Amendment concerns in the interest of expediency. Let me see if I can do this. Okay, go ahead.
So they just told her today that they would get him on stand today.
No, they told him on Monday, but I think they told her today that they weren't going to be able to, because you heard Simone shucking and jiving saying that they were going to do it before Thanksgiving, and Witchcraft just said, no, that's a wrap. It's not going to happen.
Okay, gotcha.
Avoid wasting the jury and the court's time. I previously had asked that the state to send me any prior statements that the state may wish to use during Mr. Arnold's testimony. Okay. That's so far so good. I don't see what the
Mo
problem is.
said the state has a specific order of how they are introducing events. I'm gonna be honest, there is no order.
I'm sorry. Yeah. What was the order yesterday that, I'm sorry, what was the order with Sledge and Wunk Tunk and them that they could not have had him come in and just get it over with? I think the problem is they don't want to get it over with. I'm sorry.
I haven't seen like an actual cohesive like storyline since February. So
Yeah.
they're implementing and showing people, even the officers that they bum rushed through. They were speaking on different events that weren't even in the same. Like I can't think of a better description.
Right. No, that's a good point.
But they were focused on different town shootings, different individual shootings, and they were sporadic. It wasn't like they put both of the CSI. They put two CSI officers up there for two different scenes.
Facts. And also just keep in mind, would not, if you're trying to, again, the cohesive order of the speech, this is a state. Because if they had gone ahead and had Martinez Arnold come up yesterday, you know what they could have done? They could have went down there to FedEx Kinko's and got that man an anchor chart made without him having to sit up there and write up there with a doggone chart marker. So they could have done that. And they
I
could have
wrote
killed two birds with one
this
stone,
down
and it'd have been amazing. That's
on
all I'm saying.
October 1st as an order. Bowers, Jenkins, Coppage, Latner, Kelly, and Toulis.
Say
That was
again?
the last order that I had.
Was Papa on there?
It was Papa.
No, Papa
What about
was
Little
not on
Friend?
there, but this was October 1st. Bowers, Jenkins, Cobbage, Lautner, Kelly, and Tullis. Y'all excuse me, my mouth's still swollen, but that was, no, Papa, let's face it, has always been around. But that
That's
was
the
the
new
last.
Unc for me now. I'm sorry.
Bro, we need Unc to stay. We need Unc to stay. All right, let's finish this up. On October 14th, 2024, I wrote Investigator Long and Abate to confirm that Mr. Arnold was being called at 9 a.m. on October 16th, which is today. And again, to ask about those two outstanding questions regarding prior statements and questions outside of his proffer. In response today, October 15th, 2024, which was yesterday, Investigator Long responded that Mr. Arnold's testimony would not be needed this week and that the state did not anticipate his testimony taking place in the next few weeks. He wrote further, I do not have a date certain as of now. So I'm only asking again, what happened yesterday? What happened today that was so tantamount that they could not have had him just going up there and get that out of the way?
No matter how you flip it, the burden kind of still falls on the state on this because they've had ample. We're on day 145. If we would have had the correct pace of cross-examination of each witness and they weren't prolonging anything, they would never be in no time crunch like this. Would never happen. So certain things like this have a tendency to pop back up. So when you take your time per se, you're reading 900-page witness testimony books out loud, sentence by sentence,
That was crazy. It was nasty.
Stuff like that can knock your ability to present your case effectively. And it's nobody's fault but the state's. I won't even say Miss Love because there's no telling who devised this plan at this point. I hope it's not her. But there's no one else to fault for that.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't see what, again, there's not you can't tell me they're now concerned about a cohesive narrative when you spent 2 months with Woody. And yeah, I can't believe that you believe there's a cohesive narrative somewhere lost in this.
Have you noticed how much his name has been popping up?
His name been popping up a bit. His name been popping up a little bit. Like there's something going on there.
They said about him today, like
was it yesterday?
Yeah, today that said, let me get this straight. Woody, or you shoot Woody's people, Woody shoots y'all's people back. I was like, whoa, okay. Well, there was that.
It was a real thing.
All this still from Club Crucial. I bet they wish they never went. Guaranteed.
I never went. Right. Club Crucial is crucial to this
Said,
case.
my little bro is everywhere.
That little guy, that dude is he's in the mix. If he ain't in the mix, he don't feel right.
Look, that it comes at a price.
Come at a price.
Apparently not for Woody, but
right. Mr. Arnold and I have been on call since January of 2023. While we realize that trials are sometimes unpredictable, we have been available for the past 22 months. Now moving into November of 2024, I'm specially set for a jury trial the week of November 18th, 2024, and will be on medical leave beginning November 22nd, 2024. Given how other witnesses have been required to testify with stand-in counsel, Mr. Arnold is very concerned. So let me stop real quick. We got Woody with the Melnick Bumpus chicanery. I think Sledge had his own attorney for the whole time, right? But
Right.
Quandarius didn't. He
Nope,
had
they had
somebody
to
else
get
come.
that I'm gonna be
Shy.
nice. They had to get that last minute guy.
That is correct.
Yeah.
And then who's the other one? Who's the other one? Did anybody else have their own attorney or have some kind of attorney mix up while they were on the stand? I don't
Not
think
that
so,
I
right?
can recall.
Yeah. Okay, just bringing it up. Standing counsel, Mr. Arnold is very concerned that the state is purposely delaying calling him to the stand so that he will be denied his right to have his counsel of choosing. I can't see anything else. Why not just go in it? Why did he not go yesterday? They could have been done with this. Choosing this. Go ahead.
Sassy C, I wonder if they want to add something in they haven't let defense know, and giving time in between now they pushed them back. That could be a very viable point. I just know whenever they do this little charade here, it's usually something to that effect where they'll try to do some type of sandbag tactic on the defense to where they're like, okay, by the way, guys, tomorrow we got somebody big coming on this.
Yeah.
I found the red folder, guy. No,
I found a red folder. Look what I found. Cyber attack.
them
All
pesky
right.
cyber attacks, man. Be careful, it might take the letter off.
Watch out. Watch out.
Hey, their name was Cyber, okay?
The name was cyber attack. All right. The same counsel that negotiated and is familiar with the terms of his plea. I'm kindly asking the court to instruct the state to advise me whether, in fact, it intends to call Mr. Arnold at all so that we can avoid any unnecessary waste of parties and the court's time and resources. If the state still intends to call Mr. Arnold as a witness, and to the extent that the court can address potential evidentiary and privilege issues before they arise, and to expedite Mr. Arnold's testimony in this presence of the jury, I believe advising the court of the history with regards to Mr. Arnold's plea negotiations and plea agreement would greatly assist the court in ruling on potential issues. All right. Factual and procedural history regarding Mr. Arnold's plea. All right. Let me see. Anything I'm missing before we jump in? We're missing Papa. All right. Yeah, I like that. I do think it's interesting. Ashley already knows this trial is going to be a week long. She said it's going to be a week long.
Ashley's on top of this. That's what I was saying. Like most attorneys, like that we've been seeing for some of the witnesses have been like put on the spot per se. Ashley's clearly been following this.
Right.
So,
even though she says she hasn't been following it, I think her not following it is better than Adrian Love's following it. So there's that. I think she's following better than Adrian.
Oh, it hurts to laugh, but
everybody in the chat is. I don't know what you thought. Look.
Yeah, I think I'll pick anybody in the chat that's following better than Adrian. Let us go on in 2014. Mr. Arnold was charged in an indictment of they don't have squiggly lines on here, man. I was ready to say squiggly lines. 14 SC 13 10 32, in which he pled guilty to a misdemeanor and completed his sentence on February 29th, 2016. On 2015, Mr. Arnold was charged in the indictment of 15 SC 14016, to which he pled guilty under the First Offenders Act and completed his sentence and was discharged and exonerated from November 1st, 2021. Okay, I got you. Mr. Arnold was able to complete the foregoing sentences without felony convictions on his record. Got it. Despite this, in 2022, Mr. Arnold was arrested and charged for these same two underlying criminal indictments from 14 SC 131032 and 15 SC 140116 in the current RICO indictment. Wow. Okay. Somebody mentioned this, and I didn't know this, that they were literally bringing people back and because of the RICO, even though they had tried the case, been found guilty, pled guilty, served their time, they were still being brought back in as RICO. I didn't realize that.
Don't
This is what.
matter in Fulton.
Wow. So double jeopardy is out the window up in
I
here.
don't even think it's double jeopardy. It's just how the way that they're prosecuting is very vindictive. This is what I'm saying. Like certain ways you can prosecute on something is the charges that they pled guilty to, they may have found additional charges when reinvestigating the evidence or the testimony. So somebody will actually sit around in the Fulton DA's office, look through these cases, and say, "Hey, we can lock them up for that."
Bro, that is insane. That's crazy.
What?
Monica says, overt acts.
Yeah, but
Look,
at what point do you say
Monica.
that? At what point do you say, look, okay, sure, it's an overt act, but you've already paid for
Right.
said.
We got people that have been in jail for like 10 years. Just popping back
Yeah,
up
like
with new charges.
it's almost like, hey, well, we arrested you on a possession of illegal substance back in 2015, but now the statute has changed and we can, pull your toenails out. We need to bring you back in and start pulling your toenails out because why? Because back in 2015, you were caught with the possession of an illegal substance. That's crazy.
Malika wants to know, did he actually commit these crimes again, or the state just slapped them back on? If so, isn't that illegal? I'm gonna tell you something that a vindictive prosecutor can do. You can plea out, or you can beat a case per se, and they may be up at night one night. They could have a bad week one week, and your client name may pop up in their head, and they will review a case. And depending on this is why they're Ashley's asking for immunity on the stand for a reason. This DA office has a tendency to use testimony, prior criminal acts that they didn't charge on. They will re-bring it up to make their case against someone they want.
Bro, that's the craziest thing I've heard all
So
day.
it's not illegal. It's just super vindictive, super petty.
And matter of fact, most people agree because that's why they think they're going after Monktunk. Whether it's right or wrong, whether Monktunk, violated his plea agreement, but most people feel like the reason they're doing this is because he showed them up. Captain Papa, I agree with you, Captain Papa.
I would agree, Captain Papa.
If one ran.
Captain Papa. But the way our election system is rigged in Atlanta, I'm not. Look, I can tell you, there's no way she keeps doing this by a landslide. They like,
yeah.
I'm not believing it.
Yeah. I don't know how he's affording his attorney, Ray. I think you asked about Ashley. No, I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe she's doing it just because, you know what? She's here to bring the noise. Maybe she's like, you know what? I need to give Fonnie something to keep her up at night, cause her consternation. So maybe they say, I don't know.
Nobody runs against her before a reason. You see how she's turning the city upside down for one man.
Yeah.
It's dangerous out here.
It's dangerous in these streets, man. Let's finish this up. All right. In the current RICO indictment and held without bond in the Fulton County Jail, despite having been able to successfully complete probation for both underlying offenses and move forward without a felony on his record, Mr. Arnold was nevertheless denied bond. Having little resources, Mr. Arnold attempted to negotiate a plea in connection with the RICO indictment. So they threw him in. So they threw him in
jail.
And no, he's not in jail now because how long is this? It's 4 pages. Looks like one of the pages is missing. I already know one of the pages is missing. Oh
All right,
no.
Thugger, you slacking on us, Thugger. Come on.
Oh
That is
no.
correct, Sassy. She actually did make it clear.
But she didn't. Yeah. Okay. Well,
As
this is
far
gonna
as
be
them going back in time and trying to find more charges.
right. So this is some Minority Report on steroids. Okay, we're gonna end on a cliffhanger. I'm just gonna tell you that right now. Stay tuned in the next. All right, let's go. Allowed him to finally be released from his conditions in the Fulton County Jail. Notably, while the state and Judge Glanville both were unwilling to grant Mr. Arnold a bond, they were willing to let him be released on probation, provided he would provide testimony sought by the state. Mr. Arnold, so it sounds like to me, they said, hey, some of these cases, some of these things that you did, even though you paid for them, they could be considered the overt acts for this RICO, and we can lump you in with this.
Bingo.
Or you can go ahead and testify.
And then you still may get a charge from that if you don't get that immunity.
Facts. Mr. Arnold, however, was unwilling to make all of the statements that the state sought, and Mr. Arnold was again sent back to Fulton County Jail to languish without a bond. After further and deliberate negotiations, the state agreed to accept the statements Mr. Arnold could swear to under oath and agreed to release Mr. Arnold on probation once he made those statements and agreed to testify for the state about those statements. When we know what they did to Monk, this really seems like some dastardly work right here.
I told you they have a pattern.
It does seem weird. It does seem formulaic for sure. Mr. Arnold agreed only to the specific statements set forth in his plea agreement, and he was clear, very clear, that he intended to retain his right against self-incrimination under the Fifth Amendment to the United States Constitution without, or should any party seek to question him about any matters outside of his specific statements contained in his plea proffer. Okay. On December 16th, 2022, Mr. Arnold entered his plea, which allowed him to remain on probation. A copy of his plea colloquy is attached here too. Since the entry of his plea, Mr. Arnold has been in full compliance with the terms of his probation, for which reporting is set to terminate in December of this year. Oh, that's dirty.
And here we are.
That's why. Not that's why.
That is wrong.
That is low down.
I thought it's this type of prosecution.
So again, if they had just went ahead and had him come up Monday, yesterday, Tuesday, and just got it out of the way, this would be in the rearview mirror, and he'd be going into the new year, 2025, having all of this done.
The state isn't worried about that right now. This is what I'm saying. Like, they're not worrying about telling a story cohesively. They're not doing none of that. They're doing things in some odd, spiteful ways. You can call it by chance if you want, but after almost 150 days, it's becoming a pretty prominent pattern.
For sure. All right. If anybody gets those last pages, send them to me, dearwokecy@gmail.com. Make sure, because I don't see the other pages. I'm looking, I don't see them. All right. The last couple pages, or however many this letter from Ashley is.
I'm looking in my folder too, and I can't find it.
I don't see it. I don't see it. I forgot. Okay, cool. Anyway, let's finish this up. Where are we? Recently, the state called one of Mr. Arnold's co-defendants to testify pursuant to his plea agreement. This witness did not receive a grant immunity for his testimony.
Wait. I'm sorry to cut you off. Can somebody, one of the mods, put Jason's email in the chat for Dominique? He says he has the whole
email.
Here,
dearwokecy@gmail.com.
Got it.
Got him?
Oh, okay. Somebody beat me to it. That's okay.
No, it's all good. And all right,
you can continue. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, appreciate you, man. Thank you for good looking out. Recently, the state called one of Mr. Arnold's co-defendants to testify pursuant to his plea agreement. This witness did not receive a grant of immunity for his testimony, and unlike Mr. Arnold, apparently did not retain his Fifth Amendment privileges when he entered into his plea agreement. After this witness testified, the state filed a motion to revoke his probation for what the state believed was a violation of the terms of his probation. The state alleges that the witness directly contradicted the special conditions of his plea agreement by disavowing the factual statements or factual agreements he had sworn were accurate and true during his plea hearing. The state then agreed, or rather argued, that this witness had the opportunity at the time he took the plea to correct and clarify any statements of the factual agreement before affirming that their truth under oath. Mr. Arnold has serious concerns that the state may, without any authority, attempt to do the same thing with Mr. Arnold. For this reason, Mr. Arnold wishes to advise the court in advance of his testimony, why such an action by the state would be improper and illegal.
The state don't care
Yes.
about none of that.
Whoa, it's 8 pages? Oh, merciful goodness. Okay, let me do real quick. Hold on, if I can. Let me see if I can. Dominique, for the clutch win. All right, here, we're gonna do a magic of editing right here. Did anybody notice that I changed it? Did anybody notice I changed the page?
Monica Mo Justice, the police
No.
specified no Fifth Amendment privilege. She's pointing out ineffective counsel right.
Okay, there we go, right there. That looks a lot better.
Good
All right,
catch.
so let me. Okay, so illegal. All right, so that looks good. Okay, cool. Thank you so much, Dominique. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. All right. As an initial matter, Mr. Arnold attempted to correct or clarify the statements contained in the original factual agreement. He was told if he did not admit to the statements as written, he would be sent back to the Fulton County Jail, held without bond, and be placed on trial with his co-defendants. Mr. Arnold continually explained that he could not swear to all of the statements the state wanted him to swear to in the factual agreements. Notably, Mr. Arnold was willing to return to the Fulton County Jail and stand trial. The state amended the factual acknowledgement to remove those statements for which Mr. Arnold had no knowledge. In other words, the parties specifically negotiated the scope of the factual agreements to specifically narrow the potential scope of Mr. Arnold's testimony, which included a separate constitutional right to remain silent. We are writing to advise the court and the state outside the presence of the jury that if the state intends to call Mr. Arnold and ask him questions about facts that are not contained in the plea proffer, or questions that are worded differently from the statements in Mr. Arnold's plea proffer, and then attempt to use those statements against him as it has with another witness in an effort to revoke his probation, Mr. Arnold will assert his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination and will refuse to answer any such questions. Mr. Arnold's assertion of his Fifth Amendment rights, however, which was specifically contemplated by the express terms of his negotiated plea agreement, cannot be used to revoke his probation or to hold him in contempt. Okay. All right, let's keep it rolling. In addition, how's it? Y'all good?
So far, so good.
Yeah.
In addition, at no time between the date of Mr. Arnold's plea and the present has anyone from the state suggested to me that Mr. Arnold would be offered any immunity for any testimony that he gave. Nevertheless, based upon the state's history of using immunity to force additional witness testimony in the middle of a trial, I outline below several issues that for the court's consideration prior to Mr. Arnold taking the stand. Mr. Arnold has no faith in any immunity agreement that the state might put forth in this case, in which has been offered to other witnesses to compel the testimony under the threat of incarceration without assurances from the court that this immunity will extend to the state's attempt to revoke his probation if they do not like how he answers questions. Furthermore, Mr. Arnold has no faith that the state will not use whatever he says, no matter whether he has an agreement with the district attorney for immunity against him if they do not like how he testifies on the stand. Mr. Arnold's constitutional protections, much like the promise of immunity, ring entirely hollow when the state refuses to honor them. With no agreement that the state will not try to revoke Mr. Arnold, with no agreement that the state will not try to revoke Mr. Arnold's probation or charge him with another crime based on these same allegations, or deny him bail or require him remain in unconstitutional conditions. Remain unconstitutional position. Okay. Mr. Arnold will only answer questions specifically negotiated and set forth in his proffer. In other words, he is asking the court to make state honor its agreement with Mr. Arnold and not allow the state, as it has in the past, to change the terms only after it is unhappy with his testimony. I do think that it seems interesting because I don't think that they've ever settled on when he's actually going to testify. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it, but it seems like they could have narrowed it down a little bit more than they did.
Not in Fulton.
Yeah, it does. It seems wild. We're going to keep rolling. To be perfectly clear, based upon the express terms of the plea agreement, the state may only question Mr. Arnold on the following. Mr. Arnold was a member of the Rolling 60 Crips. Mr. Arnold became associated with or affiliated with the YSL.
To be perfectly clear.
Oh, yeah.
He probably already agreed to these.
Yeah, these are things that probably are on the proffer that he agrees to.
Yep.
Nobody has it. So they don't want him to come back in there with their revised proffer or the revised plea agreement.
She's making sure she points it out because, like we were saying earlier, Miss Love or the DA's office in general has a tendency to pick specific things to make additional charges or threats. So they have to be very careful with pointing these things out.
Yeah, you can't blame her for wanting it to be perfectly clear in every letter she writes. So every letter she writes is going to be a new book.
But imagine how many people can't afford an Ashley.
Yeah.
And we've seen the repercussions for not having that money to afford an Ashley with prior witnesses. This shouldn't be this crazy.
It shouldn't be this difficult. It should not.
It really shouldn't. But the way that they're prosecuting, it makes it to where you need a heavy hitting shark of an attorney.
All right, let's keep this going. Let's roll. All right. Mr. Arnold became associated or affiliated with YSL in 2015, but not that YSL is anything more than a record label. Got you. Okay. Mr. Arnold committed the other incident for which he pled guilty in the indictment 15 SC 140116 and again in 2022 in this indictment. Mr. Arnold committed the other incident for which he was held guilty to in the indictment 14 SC 131032 and again in 2022 in this indictment. Okay, that makes sense. Mr. Arnold was present on May 9th, 2022 when the search warrant was executed, and he does not claim ownership of any of the items that the government claims to have discovered during that search. Mr. Arnold also acknowledges that YSL, which he knows is a record label, has the following identifiers: clothing with YSL or slime, pendants with the letters YSL or slat, colors of green for slime, seeing YSL members use one or more hand signs, language that members of YSL use.
Jason uses color green. That's it. He's Rico.
This isn't Rico. I love the wording on this. Read that first one, the first bullet point right up there. Mr. Arnold also acknowledges that YSL, which he knows as a record label.
Right. So they're not going to be able to ask him, is
so
YSL
he can
a gang?
identify all these traits to the record label.
To the record label. Very good. Language that members of YSL use includes slat, which means slime love all the time. Some of the language includes calling each other slime. Symbols that YSL use including green heart and green snake. Oh my gosh. Or the green duck. So there's that. As explained above, as to any other topics or questions, Mr. Arnold intends to assert his right to remain silent under the Fifth Amendment. The Fifth Amendment protects Mr. Arnold against any statements that potentially could be against his self-interest. In the RICO indictment, the state has alleged that certain non-criminal acts were overt acts in the furtherance of a conspiracy. Therefore, any statements by Mr. Arnold, even as to the non-criminal acts, could be used by the state to demonstrate an overt act that could be used to potentially prosecute Mr. Arnold. In that scenario, Mr. Arnold would be forced to remain silent yet again in Fulton County Jail without bond. Yet again, forced to remain yet again in Fulton County Jail without bond. I don't know where I got silent from. Sorry about that. Such an action by the state would be an obvious attempt to strong arm Mr. Arnold into providing additional testimony, even though the state agreed to the terms of the plea offer, knowing full well that Mr. Arnold could testify. Therefore, Mr. Arnold intends to assert his Fifth Amendment privileges against any making any such statements that are not covered in the agreement upon proffer, since any statements, as the state argues, can be used against him as an overt act should the state seek to use that information for that purpose. And he is asking the court to uphold the terms of the agreement and to decline any invitation to interpret his failure to testify to facts outside of the agreement as evidence of any probation violation that could be used to rearrest him. It is also my understanding that many of the questions that the state may wish to ask Mr. Arnold pertain to social media posts, musical lyrics, videos, and friendship or associations he has. The state has denoted several, or rather certain, of these facts as overt acts and continues to argue that other acts are admissible as overt acts in furtherance of the alleged conspiracy. Therefore, Mr. Arnold intends to assert his Fifth Amendment privilege for any questions about social media posts, musical lyrics, and videos.
Good for him.
And his friendship. Go ahead.
I just say good for him.
And his friendships or associations, since none of those topics were listed in the plea proffer. Gotcha. Despite the foregoing, Mr. Arnold wishes to make certain that he intends to fulfill his requirements of his plea agreement and testify as to the matters outlined in the proffer and summarized above, but only those topics. Mr. Arnold wants to make abundantly clear that based on his fear that the state will seek to revoke his probation, should the state seek a testimony beyond that in his proffer, he only intends to respond to those specific questions, and only if they are worded in the same manner. They were posed during Mr. Arnold's plea proffer. Can they just pull questions directly off of that?
I don't have faith that the Fulton DA can be that. Look, it sounds crazy, but we've seen them do some pretty sketchy things when trying to recollect information. We don't need no more cyber attacks, Jason.
Okay. That's fair enough. Mr. Arnold is providing the court and the state with notice that he intends to assert his right to remain silent, a right specifically protected in this plea agreement. I trust this history of the negotiations regarding Mr. Arnold's plea and summary of Mr. Arnold's position on recent issues that have emerged in context of other witnesses will assist the court in evaluating these issues should they arise during Mr. Arnold's testimony. We happily invite the state to outline its position for Mr. Arnold and the court and the court and the current defendants so that everyone is on the same page, before Mr. Arnold's anticipated testimony, so as to ensure that his testimony can be taken expeditiously, fairly, and in accordance with the terms of his negotiated plea agreement and without violation of Mr. Arnold's Fifth Amendment constitutional rights. Should the court wish to hear from Mr. Arnold on any of these issues in advance of his testimony, I'm happy to address them at the court's pleasure. And that's from Ashley Merchant. And that is an 8-pager. All right. What you thinking? What you got?
I'm thinking that if the state was smart, they really wouldn't call Mr. Arnold. I really think they should probably just, charge it to the game, let him go his way. If anything, if he's able to testify the way that this letter infers, it's not going to be good for their case at all. At all.
It looks vindictive.
Very. Then you got the things that they're trying to get into the case that shows that they're a gang, and the way that it's even worded in his agreement, he's not saying they're a gang. So he's going to be able to sit up there and pretty much break down the assertions that they're making on the indictment.
Yeah.
I don't
It would
think they
make
should
sense.
call him,
It would definitely make sense to not call him up.
but they will.
I agree. Oh, they're gonna still call him up, or they're gonna let time expire.
Malika loves ego too big to let. Yep, you are correct. She's gonna take this as a challenge from Ashley, and she wants to show Fanny how it's done, Big Fanny, and
Well, she works for Fonnie, so she might just be doing what she's told to do.
They arrested him.
I don't know. It's hard for me to believe that Miss Love takes orders from someone. It is very hard. Very hard. She barely takes orders from the judge.
Facts.
That's fair.
Yeah, I can dig it.
But I guarantee you they do have shared investments for the case to be okay. If you win this, Love, you get to be on the front page. Yay. If you win it and I get to be, say the streets are cleaner while crime is up 70%.
Does
So
Ashley and Love have a past that I'm not aware of?
I think everybody has a past with Ashley.
I believe they were competitors against each other for trying to be a DA. Head
Oh,
DA.
that's right. That's right. Remember, Jason, I sent you that video of her running for district attorney.
Right about it. I know Adrian Love ran for district attorney down in Gibbs County, but Ashley Merchant ran for district attorney.
Yes,
Ashley ran for DA. I was talking
Yes.
about Miss Love and
But it wasn't in Fulton County. It was
it was Gibbs County.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
It was Gibbs County. Yeah, it
I
was
would
Gibbs
hate
County.
for Ashley to be a DA. I'm not gonna lie to you.
You would?
That's right.
I would hate for her to be a DA. If Ashley Merchant became a DA, I would be very, very Look, if you get a case from her, it's done. You're done.
It's a wrap. Like, it's over. It's over.
She did all her homework 3 times. You're done.
You're done. It's over, my friend.
No, it wasn't Gibbs County.
Go ahead.
I'm looking for it now. It wasn't Gibbs County.
But for the most part, if they're gonna call him anyway, even though it's probably not in the best interest of the case, I'm just curious to see who's gonna do the not the cross, but the direct examination of the witness. I'm hoping it's not Miss Love. I'm hoping it's not.
I just hope they don't call him. Yeah, Rachel Kaufman, who's sits second chair with Phil on Inside the Law. Shout out to Inside the Law podcast. She has some wild stories about.
It's Hilton. Okay, it's gonna be Hilton doing the examination. Okay.
Well, hopefully they just won't. Like, just
seeing how she did with Woody.
It's gonna be a mess.
The state roster isn't exactly the best. So
they do not have a good track record of.
You're in bad timing when your best is Miss Love. So I can say what I want to say about her, but she is probably the best on their team right now.
You don't think Atkins is better?
Atkins can't make a story still. At least Miss Love can lie her way through stuff.
But I don't think
Atkins can attempt to be deceptive, but he's so straight laced, you just know it. so the judge would call him on it naturally. But Miss Love can naturally be deceptive. Atkins, I just think he's in the wrong line of work for trying to be a DA. To be honest with you, he really shouldn't be in that office, I should say.
I got you. No, I understand. I understand.
You see how his crosses go, and then you see how Mr. Brown and Hilton and Miss Love, Abot, a little bit
Honestly, I'm
different.
not sure he should be a lawyer. He seems really
He doesn't sound like
unqualified.
it.
The right giving out law degrees every day, you know.
Oh wow, man.
Only DAs, Jason. Only DAs.
Only DAs. There you go. Only DAs. That is wild. But no, okay, this is good. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this pans out. I'm hoping. I think the bad thing is we all know that it's going to go.
So
They're gonna probably still call them back or call them, even though we think they shouldn't. But we'll see what happens.
So I had her mixed up in my head with Love. I'm so sorry.
Okay, I was about to say, I was like,
Yeah, my total bad.
yeah, Miss Love and her ran against each other. So that's what I was saying. Like, it's hard for me to see her happily taking orders. She has to do it because that is her position. But
for sure,
yeah,
I'm pretty sure she does stuff her own way per se.
The video of Love running, like her campaign video, was so funny.
Campaign videos are nuts.
Please, you got to show that. You look, when we do a review, you need to, you got
her campaign.
Mandy's not lying. Mandy's not lying. When we do
it's funny. No, it was funny. I sent it to Jason. I was like, you got to show this. This is hilarious.
Priceless. I promise you, you will not be missing.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about. I will. We'll do that. Not today. Not right now. But we will do it.
Fulton has no chance to change, not unless the feds step in and do some overhauling. That's the best scenario that can be done with some type of efficiency. We keep trusting the state to fix the state, and
that's not gonna happen.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's getting worse every fix. So at some point, I pray some type of federal intervention happens, because this is getting out of pocket, as you can see. Is at some point you're like, okay, are we reforming criminals, or are we just
forming criminals?
Them, right? Just gonna make them be who they are for life.
Yeah, are we reforming them? Are we forming them?
It's like,
that's
okay,
what we need to have a question about.
We saw you admit one time. Look, we finna get you every 5 years, buddy. Yeah, like a renewal of license. We're gonna get you every 5 years, fam.
That is
man, that's crazy. All right, let me see real quick.
Raynette says the laws need to be updated. Oh, absolutely. Georgia is not the best state for updating laws, though. I'm not gonna it's any southern state, to be honest. It takes a good amount to reform laws in the South. We still have laws against eating ice cream out here.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not a joke.
No, it's true. No, it's true.
In Georgia, you can't legally swear on a cemetery.
Mm-mm.
What?
We got a lot of weird laws.
That is weird. All right.
And it hasn't changed.
All right, let me see. All right, if y'all do me a favor, if I can get everybody to do me a favor, please. Actually, two things. Hit the like button if you haven't done it already. And 2, type Miss Mandy and Rome in the chat. If y'all will do that for me, I will give in to my I will deny my better judgment, and I will do you all a favor. And I'll just give you a little snippet of what I'm about to do. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna watch Adrian Love's campaign.
Ain't God good?
So if y'all would please type Miss Mandy in the chat. If you don't,
God is good.
If you don't follow Miss Mandy, please make sure you change that as well. So go to Miss Mandy's channel. Make sure you subscribe to it. Please make sure you type Rome and Mandy in the chat, and make sure you like the video.
This is priceless. Look at the pearls. This is
The
priceless.
pearls are serious. She still wears those. She still wears those.
Because she got to clutch them. You know, she got to clutch them.
She got to clutch the pearls. All
She
right.
got the extras. Here we
right.
go.
No, I'm just waiting. I don't see enough Rome and Mandy in the chat yet.
Look, you okay? Okay.
I got to wait for Rome and Mandy to show up in the chat. Now, don't make me. Somebody said I need to start doing members only, turn the thing into members only. I don't like doing that. I'm going to go over here and turn it into members only. I'm not going to do that. I don't like that. But I need them. I need them. There we go. I see some Rome. There we go. I'm seeing enough now. I'm seeing them. There we
I'm
go.
gonna help y'all out.
Rome is even putting it, bro. You out of control, man.
Rome signing into all his socks now, y'all.
I gotta
Come on.
see it.
You got all your burner accounts, bro. You got all your burner accounts activated. Let me be quiet. I need to really be quiet.
Oh, sleep. Oh no.
Burner accounts activated.
Middle Georgia families. We don't care about the low class families, just the middle Georgia families.
Well, that's what I mean. She was trying to be responsible for this particular community. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, with no further ado, enjoy yourselves.
Middle Georgia families want to feel safe. Middle Georgia families want to feel protected. Middle Georgia families want to feel secure in their own homes. Over 1,000. That's the number of open, unresolved, and unprosecuted cases that our current district attorney has sitting on his desk. 11. That's the number of child sexual assault and sexual abuse cases our current district attorney has dismissed in one county alone, where one child sexual abuser was able to go free and molest yet another child. 12. That's the number of open and unresolved child sexual abuse and sexual assault cases our current district attorney has in one county alone. 0. That's the number of gang charges that our current district attorney has brought during his entire time as district attorney.
Your eyebrow makes me
I'm
nervous.
Adrian Love, and I'm a proud Silverton native. I have prosecuted over 100 gang charges during my career.
I don't believe it.
I've successfully headed a gang unit. I have won the last murder cases that I've tried. I've won the last child sexual abuse cases that I've tried. Our current district attorney cannot say the same thing. It is time to start protecting Middle Georgia families by electing me, Adrian Love, as our next district attorney.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
All right, so
She's about as clean as that brick wall behind her.
Can
no,
you
ma'am.
smell what Adrian Love is cooking?
Middle Georgia
all right, so all right, come on now. Now, come on now. You know she's out there. She's out there for the people, man.
You just heard how
She's-
many cases she said wasn't prosecuted. I'm positive she's a reason for that. I'm positive.
Right.
I feel
I'm
it.
absolutely. But see, the funny thing, not funny thing, but the disappointing thing is she was in Fulton County while she was trying to run for this office because she wanted to be DA. But
And still lost.
a lot of stuff that she was saying could have been applied to her current DA. It's just that she kept saying he because that was a male DA down there.
Middle
But
Georgia
she could have
realized
said,
that, Jason. They
Say again?
realized it. Middle Georgia realized it. They
right.
realized, what are you
They're like,
doing in
wait,
your
what
county?
about the people that you work with right now?
Uh-huh.
Because they ain't no better. They're no better.
Your county's playing GTA in the streets. Miss Love, what are you what are you gonna do for Middle Georgia?
Comments?
Oh,
Oh.
come on.
Oh, the
Oh,
comments.
no.
Oh,
The
come
comments are
on, man.
Oh, Jason, we've got to.
The comments
No,
are
y'all, come on.
Oh. Just
All
a
right, just make sure.
couple.
All right, did you like the video? Have y'all liked this video yet? Have y'all liked the
Monica,
video?
I don't know what county she resides in, but I would take a guess and say it's probably in Cobb County.
She might be in Cobb County, but I think she's originally from. This is her hometown where she's originally from, or her home area. That's why she says, "I'm a proud whatever." What
I
in her
only know
opening
about
salvo?
that. I only know about it because I had dated someone in college that lived she grew up out there. And for you to lose a race out there says a lot because it's about like 500 people or something.
Yeah. And she lost it was like 60-40. It was a demonstrative loss.
It's like 100 people that vote out there. So
Yeah. So you only got 60. I'm sorry, 60 of them voted against you. That's correct. Okay, all right. Okay. I'm not opposed. Y'all can buy me a coffee, absolutely, man. Yep. This is painful, y'all. Y'all don't really fully understand how painful this is. Let's bring it in. Let's go.
Here we
Wait,
go.
sorry about that. Let's do it like this. Let's
Oh
do it like
my, they
this.
started fresh. Oh my.
They coming in hot. All right, here we go. Right here.
See this.
All right.
First one swinging. An
Here, I'll post it in the
Wow.
public room.
An embarrassment to any court in the nation.
Wow. She ain't playing. Let's see if I can make this bigger. Hold on. Let me bring this up. Okay.
Adrian Love doesn't take her candor. Go back.
What happened there? Hold on. I'm sorry. Trying to get this.
Someone's candor preaching. I gotta read it.
All right. Adrian Love doesn't take her duty candor to the court seriously. Wow. Man, just make sure if we're gonna do this, absolutely do not believe one word
Oh
of her mouth is flapping and she's lying. Corrupt. Wow.
Look at you like it.
Special place for this woman. Wow.
Look.
How is she even an attorney? My word. She's an embarrassment to the legal profession. Wow. Ain't nobody put a ring on it.
I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
I'm dead.
I'm outta here.
Oh
I'm
my
outta here.
gosh.
I'm
Oh
outta
my
here.
gosh.
You're right, David. Objection 403 in the comments.
Right, they bringing that noise today. Hey, look, we can listen to Alexander O'Neill real quick. I'm just kidding. Who do you think you are after all the laws you've broken in this thug case? You need to go back to law school. Pretty sure a complaint will be filed against you. Wow.
Don't hold back, Jeannie. Don't hold back.
She would never be a DA. She's a mess in court and extremely disrespectful to the judge and the process. Wow. Is there not one person that supports this woman?
Simply B12 is hilarious.
Still using that hand, I see.
Wow. Oh, here we go.
Adrian,
Look
you
at
are a
this.
wonderful attorney and you perform well. You just have a ridiculous judge to deal with in a while.
Wow.
Oh, that's one of her stock accounts.
Right.
I was wondering, I was
That's
like,
the
is
same
this the
person
only
that
one
wrote
I like?
that's somebody from Germany.
That's Germany.
Who wears Supreme in the
That's the Uber
States?
driver
Who
from
wears
Memphis.
Supreme? That's the Uber driver.
That's the Uber driver from
That's
Memphis.
Uber driver 78.
Yep.
I guarantee you
Nah.
that's her.
Nah, she shouldn't.
It might be
Nah,
a
she
burner,
doesn't
you're
need
right.
to represent
Andy,
Georgia.
right? It might be the burner.
It's her burner. Worst trial DA to
Oh
ever
my.
exist.
Oh
Wow.
my. I don't know about that. I won't be that mean.
She is a
Okay.
criminal DA. She should be in prison.
Wow.
That's
She might
going
be.
in hard.
She can stay down this route.
Man, this is harsh, man. People of Fulton County don't ever elect this woman. In my opinion, this is America, and Miss Love is a public official. My opinion of her is that she's corrupt and not trustworthy. And in fact, she's a danger to the community.
I
If
agree.
you care about, wow. Okay, Rafael Gomez, aka Uber driver from Germany.
Haphazard
No.
comment here. Disorganized. You can tell she micromanages her staff, which keeps them from being productive. Look at the trial court when she is not there. Her staff attorneys get through the motions smoothly. Get her removed. She is holding these cases up.
He ain't wrong.
Okay.
Let the church say
That's
amen.
Amen.
Narcissistic personality disorder?
Look, I usually don't use it, but she's fitting some key points.
Oh my gosh.
Look, whistle down twin, Adrian Love for Fulton.
Look, I'm looking up right now. She's got a twin.
I
Look,
guess.
bless her
Yeah,
heart.
but-
Bless her heart.
Bless her heart.
Bless
That's
her
wild.
heart.
That's wild.
She's about as clean as that brick wall behind her.
Behind her. And got as much texture as such. Man, that's craziness, man. What is wrong with man? Whoever told us to watch that, man, that hurt.
Look,
You're welcome.
it was for educational purposes.
That's true. That's fair. All right, let's do this. All right, we're gonna do this again tomorrow, right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, so tomorrow, the what are your predictions? What are your thoughts for tomorrow?
Tomorrow, if Miss Love isn't in the game, I see a smooth, productive day, like the comments said.
Okay.
It may be some little motion haywires because I feel like they're gonna, nitpick about some of the stuff that they're gonna testify to tomorrow, but it will go smoothly. If
Okay.
Miss Love is in the game, buckle up.
Buckle up. All right, what about you, Mandy? What you got?
I see Ashley Merchant busting up in there tomorrow.
Really?
I do. I think that she's kind of tired of it and she's ready for it to be done. And this was kind of the final straw. She gonna bust up in there like the police tomorrow.
I'm gonna be
Boom, boom,
honest.
boom.
I
FBI.
don't think she's tired of it per se. I'm reaching, but I get the feeling she's now an expert at handling them now. So these letters are a key implement of that because most attorneys as colleagues, even if you're a DA, we usually trust you to, keep stuff moving because we don't take it personal. Ashley's dealt with their office.
What in the world?
This is what they're gonna hear tomorrow. This is what they're gonna hear tomorrow.
Look, material witness warrant.
I didn't know it was gonna be that loud.
Monica, correct. Ashley is prepared. Like she has these letters are markers. These are footholds for her to have her haymakers in court.
Yeah.
This is why I'm saying she's probably not frustrated. She's probably at this point like y'all aren't smart enough.
I'm gonna say this again. I'm gonna say this again. And I know I beat this dead horse, but I do believe in cross study. I'm gonna go on a limb. I bet you if we sat down with Ashley Merchant, if I ever interview Ashley Merchant, I'm gonna find out what are her hobbies. I'm gonna go on a limb. She has a hobby that is very tactical, very
Absolutely
methodical,
analytical for
rock
sure.
climbing. No, I mean something like rock climbing or kickboxing, competitive
I put
kickboxing.
money. Her hobby's
I
gonna be like 10,000 piece puzzles, guaranteed.
Absolutely. And the reason I bring that up is because she does things that in my mind seem like a mixed martial artist would do it. Like I do something to make Rome King respond a certain way. And then I know what he does whenever I jog to my left, Rome King does this. Got you. Now I know. So now I jog to my left, but immediately follow through with my right hook and I put him to sleep. That's what I'm guaranteeing you, I'm going to go on a limb. Somebody's going to steal this. Whoever's going to interview, I know AV.
I'm not gonna lie, you on to something there.
AV is going to interview Ashley, I think tomorrow.
Republic says she's a runner.
No, running isn't it? It is a tactical if you run long distance. But
I get what you're
guarantee
saying. That is usually true because even with cars, I just don't buy the car. I build them. Like I get very technical with them. I like to learn the details and break them down for 'em, like just bare bone. So she has to have some type of hobby, like you said, or pastime that kind of
that requires you to, again, maybe it's build a car, maybe it's playing chess, maybe it's playing like my daughter's like playing chess and they're pretty good. But Ashley studies her opponent.
It's
I
fun.
guarantee you.
It's fun for her.
Right. Like this is not arduous. Like, oh, like no, she's like, oh man, this is great. Like
Did you see how she investigated Fanny? She did what officers couldn't do. She
put her to sleep.
She did what private investigators couldn't do. Like she was literally having fun. She was smiling and explaining. She's like, no, I found this by this. I went there for that. And that lets you know she enjoys it. Like she really enjoys it.
Yes. And look, I am Lady 57. I've acknowledged my mistake. When I met Adrian Love, I tried to be very great. I was above. I admit it. I think I've talked about on the show. I admitted that, I tried to, give her a lot of grace and say that, she had a different type of personality. And I've come back. I've since recanted that statement that, I was trying to be too kind. That was it. So I was trying to be kind. I try my best to give people grace so that because I want grace. But if I'm just a butthole, y'all can just say it. You can just say it. You know what, Jason? You're a turkey. You're a turkey in the morning, you're a turkey at night. Turkey in the box, turkey with
It
a fry.
takes a lot
That's
to
fine.
be that.
Jason.
And we've
But
been
I'm
seeing
good
Miss
with
Love
that.
this many days, 145
I
days.
think you're a
And
gerbil thrower, Jason.
I'll be
you,
throwing them gerbils. Man, them gerbils is getting. I'm about to go outside and throw about 5 of them
but the
before I
fact that
leave.
you finally saw that, it lets you know how the jury perspective is going to be. Because when you spend enough time with somebody, eventually you can't give them grace. There's going to be a point where you're like, this is who they are. They keep doing this.
I'm sorry, Ray. I didn't mean to do that to you, my brother.
Look, I laughed at Ray earlier. He's like, I thought that was my door.
I don't know why I said, oh, this meme is so fun. I've been wanting to use it in a video, and I was like, oh, let me just do it real quick so y'all can hear it.
Ray, you're safe. You're in the best chat. We got Doug ready with the money on the books. You'll be fine.
We got you, bro. We got you.
Now,
We got
I'll
you.
pro bono. You know, I
Got you,
can't charge
fam.
you. I can't charge you if I represent you because that's a felony. So I got you, man. I got you.
They have a small circle. No,
I'm
I'm just
thinking
saying, like,
about Love getting outside of court. She doesn't have many friends. When you're
oh, I
saying
don't
like,
think she. I'm gonna go on a limb. I feel very comfortable with that. I believe AV to the 7th power is interviewing Ashley Merchant tomorrow. I think. Let me double check.
shout out to AV.
I know she's supposed to be interviewing her soon. Let me say it like that. Soon for sure. But if y'all follow, if the moderators could drop AV to the 7th powers channel in the chat and let her know Dear World Christian sent you, that'd be great. So anyway, that's what I'm saying. I think that she has a hobby. Maybe it's outside or inside. It could be online or in reality that requires her. Maybe she like my wife and likes doing those Sudoku.
Oh
What's called
Lord.
puzzle. My wife, man, let me tell you something. Bruh, let me tell you, if I just gave her a bag of popcorn and a Sudoku puzzle, I probably would get away with anniversary. I'm gonna try that.
Look, I gotta find a woman. I'm gonna find a woman like that. Look, I
Look.
can't help. I can't share that time, but I can't see how they do it. I'm not gonna lie to you. I can't see how they do it.
It's a I don't like it.
I
But
don't even.
her, like she will sit there.
No.
What is it? There's a word puzzle that New York Times does every day. Connections or something. Yeah, it's connections. All
Those
3 of my
things are so
girls, my
boring to
wife
me,
and my
man.
daughters, all play this game every day, and then they send the results to my sister-in-laws, and they all are like, "Did you?" And they're studying it. I'm
That
like,
is a
"Y'all are
good trait
wild.
to have, especially
Y'all
when
are
you're reading.
y'all have nothing better to do with your lives." I'm like, "I'm not doing a good job. Y'all, this dishwasher needs to be emptied out. You busy studying your connections results."
I did dishwasher.
Y'all can see this dishwasher is a sensitive topic, right? Because y'all notice it keeps creeping in just about every day. I'm just being honest with you. I'm a dad. I ain't gonna lie.
I've noticed. I probably like every time. It's the dishwasher. It's not the
dishwasher.
vacuum. It's not look. Go make up your bed. It's the dishwasher.
That dishwasher, like for real. Come on.
I'm gonna be real with you. I still don't use the dishwasher to this day. My mom never allowed us to use it.
I'm in love with my dishwasher. I would
Look.
change my last name to Maytag if I could.
I feel like my mom will resurrect
love
if I
my-
use my dishwasher. If I
My favorite appliance.
Yeah.
Besides my ice maker. But I love my dishwasher.
I'll be in the kitchen playing some R&B, some 90s, 80s R&B, and I'm just washing dishes.
Yeah, boy. Yep.
Yeah. So, I mean, we could talk about it for 2 days. So, again, if the moderators have AV to the 7th powers link in the chat, that would be amazing. She's supposed to interview her soon. Oh, I was saying, I'm trying to see if I don't see it in here. Let me, if maybe that nobody grabbed it, I'll grab it real quick.
I'm not sure, Mo. Mo wants to know who was Paige talking to when she said, "Do you want to say it publicly?" The reason why court was ending.
She was saying it to Nichols, which was Miss Westmoreland. And I'm sorry,
I asked my colleague to actually reach out to her and ask about family members. Hopefully, it goes well. Hopefully, if she doesn't have family members, I'm stuck with this title. The little friend, you know.
I'm trying to find the link, Jason, but I don't know who AV to the 7th power is, so I can't find.
Okay, no, I just dropped the link in the chat. No, she sits second chair with the lead attorney. Young lady that's she's a law student up in Boston.
She's a smart young lady. Yeah, she's cool.
excellent resource, fantastic content creator.
I pick Mo though. I pick Mo, but
Mo
respectfully,
all the time.
respectfully, I pick Mo.
Mo to the seventh power. Absolutely. But don't tell AV though, because
yeah, I ain't gonna.
She's cool peeps too.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we'll just keep her hanging out there. She don't need to know. You don't need to know. You don't need to know. But we choose Mo.
She's just our little friend. That's all.
She's your little friend. I'm married. All right, let's keep this going.
Does she hang out with that law?
The lead attorney.
The lead attorney. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know who she
secretary.
is. The lead attorney.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, like him.
She's supposed to be interviewing Ashley again. Sometime. She mentioned it last week that it's coming up soon. And she alluded to the whole Mr. Arnold being a witness. So that's it. So we rock with AV. I rock with AV.
I'm still picking Monica over, but I said it respectfully. Yeah, respectfully.
We rock with AV, but we send Monica the link. There we go. That's how we do it.
Look, we gotta get out of here. We gotta go.
Yeah, we gotta go home.
Let me go hit this traffic. I appreciate you for having me up here, man.
It's a dishwasher. All right.
Look, it's peaceful when you get used to it. I promise.
Dishwasher replacement will make you lose Jesus. Look,
let me tell you.
I promise you, when you get used to washing dishes by hand, it is very peaceful.
It's very peaceful because my kids and my wife all run in other directions when they see me fill up the sink. So I'm good with that. It's peaceful. There are certain chores that are extremely peaceful, and
that's folding laundry to me.
Oh,
folding laundry is very
peaceful. Yeah, you're right.
Mine is vacuuming. Oh my gosh, I'll vacuum the whole house.
Look, I can see Jason right. You vacuumed the spot 4 times, Dad.
I don't care. Especially when I learned that if you vacuum in different directions, you'll get it even cleaner. And my wife messed around and bought a Shark vacuum cleaner.
Hey, Tamika.
That thing is.
Look, I know you like vacuuming because you know the brands. I'm not gonna lie to you. I have no idea what my brand vacuum is. So.
I won't buy one of those little robot vacuums. I'm like, no, you're not gonna take my little bit of. You're not gonna take my little bit of fun. You're not gonna take my little bit of solace. Nope.
My parents will pop up. They'll be reborn again, and they will break it. Ain't no way.
They're garbage anyway. They don't work good.
I'm not convinced that they do. Yeah, I'm not convinced that this works well. Now we
I
got
got
hardwood
one
down
for Christmas
here.
one year, and it didn't last but like 3 months. And if it wasn't for my dog trying to kill it because he was convinced it was a little robot dog, then it got clogged up with the littlest string. The little teeny tiny string would clog it up. And so I was constantly fighting it, and I was like, "It's you or me," and it's gonna be you.
I can see Manny just sitting there yelling at this little, little iRobot machine.
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
But all right, I appreciate you for having me on.
Y'all, this was a lot of fun.
Thanks
Thank
for
y'all so
having
much
me
for
up.
hopping on. You got it. Y'all are welcome. Thank y'all.
Bye.
Bye now. So everybody, I want to say thank you all to everybody who stopped through today. Appreciate you so much. That was a lot of fun. Court did end a little bit early and fully, that wasn't really expanded out fully what the problem was, but it's all good. Thank you, Rome, as well as Mandy for hopping in. We had a good time chatting it up and looking at a couple of things. So we'll be doing that again real soon. The plan is we'll be doing this again tomorrow evening. Yeah, we'll be doing court tomorrow. Friday, please forgive me. Friday, Monk Tunk's probation revocation hearing is supposed to be. If we have that, we'll probably watch that on Friday and then maybe do like a recap Friday night about the actual YSL case. But if Monk Tunk if that happens, I do want to hear that and see that. That might be something that everybody will find some value in. It might move faster than what we've been hearing today. So I thank y'all so much. I appreciate everybody. Thank you, all the supers. Thank you so much to the new members. Thank you for all of the live chat. It means a lot. So I really appreciate you. As you get ready to hit the door, make sure you shout out the moderators. Thank them because they really do keep this ship moving in the right direction. So I thank y'all. Everybody, I'll see you again real soon. Grace and peace. Take care.
Hit that like for a deal with Christian. Yo, for a deal with Christian. Smash that bell for the upsy. Yo, smash it. Just smash it. Hit that like for deal with Christian. For deal with Christian. Smash that bell for DLC. Yo, smash it. Just smash it. Hit that like for deal with Christian.